American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 11. In connection with the autopsy and its results, there was a decided setback. For while the joint report of the 5 doctors showed an injury to the mouth and nose, the tip of the nose appears to have been slightly flattened, the lips swollen, one front tooth slightly loosened, and an abrasion of the mucous membrane within the lips, all agreed that these injuries were by no means fatal. The chief injury was to the skull, the very thing which Clyde, in his first confession, had maintained, which appeared to have been severely bruised by a blow of some sharp instrument. Unfortunately, in this instance, because of the heaviness of the blow of the boat, signs of fracture and internal hemorrhage which might have produced death. But the lungs, when placed in water, sinking, an absolute proof that Roberta could not have been dead when thrown in the water, but alive and drowning, as Clyde had maintained. And no other signs of violence or struggle, although her arms and fingers appeared to be set in such a way to indicate that she might have been reaching or seeking to grasp something. The whale of the boat? Could that be? Might Clyde's story, after all, contain a trace of truth? Certainly these circumstances seemed to favor him a little. Yet as Mason and the others agreed, all these circumstances most distinctly seemed to prove that although he might not have slain her outright before throwing her into the water, nonetheless he had struck her, and then had thrown her, perhaps unconscious, into the water. But with what? If he could but make Clyde say that! And then, in inspiration, he would take Clyde, and, although the law specifically guaranteed accused persons against compulsions, compel him to retrace the scenes of his crime. And although he might not be able to make him commit himself in any way, still, once on the ground and facing the exact scene of his crime, his actions might reveal something of the whereabouts of the suit, perhaps, or possibly some instrument with which he had struck her. And in consequence, on the 3rd day following Clyde's incarceration, a second visit to Big Bittern, with Kraut, Height, Mason, Burton, Burley, Earl Newcomb, and Sheriff Slack as his companions, and a slow recanvassing of all the ground he had first traveled on that dreadful day. And with Kraut, following instructions from Mason, playing up to him, in order to ingratiate himself into his good graces, and possibly cause him to make a clean breast of it. For Kraut was to argue that the evidence so far was so convincing that you never would get a jury to believe that you didn't do it, but that, if you would just talk right out to Mason, he could do more for you with the judge and the governor than anyone could. Get you off, maybe, with life or 20 years. Well, this way you're likely to get the chair, sure. Yet Clyde, because of that same fear that had guided him at Bear Lake, maintaining a profound silence. For why should he say that he had struck her when he had not? Intentionally, at least. Or with what, since no thought of the camera had come up as yet. At the lake, after definite measurements by the county surveyor as to the distance from the spot where Roberta had drowned to the spot where Clyde had landed, Earl Newcomb suddenly returning to Mason with an important discovery. For under a log not so far from the spot at which Clyde had stood to remove his wet clothes, the tripod he had hidden, a little rusty and damp, but of sufficient weight, as Mason and all these others were now ready to believe, to have delivered the blow upon Roberta's skull which had felled her, and so made it possible for him to carry her to the boat and later drown her. Yet, confronted with this, and turning paler than before, Clyde denying that he had had a camera or a tripod with him, although Mason was instantly deciding that he would re-question all witnesses, to find out whether any recalled seeing a tripod or camera in Clyde's possession. And before the close of this same day, learning from the guide who had driven Clyde and Roberta over, as well as the boatman who had seen Clyde drop his bag into the boat, and a young waitress at Grass Lake who had seen Clyde and Roberta going out from the inn to the station on the morning of their departure from Grass Lake, that all now recalled a yellow bundle of sticks fastened to his bag, which must have been the very tripod. And then Burton Burley deciding that it might not really have been the tripod, after all, which he had struck her with, but possibly and even probably the somewhat heavier body of the camera itself, since an edge of it would explain the wound on the top of the head, and the flat surface would well explain the general wounds on her face. And because of this conclusion, without any knowledge on the part of Clyde, however, Mason securing divers from among the woodsmen of the region, and setting them to diving in the immediate vicinity of the spot where Roberta's body had been found, with the result that after an entire day's diving on the part of 6, and because of a promised and substantial reward, one Jack Bogert arose with the very camera which Clyde, as the boat had turned over, had let fall. Worse, after examination, it proved to contain a roll of films, which, upon being submitted to an expert chemist for development, showed finally to be a series of pictures of Roberta made on shore, one sitting on a log, a second posed by the side of the boat on shore, a third reaching up toward the branches of a tree, all very dim and water-soaked but still decipherable, and the exact measurements of the broadset side of the camera corresponding in a general way to the length and breadth of the wounds upon Roberta's face, which caused it now to seem positive that they had discovered the implement wherewith Clyde had delivered the blows. Yet no trace of blood upon the camera itself, and none on the side or bottom of the boat which had been brought to Bridgeburg for examination, and none upon the rug which had lain in the bottom of the boat. In Burton Burley there existed as sly a person as might have been found in a score of such backwoods counties as this, and soon he found himself meditating on how easy it would be, supposing irrefragable evidence were necessary, for him or anyone to cut a finger and let it bleed on the rug, or the side of the boat, or the edge of the camera. And how easy to take from the head of Roberta 2 or 3 hairs and thread them between the sides of the camera, or about the rowlock to which her veil had been attached. And after due and secret meditation, he actually deciding to visit the Lutz brothers' morgue and secure a few threads of Roberta's hair, for he himself was convinced that Clyde had murdered the girl in cold blood, and for want of a bit of incriminating proof, was such a young, silent, vain crook as this be allowed to escape? Not if he himself had to twine the hairs about the rowlock or inside the lid of the camera, and then call Mason's attention to them as something overlooked. And in consequence, upon the same day that Height and Mason were personally remeasuring the wounds upon Roberta's face and head, Burley slyly threading 2 of Roberta's hairs in between the door and the lens of the camera, so that Mason and Height, a little while later, unexpectedly coming upon them, and wondering why they had not seen them before, nevertheless accepting them immediately as conclusive evidence of Clyde's guilt. Indeed, Mason thereupon announcing that, insofar as he was concerned, his case was complete. He had truly traced out every step in this crime, and if need be was prepared to go to trial on the morrow. Yet, because of the very completeness of the testimony, deciding for the present, at least, not to say anything in connection with the camera, to seal, if possible, the mouth of everyone who knew. For, assuming that Clyde persisted in denying that he had carried a camera, or that his own lawyer should be unaware of the existence of such evidence, then how damning in court, and out of a clear sky, to produce the camera, these photographs of Roberta made by him, and the proof that the very measurements of one side of the camera coincided with the size of the wounds upon her face. How complete! How incriminating! Also, since he personally, having gathered the testimony, was the one best fitted to present it, he decided to communicate with the governor of the state for the purpose of obtaining a special term of the Supreme Court for this district, with its accompanying special session of the local grand jury, which would then be subject to his call at any time. For with this granted, he would be able to impanel a grand jury, and in the event of a true bill being returned against Clyde, then within a month or 6 weeks proceed to trial. Strictly to himself, however, he kept the fact that in view of his own approaching nomination in the ensuing November election, this should all prove most opportune, since in the absence of any such special term, the case could not possibly be tried before the succeeding regular January term of the Supreme Court, by which time he would be out of office, and although possibly elected to the local judgeship, still not able to try the case in person. And in view of the state of public opinion, which was most bitterly and vigorously anti-Clyde, a quick trial would seem fair and logical to everyone in this local world. For why delay? Why permit such a criminal to sit about and speculate on some plan of escape? And especially when his trial by him, Mason, was certain to rebound to his legal and political and social fame the county over. End of Book 3, Chapter 11. Section 21 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 12. And then out of the North Woods, a crime sensation of the first magnitude, with all of those intriguingly colorful and yet morally and spiritually atrocious elements. Love, romance, wealth, poverty, death. And at once picturesque accounts of where and how Clyde had lived in Lycurgus, with whom he had been connected, and how he had managed to conceal his relations with one girl while obviously planning to elope with another, being wired for and published by that type of editor so quick to sense the national news value of crimes such as this, and telegrams of inquiry pouring in from New York, Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and other large American cities east and west, either to Mason direct or the representatives of the Associated or United Press in this area, asking for further and more complete details of the crime. Who was this beautiful and wealthy girl with whom it was said this Griffiths was in love? Where did she live? What were Clyde's exact relations with her? Yet Mason, overawed by the wealth of the Finchleys and the Griffiths, loath to part with Sondra's name, simply asserting for the present that she was the daughter of a very wealthy manufacturer in Lycurgus, whose name he did not care to furnish, yet not hesitating to show the bundle of letters carefully tied with a ribbon by Clyde. But Roberta's letters, on the other hand, being described in detail, even excerpts of some of them, the more poetic and gloomy being furnished the press for use, for who was there to protect her? And on their publication a wave of hatred for Clyde, as well as a wave of pity for her, the poor, lonely country girl who had had no one but him, and he, cruel, faithless, a murderer even, was not hanging too good for him? For en route to and from Bear Lake, as well as since Mason had pored over these letters, and because of certain intensely moving passages relating to her home life, her gloomy distress as to her future, her evident loneliness and weariness of heart, he had been greatly moved, and later had been able to convey this feeling to others, his wife and Height and the local newspapermen, so much that the latter in particular were sending from Bridgeburg vivid, if somewhat distorted, descriptions of Clyde, his silence, his moodiness, and his hard-heartedness. And then a particularly romantic young reporter from the Star of Utica, arriving at the home of the Aldens, there was immediately given to the world a fairly accurate picture of the weary and defeated Mrs. Alden, who, too exhausted to protest or complain, merely contented herself with a severe and graphic picture of Roberta's devotion to her parents, her simple ways of living, her modesty, morality, religious devotion, how once the local pastor of the Methodist Church had said that she was the brightest and prettiest and kindest girl he had ever known, and how for years before leaving home she had been as her mother's own right hand, and that undoubtedly because of her poverty and loneliness in Lycurgus, she had been led to listen to the honeyed words of this scoundrel, who, coming to her with promises of marriage, had lured her into this unhallowed, and, in her case, all but unbelievable relationship which had led to her death. For she was good and pure and sweet and kind always. And to think that she is dead, I can't believe it. It was so that her mother was quoted. Only Monday a week ago she was about, a little depressed, I thought, but smiling, and for some reason, which I thought odd at the time, went all over the place Monday afternoon that evening, looking at things and gathering some flowers, and then she came over and put her arms around me and said, "I wish I were a little girl again, Mamma, and that you would take me in your arms and rock me like you used to." And I said, "Why, Roberta, what makes you so sad tonight, anyhow?" And she said, "Oh, nothing. You know I'm going back in the morning, and somehow I feel a little foolish about it tonight." And to think that it was this trip that was in her mind. I suppose she had a premonition that all would not work out as she had planned, and to think he struck my little girl, she could never harm anything, not even a fly. And here, in spite of herself, with the sad Titus in the background, she began to cry silently. But from the Griffiths and other members of this local social world, complete and almost unbreakable silence. For insofar as Samuel Griffiths was concerned, it was impossible for him at first either to grasp or believe that Clyde could be capable of such a deed. What? That bland and rather timid and decidedly gentlemanly youth, as he saw him, charged with murder? Being rather far from Lycurgus at the time, Upper Saranac, where he was reached with difficulty by Gilbert, he was almost unprepared to think, let alone act. Why, how impossible! There must be some mistake here. They must have confused Clyde with someone else. Nevertheless, Gilbert proceeding to explain that it was unquestionably true, since the girl had worked in the factory under Clyde, and the district attorney at Bridgeburg, with whom he had already been in communication, had assured him that he was in possession of letters which the dead girl had written to Clyde, and that Clyde did not attempt to deny them. "Very well, then," countered Samuel. "Don't act hastily, and above all don't talk to anyone outside of Smiley or Gotboy until I see you. Where's Brookhart?" referring to Dara Brookhart, of counsel for Griffiths and Company. "He's in Boston today," returned his son. "I think he told me last Friday that he wouldn't be back here until Monday or Tuesday." "Well, wire him that I want him to return at once. Incidentally, have Smiley see if he can arrange with the editors of the Star and Beacon down there to suspend any comment until I get back. I'll be down in the morning. Also tell him to get in the car and run up there, Bridgeburg, today if he can. I must know from first hand all there is to know. Have him see Clyde if he can, also this district attorney, and bring down any news that he can get, and all the newspapers. I want to see for myself what has been published." And at approximately the same time, in the home of the Finchleys on Fourth Lake, Sondra herself, after 48 hours of almost macerating thoughts spent brooding on the astounding climax which had put a period to all her girlish fantasies in regard to Clyde, deciding at last to confess to her father, to whom she was more drawn than her mother, and accordingly approaching him in the library, where usually he sat after dinner, reading or considering his various affairs, but having come within earshot of him, beginning to sob, for truly she was stricken in the matter of her love for Clyde, as well as her various vanities and illusions in regard to her own high position, the scandal that was about to fall on her family. Oh, what would her mother say now, after all her warnings? And her father? And Gilbert Griffiths and his affianced bride? And the Cranstons, who, except for her influence over Bertine, would never have been drawn into this intimacy with Clyde. Her sobs arresting her father's attention, he at once paused to look up, the meaning of this quite beyond him, yet instantly sensing something very dreadful, gathering her up in his arms, and consolingly murmuring, "There, there! For heaven's sake, what's happened to my little girl now? Who's done what, and why?" And then, with a decidedly amazed and shaken expression, listening to a complete confession of all that had occurred thus far, the first meeting with Clyde, her interest in him, the attitude of the Griffiths, her letters, her love, and then this awful accusation and arrest. And if it were true, and her name were used, and her daddy's. And once more she fell to weeping as though her heart would break, yet knowing full well that in the end she would have her father's sympathy and forgiveness, whatever his subsequent suffering and mood. And at once Finchley, accustomed to peace and order and tact and sense in his own home, looking at his daughter in an astounded and critical, yet not uncharitable way, and exclaiming, "Well, well, of all things. Well, I'll be damned. I am amazed, my dear. I am astounded. This is a little too much, I must say. Accused of murder? And with letters of yours in your own handwriting, you say, in his possession, or in the hands of this district attorney, for all we know by now. Tss, tss, tss. Damned foolish, Sondra. Damned foolish. Your mother has been talking to me for months about this, and you know I was taking your word for it against hers. And now see what's happened. Why couldn't you have told me or listened to her? Why couldn't you have talked all this over with me before going so far? I thought we understood each other, you and I. Your mother and I have always acted for your own good, haven't we? You know that. Besides, I certainly thought you had better sense. Really, I did. But a murder case, and you connected with it. My God!" He got up, a handsome blond man in carefully made clothes, and paced the floor, snapping his fingers irritably, while Sondra continued to weep. Suddenly, ceasing his walking, he turned again toward her and resumed with, "But there, there's no use crying over it. Crying isn't going to fix it. Of course, we may be able to live it down in some way. I don't know. I can't guess what effect this is likely to have on you personally. But one thing is sure, we do want to know something about those letters." And forthwith, and while Sondra wept on, he proceeded first to call his wife in order to explain the nature of the blow, a social blow that was to lurk in her memory as a shadow for the rest of her years, and next to call up Laguerre Atterbury, lawyer, state senator, chairman of the Republican State Central Committee and his own private counsel for years past, to whom he explained the amazing difficulty in which his daughter now found herself, also to inquire what was the most advisable thing to be done. "Well, let me see," came from Atterbury. "I wouldn't worry very much if I were you, Mr. Finchley. I think I can do something to straighten this out for you before any real public damage is done. Now let me see. Who is the district attorney of Cataraqui County, anyhow? I'll have to look that up and get in touch with him and call you back. But never mind. I promise you I'll be able to do something. Keep the letters out of the papers, anyhow. Maybe out of the trial. I'm not sure. But I am sure I can fix it so her name will not be mentioned, so don't worry." And then Atterbury, in turn calling up Mason, whose name he found in his lawyer's directory, and at once arranging for a conference with him, since Mason seemed to think that the letters were most vital to his case, although he was so much overawed by Atterbury's voice that he was quick to explain that by no means had he planned, as yet, to use publicly the name of Sondra, or the letters either, but rather to reserve their actuality for the private inspection of the grand jury, unless Clyde should confess and avoid a trial. But Atterbury, after referring back to Finchley and finding him opposed to any use of the letters whatsoever, or Sondra's name either, assuring him that on the morrow or the day after, he would himself proceed to Bridgeburg with some plans and political information which might cause Mason to think twice before he so much as considered referring to Sondra in any public way. and then, after due consideration by the Finchley family, it was decided that at once, and without explanation or apology to anyone, Mrs. Finchley, Stuart, and Sondra should leave for the Maine coast or any place to satisfy them. Finchley himself proposed to return to Lycurgus and Albany. It was not wise for any of them to be about where they could be reached by reporters or questioned by friends. And forthwith, a hegira of the Finchleys to Narragansett, where under the name of Wilson they secluded themselves for the next 6 weeks. Also, and because of the same cause, the immediate removal of the Cranstons to one of the Thousand Islands, where there was a summer colony not entirely unsatisfactory to their fancy, but on the part of the Baggots and the Harriets, the contention that they were not sufficiently incriminated to bother, and so remaining exactly where they were at 12th Lake, but all talking of Clyde and Sondra, this horrible crime, and the probable social destruction of all those who had in any way been thus innocently defiled by it. And in the interim, Smiley, as directed by Griffiths, proceeding to Bridgeburg, and after 2 long hours with Mason, calling at the jail to see Clyde, and because of authorization from Mason being permitted to see him quite alone in his cell. Smiley having explained that it was not the intentions of the Griffiths to try to set up any defense for Clyde, but rather to discover whether under the circumstances there was a possibility for a defense. Mason had urged upon him the wisdom of persuading Clyde to confess, since, as he insisted, there was not the slightest doubt as to his guilt, and a trial would cost the county money without result to Clyde, whereas if he chose to confess, there might be some undeveloped reasons for clemency, at any rate a great social scandal prevented from being aired in the papers. And thereupon Smiley proceeding to Clyde in his cell, where, brooding most darkly and hopelessly, he was wondering how to do. Yet at the mere mention of Smiley's name shrinking as though struck. The Griffiths! Samuel Griffiths and Gilbert, their personal representative. And now what would he say? For no doubt, as he now argued with himself, Smiley, having talked with Mason, would think him guilty. And what was he to say now? What sort of story tell? The truth, or what? But without much time to think, for even while he was trying to do so, Smiley had been ushered into his presence, and then moistening his dry lips with his tongue, he could only achieve, "Why, how do you do, Mr. Smiley?" To which the latter replied with a mock geniality, "Why, hello, Clyde. Certainly sorry to see you tied up in a place like this." And then continuing, "The papers and the district attorney over here are full of a lot of stuff about the trouble you're in, but I suppose there can't be much to it. There must be some mistake, of course. And that's what I'm up here to find out. Your uncle telephoned me this morning that I was to come up and see you to find out how they come to be holding you. Of course, you can understand how they feel down there. So they wanted me to come up and get the straight of it, so as to get the charge dismissed, if possible. So now if you'll just let me know the ins and out of this, that is." He paused there, confident because of what the district attorney had just told him, as well as Clyde's peculiarly nervous and recessive manner, that he would not have very much that was exculpatory to reveal. And Clyde, after moistening his lips once more, beginning with, "I suppose things do look pretty bad for me, Mr. Smiley. I didn't think at the time that I met Miss Alden that I would ever get into such a scrape as this, but I didn't kill her, and that's the God's truth. I never even wanted to kill her or take her up to that lake in the first place. And that's the truth, and that's what I told the district attorney. I know he has some letters from her to me, but they only show that she wanted me to go away with her, not that I wanted to go with her at all." He paused, hoping that Smiley would stamp this with his approval of faith. And Smiley, noting the agreement between his and Mason's assertions, yet anxious to placate him, returned, "Yes, I know. He was just showing them to me." "I knew he would," continued Clyde weakly. "But you know how it is sometimes, Mr. Smiley?" His voice, because of his fears that the sheriff or Kraut were listening, pitched very low. "A man can get in a jam with a girl when he never even intended to at first. You know that yourself. I did like Roberta at first. That's the truth, and I did get in with her just as those letters show. But you know the rule that they have down there, that no one in charge of a department can have anything to do with any of the women under him? Well, that's what started all the trouble for me, I guess. I was afraid to let anyone know about it in the first place, you see?" "Oh, I see." And so by degrees, and growing less and less tense as he proceeded, since Smiley appeared to be listening with sympathy, he now outlined most of the steps of his early intimacy with Roberta, together with his present defense, but with no word as to the camera, or the 2 hats, or the lost suit, which things were constantly and enormously troubling him. How could he ever explain these, really? And with Smiley at the conclusion of this, and because of what Mason had told him, asking, "But what about those 2 hats, Clyde? This man over here was telling me that you admit to having 2 straw hats, the one found in the lake and the one you wore away from there." And Clyde, forced to say something, yet not knowing what, replying, "But they're wrong as to my wearing a straw hat away from there, Mr. Smiley. It was a cap." "I see. But still, you did have a straw hat up at Bear Lake, he tells me." "Yes, I had one there, but as I told him, that was the one I had with me when I went up to the Cranstons the first time. I told him that. I forgot it and left it up there." "Oh, I see. But now there was something about a suit, a gray one, I believe, that he says you were seen wearing up there, but that he can't find now? Were you wearing one?" "No, I was wearing the blue suit I had on when I came down here. They've taken that away now and given me this one." "But he says that you had it dry cleaned at Sharon, but that he can't find anyone there who knows anything about it. How about that? Did you have it dry cleaned there?" "Yes, sir." "By whom?" "Well, I can't remember just now, but I think I can find the man if I were to go up there again. He's near the depot," but at the same time looking down and away from Smiley. And then Smiley, like Mason before him, proceeding to ask about the bag in the boat, and whether it had not been possible, if he could swim to shore with his shoes and suit on, for him to have swam to Roberta and assisted her to cling to the overturned boat, and Clyde explaining, as before, that he was afraid of being dragged down, but adding now, for the first time, that he had called to her to hang on to the boat, whereas previously he had said that the boat had drifted away from them, and Smiley recalled that Mason had told him this. Also, in connection with Clyde's story of the wind blowing his hat off, Mason had said he could prove by witnesses, as well as the U.S. government reports, that there was not a breath of air stirring on that most halcyon day. And so, plainly, Clyde was lying. His story was too thin. Yet Smiley, not wishing to embarrass him, kept saying, "Oh, I see," or "to be sure," or "that's the way it was it?" And then finally asking about the marks on Roberta's face and head, for Mason had called his attention to them and insisted that no one blow from a boat would make such abrasions. But Clyde was sure that the boat had only struck her once, and that all the bruises had come for that, or else he could not guess from what they had come. But then beginning to see how hopeless was all this explanation, for it was so plain from his restless, troubled manner that Smiley did not believe him. Quite obviously he considered his not having aided Roberta as dastardly, a thin excuse for letting her die. And so, too weary and disheartened to lie more, finally ceasing, and Smiley, too sorry and disturbed to wish to catechize or confuse him further, fidgeting and fumbling and finally declaring, "Well, I'm afraid I'll have to be going now, Clyde. The roads are pretty bad between here and Sharon, but I've been mighty glad to hear your side of it, and I'll present it to your uncle just as you told it to me. In the meantime, if I were you, I wouldn't do any more talking than I could help, not until you hear further from me. I was instructed to find an attorney up here to handle this case for you, if I could, but since it's late and Mr. Brookhart, our chief counsel, will be back tomorrow, I think I'll just wait until I can talk to him. So if you'll take my advice, you'll just not say anything until you hear from him or me. Either he'll come or he'll send someone. He'll bring a letter from me, whoever he is, and then he'll advise you." And with this parting admonition, leaving Clyde to his thoughts and himself feeling no least doubt of his guilt, and that nothing less than the Griffiths' millions, if so they chose to spend them, could save him from a fate which was no doubt due him. End of Book 3, Chapter 12. Section 22 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 13. And then, on the following morning, Samuel Griffiths, with his own son Gilbert standing by, in the large drawing-room of their Waikiki Avenue mansion, listening to Smiley's report of his conference with Clyde and Mason, and Smiley reporting all he had heard and seen, and with Gilbert Griffiths, unbelievably shaken and infuriated by all this, exclaiming at one point, "Why, the little devil! The little beast! But what did I tell you, Dad? Didn't I warn you against bringing him on?" And Samuel Griffiths, after meditating on this reference to his earlier sympathetic folly, now giving Gilbert a most suggestive and intensely troubled look, which said, "Are we here to discuss the folly of my original, if foolish, good intentions, or the present crisis?" And Gilbert thinking, the murderer, and that wretched little show-off, Sondra Finchley, trying to make something of him in order to spite me, Gilbert, principally, and so getting herself smirched, the little fool. But it served her right. She would get her share of this now. Only it would cause him and his father and all of them infinite trouble also. For was this not an ineradicable stain which was likely to defile all? Himself, his fiancée, Bella, Myra, his parents, and perhaps cost them their position here in Lycurgus society? The tragedy! Maybe an execution! And in this family! Yet Samuel Griffiths, on his part, going back in his mind to all that had occurred since Clyde had arrived in Lycurgus. His being left to work in that basement at first and ignored by the family, left to his own devices for fully 8 months. Might not that have been at least a contributing cause to all this horror? And then being put over all those girls. Was not that a mistake? He could see all this now clearly, although by no means condoning Clyde's deed in any way. Far from it. The wretchedness of such a mind as that, the ungoverned and carnal desires, the uncontrollable brutality of seducing that girl, and then, because of Sondra, the pleasant, agreeable little Sondra, plotting to get rid of her, and now in jail, and offering no better explanation of all the amazing circumstances, as reported by Smiley, than that he had not intended to kill her at all, had not even plotted to do so, that the wind had blown his hat off. How impossibly weak! And with no suitable explanation for the 2 hats, or the missing suit, or of not going to the aid of the drowning girl, and those unexplained marks on her face. How strongly all these things pointed to his guilt. "For God's sake," exclaimed Gilbert, "hasn't he got anything better than that to offer, the little fool?" And Smiley replied that that was all he could get him to say, and that Mr. Mason was absolutely and quite dispassionately convinced of his guilt. "Dreadful, dreadful," put in Samuel. "I really can't grasp it yet. I can't. It doesn't seem possible that anyone of my blood could be guilty of such a thing." And then, getting up and walking the floor, in real and crushing distress and fear. His family, Gilbert and his future, Bella with all her ambitions and dreams, and Sondra, and Finchley. He clenched his hands. He knitted his brows and tightened his lips. He looked at Smiley, who, immaculate and sleek, showed nevertheless the immense strain that was on him, shaking his head dismally whenever Griffiths looked at him. And then, after nearly an hour and a half more of such questioning and re-questioning as to the possibility of some other interpretation than the data furnished by Smiley would permit, Griffiths Sr., pausing and declaring, "Well, it does look bad, I must say. Still, in the face of what you tell me, I can't find it in me to condemn completely without more knowledge than we have here. There may be some other facts not as yet come to light. He won't talk, you say, about most things. Some little details we don't know about, some slight excuse of some kind. For without that, this does appear to be a most atrocious crime. Has Mr. Brookhart got in from Boston?" "Yes, sir, he's here," replied Gilbert. He telephoned Mr. Smiley. "Well, have him come out here at 2 this afternoon to see me. I'm too tired to talk more about this now. Tell him all that you have told me, Smiley, and then come back here with him at 2. It may be that he will have some suggestion to make that will be of value to us, although just what I can't see. Only one thing I want to say. I hope he isn't guilty, and I want every proper step taken to discover whether he is or not, and if not, to defend him to the limit of the law. But no more than that. No trying to save anybody who is guilty of such a thing as this. No, 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 not even if he is my nephew. Not me. I'm not that kind of man. Trouble or no trouble, disgrace or no disgrace, I'll do what I can to help him if he's innocent, if there's even the faintest reason for believing so. But guilty? No, never. If this boy is really guilty, he'll have to take the consequences. Not a dollar, not a penny of my money will I devote to anyone who could be guilty of such a crime, even if he is my nephew." And turning and slowly and heavily moving toward the rear staircase, while Smiley, wide-eyed, gazed after him in awe. The power of him, the decision of him, the fairness of him in such a deadly crisis, and Gilbert equally impressed, also sitting and staring. His father was a man, really. He might be cruelly wounded and distressed, but unlike himself, he was neither petty nor revengeful. And next Mr. Dara Brookhart, a large, well-dressed, well-fed, ponderous and cautious corporation lawyer, with one eye half concealed by a drooping lid and his stomach rather protuberant, giving one the impression of being mentally, if not exactly physically, suspended, balloon-wise, in some highly rarefied atmosphere where he was moved easily hither and yon by the lightest breath of previous legal interpretations or decisions of any kind. In the absence of additional facts, the guilt of Clyde, to him, seemed obvious. Or, waiving that, as he saw it after carefully listening to Smiley's recounting of all the suspicions and incriminating circumstances, he would think it very difficult to construct an even partially satisfactory defense, unless there were some facts favoring Clyde which had not thus far appeared. Those 2 hats, that bag, his slipping away like that, those letters. But he would prefer to read them, for upon the face of the data so far, unquestionably public sentiment would be all against Clyde and in favor of the dead girl and her poverty and her class, a situation which made a favorable verdict in such a backwoods county seat as Bridgeburg almost impossible. For Clyde, although himself poor, was the nephew of a rich man, and hitherto in good standing in Lycurgus society. That would most certainly tend to prejudice country-born people against him. It would probably be better to ask for a change of venue so as to nullify the force of the prejudice. On the other hand, without first sending a trained cross-examiner to Clyde, one who, being about to undertake the defense, should be able to extract the facts from him, on the plea that on his truthful answers depended his life, he would not be able to say whether there was any hope or not. In his office was a certain Mr. Catchaman, a very able man, who might be sent on such a mission, and on whose final report one could base a reasonable opinion. However, there were now various other aspects of such a case as this, which, in his estimation, needed to be carefully looked into and decided upon. For of course, as Mr. Griffiths and his son so well knew, in Utica, New York City, Albany, and now that he came to think of it, more particularly in Albany, where were two brothers, Canavan and Canavan, most able if dubious individuals, there were criminal lawyers deeply versed in the abstrusities and tricks of the criminal law, and any of them, no doubt, for a sufficient retainer, and irrespective of the primary look of a situation of this kind, might be induced to undertake such a defense. And no doubt, via change of venue, motions, appeals, etc., they might and no doubt would be able to delay and eventually effect an ultimate verdict of something less than death, if such were the wish of the head of this very important family. On the other hand, there was the undeniable fact that such a hotly contested trial as this would most assuredly prove to be would result in an enormous amount of publicity, and did Mr. Samuel Griffiths want that? For again, under such circumstances, was it not likely to be said, if most unjustly, of course, that he was using his great wealth to frustrate justice? The public was so prejudiced against wealth in such cases. Yet some sort of defense on the part of the Griffiths would certainly be expected by the public, whether subsequently the same necessity for such defense was criticized by them or not. And in consequence, it was now necessary for Mr. Griffiths and his son to decide how they would prefer to proceed, whether with very distinguished criminal lawyers such as the two he had just named, or with less forceful counsel, or none. For of course it would be possible, and that quite inconspicuously, to supply Clyde with a capable and yet thoroughly conservative trial lawyer, someone residing and practicing in Bridgeburg possibly, whose duty it would be to see that all blatant and unjustified reference to the family on the part of the newspapers was minimized. And so, after 3 more hours of conference, it was finally decided by Samuel himself that at once Mr. Brookhart was to dispatch his Mr. Catchaman to Bridgeburg to interview Clyde, and thereafter, whatever his conclusions as to his guilt or innocence, he was to select from the local array of legal talent, for the present anyhow, such a lawyer as would best represent Clyde fairly, yet with no assurances of means or encouragement to do more than extract from Clyde the true details of his relationship to this charge, and those once ascertained to center upon such a defense as would most honestly tend to establish only such facts as were honestly favorable to Clyde. In short, in no way, either by legal chicane or casuistry or trickery of any kind, to seek to establish a false innocence, and so defeat the ends of justice. End of Book 3, Chapter 13. Section 23 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 14. Mr. Catchaman did not prove by any means to be the one to extract from Clyde anything more than had either Mason or Smiley. Although shrewd to a degree in piecing together out of the muddled statements of another such data as seemed most probable, still he was not so successful in the realm of the emotions as was necessary in the case of Clyde. He was too legal, chilling, unemotional, and in consequence, after grilling Clyde for 4 long hours one hot July afternoon, he was eventually compelled to desist, with the feeling that as a plotter of crime, Clyde was probably the most arresting example of feeble and blundering incapacity he had ever met. For since Smiley's departure, Mason had proceeded to the shores of Big Bittern with Clyde, and there discovered the tripod and camera, and listened to more of Clyde's lies. And as he now explained to Catchaman that, while Clyde denied owning a camera, nevertheless he had proof that he did own one and had taken it with him when he left Lycurgus. Yet when confronted with this fact by Catchaman, as the latter now noticed, Clyde had nothing to say other than that he had not taken a camera with him, and that the tripod found was not the one belonging to any camera of his, a lie which so irritated Catchaman that he decided not to argue with him further. At the same time, however, Brookhart having instructed him that, whatever his personal conclusions in regard to Clyde, a lawyer of sorts was indispensable, the charity, if not the honor, of the Griffiths being this much involved, the Western Griffiths, as Brookhart had already explained to him, having nothing and not being wanted in the case anyhow. He decided that he must find one before leaving. In consequence, and without any knowledge of the local political situation, he proceeded to the office of Ira Kellogg, president of the Cataraqui County National Bank, who, although Katcheman did not know it, was high in the councils of the Democratic organization, and because of his religious and moral views, the same Kellogg was already highly incensed and irritated by the crime of which Clyde was accused. On the other hand, however, because, as he well knew, this case was likely to pave the way for an additional Republican sweep at the approaching primaries, he was not blind to the fact that some reducing opposition to Mason might not be amiss. Fate seemed too obviously to be favoring the Republican machine in the person of and crime committed by Clyde. For since the discovery of this murder, Mason had been basking in such publicity and even nationwide notoriety as had not befallen any district attorney of this region in years and years. Newspaper correspondents and reporters and illustrators from such distant cities as Buffalo, Rochester, Chicago, New York, and Boston were already arriving, as everybody knew or saw, to either interview or make sketches or take photos of Clyde, Mason, the surviving members of the Alden family, etc., while locally, Mason was the recipient of undiluted praise. Even the Democratic voters in the county joining with the Republicans in assuring each other that Mason was all right, that he was handling this young murderer in the way that he deserved to be handled, and that neither the wealth of the Griffiths nor of the family of that rich girl whom he appeared to have been trying to capture was influencing this young tribune of the people in the least. He was a real attorney. He had not allowed any grass to grow under his feet, you bet. Indeed, previous to Katcheman's visit, a coroner's jury had been called, with Mason attending and directing even, the verdict being that the dead girl had come to her death through a plot devised and executed by one Clyde Griffiths, who was then and there in the county jail of Bridgeburg, and that he be held to await the verdict of the county grand jury to whom his crime was soon to be presented. And Mason, through an appeal to the governor, as all now knew, was planning to secure a special sitting of the Supreme Court, which would naturally involve an immediate session of the county grand jury in order to hear the evidence, and either indict or discharge Clyde. And now, Katcheman arriving to inquire where he was likely to find a local lawyer of real ability who could be trusted to erect some sort of a defense for Clyde. And immediately, as an offset to all this, there popped into Kellogg's mind the name and reputation of one Honorable Alvin Belknap, of Belknap and Jeffson, of this same city, an individual who had been twice state senator, 3 times Democratic assemblyman from this region, and more recently looked upon by various Democratic politicians as one who would be favored with higher honors as soon as it was possible to arrange an issue which would permit the Democrats to enter into local office. In fact, only 3 years before, in a contest with Mason for the district attorneyship, this same Belknap had run closer to victory than any other candidate on the Democratic ticket. Indeed, so rounded a man was he politically that this year he had been slated for that very county judgeship nomination which Mason had in view. And but for this sudden and most amazing development in connection with Clyde, it had been quite generally assumed that Belknap, once nominated, would be elected. And although Mr. Kellogg did not quite trouble to explain to Katcheman all the complicated details of this very interesting political situation, he did explain that Mr. Belknap was a very exceptional man, almost the ideal one, if one were looking for an opponent to Mason. And with this slight introduction, Kellogg now offered personally to conduct Katcheman to Belknap and Jeffson's office, just across the way in the Bowers block. And then, knocking at Belknap's door, they were admitted by a brisk, medium-sized, and most engaging-looking man of about 48, whose gray-blue eyes at once fixed themselves in the mind of Katcheman as the psychic windows of a decidedly shrewd, if not altogether masterful and broad-gauge man, for Belknap was inclined to carry himself with an air which all were inclined to respect. He was a college graduate, and in his youth, because of his looks, his means, and his local social position, his father had been a judge as well as a national senator from here, he had seen so much of what might be called near-city life that all those gaucheries, as well as sex inhibitions and sex longings, which still so greatly troubled and motivated and even marked a man like Mason, had long since been covered with an easy manner and social understanding, which made him fairly capable of grasping any reasonable moral or social complication which life was prepared to offer. Indeed, he was one who naturally would approach such a case as Clyde's with less vehemence and fever than did Mason. For once, in his 20th year, he himself had been trapped between two girls, one of whom he was merely playing while being seriously in love with the other, and having seduced the first and being confronted with an engagement or flight, he had chosen flight, but not before laying the matter before his father, by whom he was advised to take a vacation, during which time the services of the family doctor were engaged, with the result that for $1,000 in expenses necessary to house the pregnant girl in Utica, the father had finally extricated his son and made possible his return and eventual marriage to the other girl. And therefore, while by no means sympathizing with the more cruel and drastic phases of Clyde's attempt at escape, as so far charged, never in all the years of his law practice had he been able to grasp the psychology of a murderer, still, because of the rumored existence and love influence of a rich girl whose name had not as yet been divulged, he was inclined to suspect that Clyde had been emotionally betrayed or bewitched. Was he not poor and vain and ambitious? He had heard so, had even been thinking that he, the local political situation being what it was, might advantageously to himself, and perhaps most disruptingly to the dreams of Mr. Mason, be able to construct a defense, or at least a series of legal contentions and delays, which might make it not so easy for Mr. Mason to walk away with the county judgeship as he imagined. Might it not, by brisk legal moves now, and even in the face of this rising public sentiment, or because of it, be possible to ask for a change of venue, or time to develop new evidence, in which case a trial might not occur before Mr. Mason was out of office? He and his young and somewhat new associate, Mr. Reuben Jeffson, of quite recently the state of Vermont, had been thinking of it. And now Mr. Catcheman, accompanied by Mr. Kellogg, and thereupon a conference with Mr. Catcheman and Mr. Kellogg, with the latter arguing quite politically the wisdom of his undertaking such a defense, and his own interest in the case being what it was, he was not long in deciding, after a conference with his younger associate, that he would. In the long run, it could not possibly injure him politically, however the public might feel about it now. And then Catcheman having handed over a retainer to Belknap, as well as a letter introducing him to Clyde, Belknap had Jeffson call up Mason and inform him that Belknap and Jeffson, as counsel for Samuel Griffiths on behalf of his nephew, would require of him a detailed written report of all the charges, as well as all the evidence thus far accumulated, the minutes of the autopsy, and the report of the coroner's inquest. Also information as to whether any appeal for a special term of the Supreme Court had as yet been acted upon, and if so, what judge had been named to sit, and when and where the grand jury would be gathered. Incidentally, he said, Messrs. Belknap and Jepson, having heard that Miss Alden's body had been sent to her home for burial, would request at once a counsel's agreement whereby it might be exhumed, in order that other doctors now to be called by the defense might be permitted to examine it, a proposition which Mason at once sought to oppose, but finally agreed to, rather than submit to an order from a Supreme Court judge. These details having been settled, Belknap announced that he was going over to the jail to see Clyde. It was late, and he had had no dinner, and might get none now, but he wanted to have a heart-to-heart with this youth, whom Catcheman informed him he would find very difficult. But Belknap, buoyed up as he was by his opposition to Mason, his conviction that he was in a good mental state to understand Clyde, was in a high degree of legal curiosity. The romance and drama of this crime! What sort of a girl was this Sondra Finchley, of whom he had already heard through secret channels? And could she by any chance be brought to Clyde's defense? He had already understood that her name was not to be mentioned, high politics demanding this. He was really most eager to talk to the sly and ambitious and futile youth. However, on reaching the jail, and after showing Sheriff Slack a letter from Catcheman and asking as a special favor to himself that he be taken upstairs to some place near Clyde's cell, in order that, unannounced, he might first observe Clyde, he was quietly led to the second floor, and, the outside door leading to the corridor which faced Clyde's cell being opened for him, allowed to enter there alone. And then, walking to within a few feet of Clyde's cell, he was able to view him, at the moment lying face down on his iron cot, his arms above his head, a tray of untouched food standing in the aperture, his body sprawled and limp. For since Catcheman's departure, and his second failure to convince anyone of his futile and meaningless lies, he was more despondent than ever. In fact, so low was his condition that he was actually crying, his shoulders heaving above his silent emotion. At sight of this, and remembering his own youthful escapades, Belknap now felt intensely sorry for him. No soulless murderer, as he saw it, would cry. Approaching Clyde's cell door, after a pause, he began with, Come, Clyde, this will never do. You mustn't give up like this. Your case mayn't be as hopeless as you think. Wouldn't you like to sit up and talk to a lawyer fellow who thinks he might be able to do something for you? Belknap is my name, Alvin Belknap. I live right here in Bridgeburg, and I have been sent over by that other fellow who was here a while ago. Catcherman, wasn't that his name? You didn't get along with him so very well, did you? Well, I didn't either. He's not our kind, I guess. But here's a letter from him authorizing me to represent you. Want to see it? He poked it genially and authoritatively through the narrow bars toward which Clyde, now curious and dubious, approached, for there was something so wholehearted and unusual, and seemingly sympathetic and understanding in this man's voice that Clyde took courage, and without hesitancy, therefore, he took the letter and looked at it, then returned it with a smile. There, I thought so, went on Belknap, most convincingly and pleased with his effect, which he credited entirely to his own magnetism and charm. That's better. I know we're going to get along. I can feel it. You are going to be able to talk to me as easily and truthfully as you would to your mother, and without any fear that any word of anything you ever tell me is going to reach another ear unless you want it to, see? For I'm going to be your lawyer, Clyde, if you'll let me, and you're going to be my client, and we're going to sit down together tomorrow, or whenever you say so, and you're going to tell me all you think I ought to know, and I'm going to tell you what I think I ought to know, and whether I'm going to be able to help you. And I'm going to prove to you that in every way that you help me, you're only helping yourself, see? And I'm going to do my damnedest to get you out of this. Now, how's that, Clyde? He smiled most encouragingly and sympathetically, even affectionately. And Clyde, feeling for the first time since his arrival here that he had found someone whom he could possibly confide in without danger, was already thinking it might be best if he should tell this man all, everything. He could not have said why, quite, but he liked him. In a quick, if dim way, he felt that this man understood, and might even sympathize with him if he knew all or nearly all. And after Belknap had detailed how eager this enemy of his, Mason, was to convict him, and how, if he could but devise a reasonable defense, he was sure he could delay the case until this man was out of office, Clyde announced that if he would give him the night to think it all out, tomorrow or any time he chose to come back, he would tell him all. And then, the next day, Belknap, sitting on a stool and munching chocolate bars, listened while Clyde before him on his iron cot poured forth his story, all the details of his life since arriving at Lycurgus, how and why he had come there, the incident of the slain child in Kansas City, without, however, mentioning the clipping which he himself had preserved and then forgotten, his meeting with Roberta and his desire for her, her pregnancy and how he had sought to get her out of it, on, until she, having threatened to expose him, he had at last, and in great distress and fright, found the item in the Times-Union and sought to emulate that in action. But he had never plotted it personally, as Belknap was to understand, nor had he intentionally killed her at the last. No, he had not. Mr. Belknap must believe that, whatever else he thought. He had never deliberately struck her. No, it had been an accident. There had been a camera, and the tripod reported to have been found by Mason was unquestionably his tripod. Also, he had hidden it under a log, after accidentally striking Roberta with the camera, and then seeing that sink under the waters, where no doubt it still was, and with pictures of himself and Roberta on the film it contained, if they were not dissolved by the water. But he had not struck her intentionally. No, he had not. She had approached, and he had struck, but not intentionally. The boat had upset. And then, as nearly as he could, he described how before that he had seemed to be in a trance almost, because having gone so far, he could go no farther. But in the meantime, Belknap, himself finally wearied and confused by this strange story, the impossibility as he now saw it of submitting to, let alone convincing, any ordinary backwoods jury of this region of the innocence of these dark and bitter plans and deeds, finally, in great weariness and uncertainty and mental confusion even, getting up and placing his hands on Clyde's shoulders, saying, "Well, that'll be enough of this for today, Clyde, I think. I see how you felt and how it all came about. Also, I see how tired you are, and I'm mighty glad you've been able to give me the straight of this, because I know how hard it's been for you to do it. But I don't want to talk any more now. There are going to be other days, and I have a few things I want to attend to before I take up some of the minor phases of this with you tomorrow or next day. Just you sleep and rest for the present. You'll need all you can get for the work both of us will have to do a little later. But just now you're not to worry, because there's no need of it, do you see? I'll get you out of this, or we will, my partner and I. I have a partner that I'm going to bring around here presently. You'll like him, too. But there are one or two things that I want you to think about and stick to. And one of these is that you're not to let anybody frighten you into anything, because either myself or my partner will be around here once a day anyhow, and anything you have to say or want to know, you can say or find out from us. Next, you're not to talk to anybody. Mason, the sheriff, these jailers, no one, unless I tell you to. No one, do you hear? And above all things, don't cry anymore. For if you are as innocent as an angel, or as black as the devil himself, the worst thing you can do is cry before anyone. The public and these jail officers don't understand that. They invariably look upon it as weakness or a confession of guilt. And I don't want them to feel any such thing about you now, and especially when I know that you're not really guilty. I know that now. I believe it, see? So keep a stiff upper lip before Mason and everybody. In fact, from now on I want you to try and laugh a little, or at any rate, smile and pass the time of day with these fellows around here. There's an old saying in the law, you know, that the consciousness of innocence makes any man calm. Think and look innocent. Don't sit and brood and look as though you had lost your last friend, because you haven't. I'm here, and so is my partner, Mr. Jeffson. I'll bring him around here in a day or two, and you are to look and act toward him exactly as you have toward me. Trust him, because in legal matters, he's even smarter than I am in some ways. And tomorrow I'm going to bring you a couple of books and some magazines and papers, and I want you to read them or look at the pictures. They'll help keep your mind off your troubles. Clyde achieved a rather feeble smile and nodded his head. From now on, too, I don't know whether you're at all religious, but whether you are or not, they hold services here in the jail on Sundays, and I want you to attend them regularly. That is, if they ask you to. This is a religious community, and I want you to make as good an impression as you can. Never mind what people say or how they look. You do as I tell you. And if this fellow Mason or any of those fellows around here get to pestering you any more, send me a note. And now I'll be going along, so give me a cheerful smile as I go out, and another one as I come in. And don't talk, see? Then, shaking Clyde briskly by the shoulders and slapping him on the back, he strode out, actually thinking to himself, "But do I really believe that this fellow is as innocent as he says? Would it be possible for a fellow to strike a girl like that and not know that he was doing it intentionally? And then swimming away afterwards, because, as he says, if he went near her, he thought he might drown, too. Bad. Bad! What 12 men are going to believe that? And that bag, those 2 hats, that missing suit? And yet he swears he didn't intentionally strike her. But what about all the planning? The intent, which is just as bad in the eyes of the law? Is he telling the truth, or is he lying even now? Perhaps trying to deceive himself as well as me? And that camera. We ought to get hold of that before Mason finds it and introduces it. And that suit. I ought to find that and mention it, maybe, so as to offset the look of its being hidden. Say that we had it all the time, send it to Lycurgus to be cleaned. But no, wait a minute. I must think about that. And so on, point by point, while deciding wearily that perhaps it would be better not to attempt to use Clyde's story at all, but rather to concoct some other story, this one changed or modified in some way which would make it appear less cruel or legally murderous. End of Book 3, Chapter 14. Section 24 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2 by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 15. Mr. Reuben Jeffson was decidedly different from Belknap, Catcheman, Mason, Smiley, in fact anyone thus far who had seen Clyde or become legally interested in this case. He was young, tall, thin, rugged, brown, cool but not cold spiritually, and with a will and a determination of the tensile strength of steel, and with a mental and legal equipment for which shrewdness and self-interest was not unlike that of a lynx or ferret. Those shrewd, steel, very light blue eyes in his brown face, the force and curiosity of the long nose, the strength of the hands and the body. He had lost no time as soon as he discovered there was a possibility of Belknap and Jeffson, taking over the defense of Clyde, in going over the minutes of the coroner's inquest, as well as the doctor's reports, and the letters of Roberta and Sondra, and now being faced by Belknap, who was explaining that Clyde did now actually admit to having plotted to kill Roberta, although not to having actually done so, since at the fatal moment some cataleptic state of mind or remorse had intervened and caused him to unintentionally strike her, he merely stared, without the shadow of a smile or comment of any kind. But he wasn't in such a state when he went out there with her, though. No. Nor when he swam away afterwards. No. Nor when he went through the woods, or changed to another suit and hat, or hid that tripod. No. Of course, you know, constructively, in the eyes of the law, if we use his own story, he's just as guilty as though he had struck her, and the judge would have to so instruct. Yes, I know, I've thought of all that. Well, I'll tell you, Jeffson, it's a tough case and no mistake. It looks to me now as though Mason has all the cards. If we can get this chap off, we can get anybody off. But as I see it, I'm not so sure that we want to mention that cataleptic business yet. At least, not unless we want to enter a plea of insanity or emotional insanity or something like that. About like that Harry Thaw case, for instance. He paused and scratched his slightly graying temple dubiously. You think he's guilty, of course? Interpolated Jeffson dryly. Well, now, as astonishing as it may seem to you, no. At least I'm not positive that I do. To tell you the truth, this is one of the most puzzling cases I have ever run up against. This fellow is by no means as hard as you think, or as cold. Quite a simple, affectionate chap, in a way, as you'll see for yourself. His manner, I mean. He's only 21 or 2. And for all his connections with these Griffiths, he's very poor. Just a clerk, really. And he tells me that his parents are poor, too. They run a kind of mission out west. Denver, I believe. And before that in Kansas City. He hasn't been home in 4 years. In fact, he got into some crazy boy scrape out there in Kansas City when he was working for one of the hotels as a bellboy and had to run away. That's something we've got to look out for in connection with Mason, whether he knows about that or not. It seems he and a bunch of other bellhops took some rich fellow's car without his knowing it, and then because they were afraid of being late, they ran over and killed a little girl. We've got to find out about that and prepare for it, for if Mason does know about it, he'll spring it at the trial, and just when he thinks we're least expecting it. Well, he won't pull that one, replied Jeffson, his hard, electric blue eyes gleaming. Not if I have to go to Kansas City to find out. And Belknap went on to tell Jeffson all that he knew about Clyde's life up to the present time, how he had worked at dishwashing, waiting on table, soda clerking, driving a wagon, anything and everything before he had arrived in Lycurgus, how he had always been fascinated by girls, how he had first met Roberta and later Sondra. Finally, how he found himself trapped by one and desperately in love with the other, whom he could not have unless he got rid of the first one. And notwithstanding all that, you feel a doubt as to whether he did kill her? Asked Jeffson at the conclusion of all this. Yes, as I say, I'm not at all sure that he did, but I do know that he is still hipped over the second girl. His manner changed whenever he or I happened to mention her. Once, for instance, I asked him about his relations with her, and in spite of the fact that he's accused of seducing and killing this other girl, he looked at me as though I had said something I shouldn't have, insulted him or her. And here Belknap smiled a wry smile, while Jeffson, his long, bony legs propped against the walnut desk before him, merely stared at him. You don't say, he finally observed. And not only that, went on Belknap, but he said, why no, of course not. She wouldn't allow anything like that, and besides... And then he stopped. And besides what, Clyde? I asked. Well, you don't want to forget who she is. Oh, I see, I said. And then, will you believe it, he wanted to know if there wasn't some way by which her name and those letters she wrote him couldn't be kept out of the papers, in this case, her family prevented from knowing so that she and they wouldn't be hurt too much. Not really? But what about the other girl? That's just the point I'm trying to make. He could plot to kill one girl, and maybe even did kill her for all I know, after seducing her, but because he was being so sculled around by his grand ideas of this other girl, he didn't quite know what he was doing, really? Don't you see? You know how it is with some of these young fellows of his age, and especially when they've never had anything much to do with girls or money and want to be something grand. You think that made him a little crazy, maybe? Put in Jeffson. Well, it's possible. Confused, hypnotized, loony, you know, a brainstorm, as they say down in New York. But he certainly is still cracked over that other girl. In fact, I think most of his crying in jail is over her. He was crying, you know, when I went to see him, sobbing as if his heart might break. Meditatively, Belknap scratched his right ear. But just the same, there certainly is something to this other idea, that his mind was turned by all this, that Alden girl forcing him on the one hand to marry her while the other girl was offering to marry him. I know, I was once in such a scrape myself. And here he paused to relate that to Jeffson. By the way, he went on, he says we can find that item about the other couple drowning in the Times Union of about June 18th or 19th. All right, replied Jeffson, I'll get it. What I want you to do tomorrow, continued Belknap, is to go over there with me and see what impression you get of him. I'll be there to see if he tells it all to you in the same way. I want your own individual viewpoint of him. You most certainly will get it, snapped Jeffson. Belknap and Jephson proceeded the next day to visit Clyde in jail, and Jephson, after interviewing him and meditating once more on his strange story, was even then not quite able to make up his mind whether Clyde was as innocent of intending to strike Roberta as he said, or not. For if he were, how could he have swum away afterward, leaving her to drown? Decidedly, it would be more difficult for a jury than for himself, even, to be convinced. At the same time, there was that contention of Belknap's as to the possibility of Clyde's having been mentally upset or unbalanced at the time that he accepted the Times Union plot and proceeded to act on it. That might be true, of course, yet personally, to Jephson at least, Clyde appeared to be wise and sane enough now. As Jephson saw him, he was harder and more cunning than Belknap was willing to believe. A cunning, modified, of course, by certain soft and winning social graces for which one could hardly help liking him. However, Clyde was by no means as willing to confide in Jephson as he had been in Belknap, an attitude which did little to attract Jephson to him at first. At the same time, there was about Jephson a hard, integrated earnestness which soon convinced Clyde of his technical, if not his emotional interest. And after a while, he began looking toward this younger man, even more than toward Belknap, as the one who might do most for him. "Of course, you know that those letters which Miss Alden wrote you are very strong," began Jephson, after hearing Clyde restate his story. "Yes, sir. They're very sad to anyone who doesn't know all of the facts, and on that account they are likely to prejudice any jury against you, especially when they're put alongside Miss Finchley's letters." "Yes, I suppose they might," replied Clyde. "But then, she wasn't always like that either. It was only after she got in trouble and I wanted her to let me go that she wrote like that." I know, and that's a point we want to think about and maybe bring out if we can. If only there was some way to keep those letters out," he now turned to Belknap to say. Then to Clyde, "But what I want to ask you now is this. You were close to her for something like a year, weren't you?" "Yes." "And all of that time that you were with her, or before, was she ever friendly or maybe intimate with any other young man anywhere? That is, that you know of?" As Clyde could see, Jephson was not afraid, or perhaps not sufficiently sensitive, to refrain from presenting any thought or trick that seemed to him likely to provide a loophole for escape. But far from being cheered by this suggestion, he was really shocked. What a shameful thing in connection with Roberta and her character it would be to attempt to introduce any such lie as this. He could not and would not hint at any such falsehood, and so he replied, "No, sir, I never heard of her going with anyone else. In fact, I know she didn't." "Very good, that settles that," snapped Jephson. "I judge from her letters that what you say is true. At the same time, we must know all the facts. It might make a very great difference if there were someone else." And at this point, Clyde could not quite make sure whether he was attempting to impress upon him the value of this as an idea or not, but just the same, he decided it was not right even to consider it. And yet he was thinking, if only this man could think of a real defense for me, he looked so shrewd. "Well then," went on Jephson, in the same hard, searching tone, devoid, as Clyde saw it, of sentiment or pity of any kind, "here's something else I want to ask you. In all the time that you knew her, either before you were intimate with her or afterwards, did she ever write you a mean or sarcastic or demanding or threatening letter of any kind?" "No, sir, I can't say that she ever did," replied Clyde. "In fact, I know she didn't. No, sir. Except for those last few ones, maybe. The very last one." "And you never wrote her any, I suppose?" "No, sir, I never wrote her any letters." "Why?" "Well, she was right there in the factory with me, you see. Besides, at the last there, after she went home, I was afraid to." "I see." At the same time, as Clyde now proceeded to point out, and that, quite honestly, Roberta could be far from sweet-tempered at times, could in fact be quite determined and even stubborn, and she had paid no least attention to his plea that her forcing him to marry her now would ruin him socially as well as in every other way, and that even in the face of his willingness to work along and pay for her support, an attitude which, as he now described it, was what had caused all the trouble, whereas Miss Finchley, and here he introduced an element of reverence and enthusiasm which Jephson was quick to note, was willing to do everything for him. "So you really loved that Miss Finchley very much then, did you?" "Yes, sir." "And you couldn't care for Roberta any more after you met her?" No, I just couldn't." "I see," observed Jephson, solemnly nodding his head, and at the same time meditating on how futile and dangerous, even, it might be to let the jury know that.
and then thinking that possibly it were best to follow the previous suggestion of Belknap's, based on the customary legal proceeding of the time, and claim insanity, or a brainstorm, brought about by the terrifying position in which he imagined himself to be. But apart from that, he now proceeded. You say something came over you when you were in the boat out there with her on that last day, that you really didn't know what you were doing at the time that you struck her? Yes, sir, that's the truth. And here Clyde went on to explain once more just what his state was at that time. All right, I believe you, replied Jephson, seemingly believing what Clyde said, but not actually able to conceive it at that. But you know, of course, that no jury, in the face of all these other circumstances, is going to believe that, he now announced. There are too many things that'll have to be explained, and that we can't very well explain as things now stand. I don't know about that idea. He now turned and was addressing Belknap. Those 2 hats, that bag, unless we're going to plead insanity or something like that, I'm not so sure about all this. Was there ever any insanity in your family that you know of? He now added, turning to Clyde once more. No, sir, not that I know of. No uncle or cousin or grandfather who had fits or strange ideas or anything like that? Not that I ever heard of, no, sir. And your rich relatives down there in Lycurgus, I suppose they'd not like it very much if I were to step up and try to prove something like that. I'm afraid they wouldn't, no, sir, replied Clyde, thinking of Gilbert. Well, let me see, went on Jephson after a time. That makes it rather hard. I don't see, though, that anything else would be safe. And here he turned once more to Belknap, and began to inquire as to what he thought of suicide as a theory, since Roberta's letters themselves showed a melancholy trend which might easily have led to thoughts of suicide. And could they not say that once out on the lake with Clyde and pleading with him to marry her, and he refusing to do so, she had jumped overboard, and he was too astounded and mentally upset to try to save her. But what about his own story that the wind had blown his hat off, and in trying to save that he upset the boat? Interjected Belknap, and exactly as though Clyde were not present. Well, that's true enough, too, but couldn't we say that perhaps, since he was morally responsible for her condition, which in turn had caused her to take her life, he did not want to confess to the truth of her suicide? At this Clyde winced, but neither now troubled to notice him. They talked as though he was not present or could have no opinion in the matter, a procedure which astonished but by no means moved him to object, since he was feeling so helpless. But the false registrations, the 2 hats, the suit, his bag, insisted Belknap staccatically, a tone which showed Clyde how serious Belknap considered his predicament to be. Well, whatever theory we advance, those things will have to be accounted for in some way, replied Jephson dubiously. We can't admit the true story of his plotting without an insanity plea, not as I see it, at any rate. And unless we use that, we've got that evidence to deal with, whatever we do. He threw up his hands wearily, and as if to say, I swear I don't know what to do about this. But, persisted Belknap, in the face of all that, and his refusal to marry her, after his promises referred to in her letters, why, it would only react against him, so that public opinion would be more prejudiced against him than ever. No, that won't do, he concluded. We'll have to think of something which will create some sort of sympathy for him. And then, once more turning to Clyde as though there had been no such discussion, and looking at him as much as to say, You are a problem indeed. And then Jephson, observing, And, oh yes, that suit you dropped in that lake up there near the Cranstons. Describe the spot to me as near as you can where you threw it. How far from the house was it? He waited until Clyde haltingly attempted to recapture the various details of the hour and the scene as he could remember it. If I could go up there, I could find it quick enough. Yes, I know, but they won't let you go up there without Mason being along, he returned, and maybe not even then. You're in prison now, and you can't be taken out without the state's consent, you see? But we must get that suit. Then, turning to Belknap and lowering his voice, he added, We want to get it and have it cleaned, and submit it as having been sent away to be cleaned by him, not hidden, you see? Yes, that's so, commented Belknap idly, while Clyde stood listening curiously and a little amazed by this frank program of trickery and deception on his behalf. And now, in regard to that camera that fell in the lake, we have to try and find that, too. I think maybe Mason may know about it or suspect that it's there. At any rate, it's very important that we should find it before he does. You think that about where that pole was that day you were up there is where the boat was when it overturned? Yes, sir. Well, we must see if we can get that, he continued, turning to Belknap. We don't want that turning up in the trial if we can help it. For without that, they'll have to be swearing that he struck her with that tripod or something that he didn't, and that's where we may trip 'em up." "Yes, that's true too," replied Belknap. "And now, in regard to the bag that Mason has, that's another thing I haven't seen yet, but I will see it tomorrow. Did you put that suit, as wet as it was, in the bag when you came out of the water?" "No, sir, I wrung it out first, and then I dried it as much as I could, and then I wrapped it up in the paper that we had the lunch in, and then put some dry pine needles underneath it in the bag and on top of it." "So there weren't any wet marks in the bag after you took it out, as far as you know?" "No, sir, I don't think so." "But you're not sure?" "Not exactly sure now that you ask me. No, sir." "Well, I'll see for myself tomorrow. And now, as to those marks on her face, you have never admitted to anyone around here or anywhere that you struck her in any way?" "No, sir." "And the mark on the top of her head was made by the boat, just as you said?" "Yes, sir." "But the others you think you might have made with the camera?" "Yes, sir, I suppose they were." "Well, then, this is the way it looks to me," said Jephson, again turning to Belknap. "I think we can safely say when the time comes that those marks were never made by him at all, see? But by the hooks and the poles with which they were scraping around up there when they were trying to find her. We can try it, anyhow. And if the hooks and poles didn't do it," he added, a little grimly and dryly, "certainly hauling her body from that lake to that railroad station and from there to here on the train might have." "Yes, I think Mason would have a hard time proving that they weren't made that way," replied Belknap. "And as for that tripod, well, we'd better exhume the body and make our own measurements, and measure the thickness of the edge of the boat, so that it may not be easy for Mason to make any use of the tripod now that he has it after all." Mr. Jephson's eyes were small and very clear and very blue as he said this. His head, as well as his body, had a thin, ferrety look, and it seemed to Clyde, who had been observing and listening to all this with awe, that this younger man might be the one to aid him. He was so shrewd and practical, so very direct and chill and indifferent, and yet confidence-inspiring, quite like an uncontrollable machine of a kind which generates power. And when at last these two were ready to go, he was sorry, for with them near him, planning and plotting in regard to himself, he felt so much safer, stronger, more hopeful, more certain of being free, maybe, at some future date. End of Book 3, Chapter 15. Section 25 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 16. The result of all this, however, was that it was finally decided that perhaps the easiest and safest defense that could be made, assuming that the Griffiths family of Lycurgus would submit to it, would be that of insanity or brainstorm, a temporary aberration due to love, and an illusion of grandeur aroused in Clyde by Sondra Finchley, and the threatened disruption by Roberta of all his dreams and plans. But after consultation with Catchaman and Dara Brookhart at Lycurgus, and these in turn conferring with Samuel and Gilbert Griffiths, it was determined that this would not do, for to establish insanity or brainstorm would require previous evidence or testimony to the effect that Clyde was of none too sound mind, erratic his whole life long, and with certain specific instances tending to demonstrate how really peculiar he was. Relatives, among them the Griffiths of Lycurgus themselves perhaps, coming on to swear to it, a line of evidence which, requiring as it would, outright lying and perjury on the part of many, as well as reflecting on the Griffiths' blood and brain, was sufficient to alienate both Samuel and Gilbert to the extent that they would have none of it, and so Brookhart was compelled to assure Belknap that this line of defense would have to be abandoned. Such being the case, both Belknap and Jephson were once more compelled to sit down and consider, for any other defense which either could think of now seemed positively hopeless. "I want to tell you one thing," observed the sturdy Jephson after thumbing through the letters of both Roberta and Sondra again. "The letters of this Alden girl are the toughest thing we're going to have to face. They're likely to make any jury cry if they're read right, and then to introduce these letters from that other girl on top of these would be fatal. It will be better, I think, if we do not mention hers at all, unless he does. It will only make it look as though he killed that Alden girl to get rid of her. Mason couldn't want anything better, as I see it." And with this Belknap agreed most heartily. At the same time, some plan must be devised immediately, and so, out of these various conferences, it was finally deduced by Jephson, who saw a great opportunity for himself in this matter, that the safest possible defense that could be made, and one to which Clyde's own suspicions and most peculiar actions would most exactly fit, would be that he had never contemplated murder. On the contrary, being a moral, if not a physical coward, as his own story seemed to suggest, and in terror of being exposed and driven out of Lycurgus and of the heart of Sondra, and never as yet having told Roberta of Sondra, and thinking that knowledge of this great love for her, Sondra, might influence Roberta to wish to be rid of him, he had hastily, and without any worse plan in mind, decided to persuade Roberta to accompany him to any nearby resort, but not especially Grass Lake or Big Bittern, in order to tell her all this and so win his freedom, yet not without offering to pay her expenses as nearly as he could during her very trying period. "All well and good," commented Belknap, "but that involves he refusing to marry her, doesn't it? And what jury is going to sympathize with him for that, or believe that he didn't want to kill her?" Wait a minute, replied Jephson, a little testily. "So far it does, sure, but you haven't heard me to the end yet. I said I had a plan." "All right, then, what is it?" replied Belknap, most interested. "Well, I'll tell you. My plan's this: to leave all the facts just as they are, and just as he tells them, and just as Mason has discussed them so far, except, of course, his striking her, and then explain them, the letters, the wounds, the bag, the 2 hats, everything, not deny them in any way." And here he paused and ran his long, thin, freckled hands eagerly through his light hair, and looked across the grass of the public square to the jail where Clyde was, then toward Belknap again. "All very good, but how?" queried Belknap. "There's no other way, I tell you," went on Jephson, quite to himself and ignoring his senior, "and I think this will do it." He turned to look out the window again, and began as though talking to someone outside. "He goes up there, you see, because he's frightened, and because he has to do something or be exposed, and he signs those registers just as he did because he's afraid to have it known by anybody down there in Lycurgus that he is up there, and he has this plan about confessing to her about this other girl. But," and now he paused and looked fixedly at Belknap, "and this is the keystone of the whole thing. If this won't hold water, then down we go. Listen. He goes up there with her, frightened, and not to marry her or to kill her, but to argue with her to go away. But once up there, he sees how sick she is, and tired, and sad. Well, you know how much she still loves him, and he spends 2 nights with her, see?" "Yes, I see," interrupted Belknap, curiously, but not quite so dubiously now. "And that might explain those nights." "Might? Would," replied Jephson, slyly and calmly, his harebell eyes showing only cold, eager, and practical logic, no trace of emotion or even sympathy of any kind, really. "Well, while he's up there with her under those conditions, so close to her again, you see," and his facial expression never altered so much as by a line, "he experiences a change of heart. You get me? He's sorry for her. He's ashamed of himself, his sin against her. That ought to appeal to these fellows around here, these religious and moral people, oughtn't it?" "It might," quietly interpolated Belknap, who by now was very much interested and a little hopeful. "He sees that he's done her wrong," continued Jephson, intent, like a spider spinning on a web, in his own plan. "And in spite of all his affection for this other girl, he's now ready to do the right thing by this Alden girl, do you see? Because he's sorry and ashamed of himself. That takes the black look off his plotting to kill her while spending those 2 nights in Utica and Grass Lake with her." "He still loves the other girl, though," interjected Belknap. "Well, sure. He likes her at any rate, has been fascinated by that life down there and sort of taken out of himself, made over into a different person, but now he's ready to marry Roberta, in case, after telling her all about this other girl and his love for her, she still wants him to." "I see. But how about the boat now, and that bag, and his going up to this Finchley girl's place afterwards?" Just a minute, I'll tell you about that," continued Jephson, his blue eyes boring into space like a powerful electric ray. "Of course, he goes out in the boat with her, and of course he takes that bag, and of course he signs those registers falsely, and walks away through those woods to that other girl after Roberta is drowned. But why? Why? Do you want to know why? I'll tell you. He felt sorry for her, see? And he wanted to marry her, or at least he wanted to do the right thing by her at the very last there. Not before, remember, but after he had spent a night with her in Utica and another one in Grass Lake. But once she was drowned, and accidentally, of course, as he says, there was his love for that other girl. He hadn't ceased loving her, even though he was willing to sacrifice her in order to do the right thing by Roberta. See? I see. And how are they going to prove that he didn't experience a change of heart if he says he did and sticks to it? I see, but he'll have to tell a mightily convincing story, added Belknap a little heavily. And how about those 2 hats? They're going to have to be explained. Well, I'm coming to that now. The one he had was a little soiled, and so he decided to buy another. As for that story he told Mason about wearing a cap, well, he was frightened and lied because he thought he would have to get out of it. Now, of course, before he goes to that other girl afterwards, well, Roberta is still alive, I mean. There's his relationship with the other girl, what he intends to do about her. He's talking to Roberta, now, you see? He continued. And that has to be disposed of in some way. But as I see it, that's easy. For of course, after he experiences a change of heart and wants to do the right thing by Roberta, all he has to do is write that other girl, or go to her and tell her, about the wrong he has done Roberta. Yes. For, as I see it now, she can't be kept out of the case entirely, after all. We'll have to ring her in, I'm afraid. All right, then we have to, said Belknap. Because, you see, if Roberta still feels that he ought to marry her, he'll go first and tell that Finchley girl that he can't marry her, that he's going away. That is, if Roberta doesn't object to his leaving her that long. Don't you see? Yes. If she does, he'll marry her, either at 3 Mile Bay or some other place. Yes. But you don't want to forget that while she's still alive, he's puzzled and distressed, and it's only after that second night at Grass Lake that he begins to see how wrong all his actions have been, you understand? Something happens. Maybe she cries or talks about wanting to die like she does in those letters. Yes. And so he wants a quiet place where they can sit down in peace and talk, where no one else will see or hear them. Yes, go on. Well, he thinks of Big Bittern. He's been up there once before, or they're near there, then, and just below there, 12 miles, is 3 Mile Bay, where, if they decide to marry, they can. I see. If not, if she doesn't want to marry him after his full confession, he can row her back to the inn, can't he? And he or she can stay there or go on. Yes. In the meantime, not to have any delay or be compelled to hang about the inn, it's rather expensive, you know, and he hasn't any too much money, he takes that lunch in his bag, also his camera, because he wants to take some pictures. For if Mason should turn up with that camera, it's got to be explained, and it will be better explained by us than it will be by him, won't it? I see, exclaimed Belknap, intensely interested by now, and actually smiling and beginning to rub his hands. So they go out on the lake? Yes. And they row around? Yes. And finally, after lunch on shore, some pictures taken? Yes. He decides to tell her just how things stand with him. He's ready, willing? I get you. Only just before doing that, he wants to take 1 or 2 more pictures of her there in the boat, just offshore. Yes. And then he'll tell her, see? Yes. And so they go out in the boat again for a little row, just as he did, see? Yes. But because they intend to go ashore again for some flowers, he's left the bag there, see? That explains the bag. Yes. But before taking any more pictures there, in the boat on the water, he begins to tell her about his love for this other girl, that if she wants him to, now he'll marry her and then write this Sondra a letter. Or if she feels she doesn't want to marry him with him loving this other girl. Yes, go on, interrupted Belknap eagerly. Well, continued Jephson, he'll do his best to take care of her and support her out of the money he'll have after he marries the rich girl. Yes. Well, she wants him to marry her and drop this Miss Finchley. I see. And he agrees? Sure. Also, she's so grateful that in her excitement or gratitude, she jumps up to come toward him, you see? Yes. And the boat rocks a little, and he jumps up to help her because he's afraid she's going to fall, see? Yes, I see. Well, now, if we wanted to, we could have him have that camera of his in his hand or not, just as you think fit. Yes, I see what you're driving at. Well, whether he keeps it in his hand or doesn't, there's some misstep on his part or hers, just as he says, or just the motion of the 2 bodies causes the boat to go over, and he strikes her, or not, just as you think fit, but accidentally, of course. Yes, I see, and I'll be damned, exclaimed Belknap. Fine, Reuben. Excellent. Wonderful, really. And the boat strikes her too, as well as him a little, see? Went on Jephson, paying no attention to this outburst, so interested was he in his own plot, and makes him a little dizzy too. I see. And he hears her cries and sees her, but he's a little stunned himself, see? And by the time he's ready to do something... She's gone, concluded Belknap quietly. Drowned. I get you. And then, because of all those other suspicious circumstances and false registrations, and because now she's gone and he can't do anything more for her anyhow, her relatives might not want to know her condition, you know. I see. He slips away, frightened, a moral coward, just as we'll have to contend from the first, anxious to stand well with his uncle and not lose his place in the world. Doesn't that explain it? About as well as anything could explain it, Reuben, I think. In fact, I think it's a plausible explanation, and I congratulate you. I don't see how anyone could hope to find a better one. If that doesn't get him off or bring about a disagreement, at least we might get him off with, well, say, 20 years, don't you think? And very much cheered, he got up, and after eyeing his long, thin associate admiringly, added, Fine, while Jephson, his blue eyes for all the world like windless, still pools, looked steadily back. But of course, you know what that means, Jephson now added, calmly and softly. That we have to put him on the witness stand? Surely. I see that well enough, but it's his only chance. And he won't strike people as a very steady or convincing fellow, I'm afraid. Too nervous and emotional? Yes, I know all that, replied Belknap quickly. He's easily rattled, and Mason will go after him like a wild bull. But we'll have to coach him as to all this. Drill him. Make him understand that it's his only chance, that his very life depends on it. Drill him for months. If he fails, then he's gone. If only we could do something to give him courage, teach him to act on it. Jephson's eyes seemed to be gazing directly before him at the very courtroom scene in which Clyde on the stand would have Mason before him, and then picking up Roberta's letters, copies of them furnished by Mason, and looking at them, he concluded, If it only weren't for these here. He weighed them up and down in his hand. Christ, he finally concluded darkly, what a case. But we're not licked yet, not by a darn sight. Why, we haven't begun to fight yet, and we'll get a lot of publicity anyhow. By the way, he added, I'm having a fellow I know down near Big Bittern dredge for that camera tonight. Wish me luck. Do I? Was all Belknap replied. End of Book 3, Chapter 16. Section 26 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 17. The struggle and excitement of a great murder trial. Belknap and Jephson, after consulting with Brookhart and Catcheman, learning that they considered Jephson's plan perhaps the only way, but with as little reference to the Griffiths as possible. And then at once, Messrs. Belknap and Jephson issuing preliminary statements framed in such a manner as to show their faith in Clyde, presenting him as being, in reality, a much maligned and entirely misunderstood youth, whose intentions and actions toward Miss Alden were as different from those set forth by Mason as white from black, and intimating that the undue haste of the district attorney in seeking a special term of the Supreme Court might possibly have a political rather than a purely legal meaning. Else why the hurry, especially in the face of an approaching county election? Could there be any plan to use the results of such a trial as this to further any particular person's, or group of persons' political ambitions? Messrs. Belknap and Jephson begged to hope not. But regardless of such plans or the prejudices or the political aspirations of any particular person or group, the defense in this instance did not propose to permit a boy as innocent as Clyde, trapped by circumstances, as counsel for the defense would be prepared to show, to be railroaded to the electric chair merely to achieve a victory for the Republican Party in November. Furthermore, to combat these strange and yet false circumstances, the defense would require a considerable period of time to prepare its case. Therefore, it would be necessary for them to file a formal protest at Albany against the district attorney's request to the governor for a special term of the Supreme Court. There was no need for the same, since the regular term for the trial of such cases would fall in January, and the preparation of their case would require that much time. But while this strong, if rather belated, reply was listened to with proper gravity by the representatives of the various newspapers, Mason vigorously pooh-poohed this windy assertion of political plotting, as well as the talk of Clyde's innocence. What reason have I, a representative of all the people of this county, to railroad this man anywhere or make one single charge against him unless the charges make themselves? Doesn't the evidence itself show that he did kill this girl? And has he ever said or done one thing to clear up any of the suspicious circumstances? No. silence or lies, and until these circumstances are disproved by these very able gentlemen, I am going right ahead. I have all the evidence necessary to convict this young criminal now, and to delay it until January, when I shall be out of office, as they know, and when a new man will have to go over all this evidence with which I have familiarized myself, is to entail great expense to the county. For all the witnesses I have gotten together are right here now, easy to bring into Bridgeburg without any great expense to the county. But where will they be next January or February, especially after the defense has done its best to scatter them? No, sir, I will not agree to it. But if within 10 days or 2 weeks from now even, they can bring me something that will so much as make it look as though even some of the charges I have are not true, I'll be perfectly willing to go before the presiding judge with them, and if they can show him any evidence they have or hope to have, or that there are any distant known witnesses to be secured who can help prove this fellow's innocence, why then, well and good. I will be willing to ask the judge to grant them as much time as he may see fit, even if it throws the trial over until I am out of office. But if the trial comes up while I'm here, as I honestly hope it will, I'll prosecute it to the best of my ability, not because I'm looking for an office of any kind, but because I am now the district attorney and it is my duty to do so. And as for my being in politics, well, Mr. Belknap is in politics, isn't he? He ran against me last time, and I hear he desires to run again. Accordingly, he proceeded to Albany further to impress upon the governor the very great need of an immediate special term of the court, so that Clyde might be indicted, and the governor, hearing the personal arguments of both Mason and Belknap, decided in favor of Mason, on the ground that the granting of a special term did not militate against any necessary delay of the trial of the case, since nothing which the defense as yet had to offer seemed to indicate that the calling of a special term was likely in any way to prevent it from obtaining as much time wherein to try the case as needed. Besides, it would be the business of the Supreme Court justice appointed to consider such arguments, not himself. And accordingly, a special term of the Supreme Court was ordered, with one Justice Frederick Oberwalzer of the 11th Judicial District designated to preside, and when Mason appeared before him with the request that he fix the date of the special grand jury by which Clyde might be indicted, this was set for August 5th. And then that body sitting, it was no least trouble for Mason to have Clyde indicted. And thereafter the best that Belknap and Jefferson could do was to appear before Oberwalzer, a Democrat, who owed his appointment to a previous governor, to argue for a change of venue, on the ground that by no possible stretch of the imagination could any 12 men residing in Cataraqui County be found who, owing to the public and private statements of Mason, were not already vitally opposed to Clyde, and so convinced of his guilt that before ever such a jury could be addressed by a defense, he would be convicted. "But where are you going, then?" injured Justice Oberwalzer, who was impartial enough. "The same material has been published everywhere." "But, Your Honor, this crime which the district attorney here has been so busy in magnifying," a long and heated objection on the part of Mason. "But we contend just the same," continued Belknap, "that the public has been unduly stirred and deluded. You can't get 12 men now who will try this man fairly." "What nonsense!" exclaimed Mason angrily. "What twaddle! Why, the newspapers themselves have gathered and published more evidence than I have. It's the publicly discovered facts in this case that have aroused prejudice, if any has been aroused. But no more than would be aroused anywhere, I maintain. Besides, if this case is to be transferred to a distant county when the majority of the witnesses are right here, this county is going to be saddled with an enormous expense, which it cannot afford, and which the facts do not warrant." Justice Oberwalzer, who was of a sober and moral turn, a slow and meticulous man inclined to favor conservative procedure in all things, was inclined to agree, and after 5 days, in which he did no more than muse idly upon the matter, he decided to deny the motion. If he were wrong, there was the appellate division to which the defense could resort. As for stays, having fixed the date of the trial for October 15th, ample time, as he judged, for the defense to prepare its case, he adjourned for the remainder of the summer to his cottage on Blue Mountain Lake, where both the prosecution and the defense, should any knotty or locally insoluble legal complication arise, would be able to find him and have his personal attention. But with the entry of the Messrs. Belknap and Jefferson into the case, Mason found it advisable to redouble his efforts to make positive, in so far as it was possible, the conviction of Clyde. He feared the young Jefferson as much as he did Belknap, and for that reason, taking with him Burton Burley and Earl Newcomb, he now revisited Lycurgus, where among other things he was able to discover 1. Where Clyde had purchased the camera. 2. That 3 days before his departure for Big Bittern that he had said to Mrs. Peyton that he was thinking of taking his camera with him and that he must get some film for it. 3. That there was a haberdasher by the name of Orrin Short who had known Clyde well, and that but 4 months before Clyde had applied to him for advice in connection with a factory hand's pregnant wife. Also, and this in great confidence to Burton Burley, who had unearthed him, that he had recommended to Clyde a certain Dr. Glenn near Gloversville. 4. Dr. Glenn himself being sought and pictures of Clyde and Roberta being submitted, he was able to identify Roberta, although not Clyde, and to describe the state of mind in which she had approached him, as well as the story she had told, a story which in no way incriminated Clyde or herself, and which, therefore, Mason decided might best be ignored, for the present anyhow. And 5. Via these same enthusiastic efforts, there rose to the surface the particular hat salesman in Utica who had sold Clyde the hat. For Burton Burley being interviewed while in Utica, and his picture published along with one of Clyde, this salesman chanced to see it, and recalling him at once, made haste to communicate with Mason, with the result that his testimony, properly typewritten and sworn to, was carried away by Mason. And, in addition, the country girl who had been on the steamer Cygnus, and who had noticed Clyde, wrote Mason that she remembered him wearing a straw hat, also his leaving the boat at Sharon, a bit of evidence which most fully confirmed that of the captain of the boat, and caused Mason to feel that Providence or fate was working with him. And last, but most important of all to him, there came a communication from a woman residing in Bedford, Pennsylvania, who announced that during the week of July 3rd to 10th, she and her husband had been camping on the east shore of Big Bittern near the southern end of the lake, and while rowing on the lake on the afternoon of July 8th at about 6 o'clock, she had heard a cry which sounded like that of a woman or girl in distress, a plaintive, mournful cry. It was very faint, and had seemed to come from beyond the island which was to the south and west of the bay in which they were fishing. Mason now proposed to remain absolutely silent regarding this information, and that about the camera and films and the data regarding Clyde's offense in Kansas City until nearer the day of trial, or during the trial itself, when it would be impossible for the defense to attempt either to refute or ameliorate it in any way. As for Belknap and Jeffson, apart from drilling Clyde in the matter of his general denial based on his change of heart once he had arrived at Grass Lake, and the explanation of the 2 hats and the bag, they could not see that there was much to do. True, there was the suit thrown in Fourth Lake near the Cranstons, but after much trolling on the part of a seemingly casual fisherman, that was brought up, cleaned and pressed, and now hung in a locked closet in the Belknap and Jeffson office. Also, there was the camera at Big Bittern, dived for but never found by them, a circumstance which led Jeffson to conclude that Mason must have it, and so caused him to decide that he would refer to it at the earliest possible opportunity in the trial. But as for Clyde striking her with it, even accidentally, well, it was decided at that time, at least, to contend that he had not, although after exhuming Roberta's body at Bilt's, it had been found that the marks on her face, even at this date, did correspond in some degree to the size and shape of the camera. For, in the first place, they were exceedingly dubious of Clyde as a witness. Would he, or would he not, in telling of how it all happened, be sufficiently direct or forceful and sincere to convince any jury that he had so struck her without intending to strike her? For on that, marks or no marks, would depend whether the jury was going to believe him, and if it did not believe that he struck her accidentally, then a verdict of guilty, of course. And so they prepared to await the coming of the trial, only working betimes, and in so far as they dared, to obtain testimony or evidence as to Clyde's previous good character, but being blocked to a degree by the fact that in Lycurgus, while pretending to be a model youth outwardly, he had privately been conducting himself otherwise, and that in Kansas City his first commercial efforts had resulted in such a scandal. However, one of the most difficult matters in connection with Clyde and his incarceration here, as Belknap and Jeffson as well as the prosecution saw it, was the fact that thus far not one single member of his own or his uncle's family had come forward to champion him, and to no one save Belknap and Jeffson had he admitted where his parents were. Yet would it not be necessary, as both Belknap and Jeffson argued from time to time, if any case at all were to be made out for him, to have his mother or father, or at least a sister or a brother, come forward and say a good word about him? Otherwise, Clyde might appear to be a pariah, one who had been from the first a drifter and a waster, and was now purposely being avoided by all who knew him. For this reason, at their conference with Dara Burkhart, They had inquired after Clyde's parents, and had learned that insofar as the Griffiths of Lycurgus were concerned, there lay a deep objection to bringing on any member of this western branch of the family. There was, as he explained, a great social gap between them, which it would not please the Lycurgus Griffiths to have exploited here. Besides, who could say but that once Clyde's parents were notified or discovered by the yellow press, they might not lend themselves to exploitation? Both Samuel and Gilbert Griffiths, as Brookhart now informed Belknap, had suggested that it was best, if Clyde did not object, to keeping his immediate relatives in the background. In fact, on this, in some measure at least, was likely to depend the extent of their financial aid to Clyde. Clyde was in accord with this wish of the Griffiths, although no one who talked with him sufficiently or heard him express how sorry he was on his mother's account that all this had happened could doubt the quality of the blood and the emotional tie that held him and his mother together. The complete truth was that his present attitude toward her was a mixture of fear and shame because of the manner in which she was likely to view his predicament, his moral if not his social failure. Would she be willing to believe the story prepared by Belknap and Jephson as to his change of heart? But even apart from that, to have her come here now and look at him through these bars when he was so disgraced, to be compelled to face her and talk to her day after day, her clear, inquiring, tortured eyes, her doubt as to his innocence, since he could feel that even Belknap and Jephson, in spite of all their plans for him, were still a little dubious as to that unintentional blow of his. They did not really believe it, and they might tell her that. And would his religious, God-fearing, crime-abhorring mother be more credulous than they? Being asked again what he thought ought to be done about his parents, he replied that he did not believe he could face his mother yet. It would do no good and would only torture both. And fortunately, as he saw it, apparently no word of all that had befallen him had yet reached his parents in Denver. Because of their peculiar religious and moral beliefs, all copies of worldly and degenerate daily papers were consistently excluded from their home and mission, and the Lycurgus Griffiths had no desire to inform them. Yet one night, at about the time that Belknap and Jephson were most seriously debating the absence of his parents, and what, if anything, should be done about it, Esta, who sometime after Clyde had arrived in Lycurgus, had married, and was living in the southeast portion of Denver, chanced to read in the Rocky Mountain News, and this just subsequent to Clyde's indictment by the grand jury at Bridgeburg, "Boy slayer of working girl indicted." Bridgeburg, New York, August 6th. A special grand jury appointed by Governor Stouterback of this state to sit in the case of Clyde Griffiths, the nephew of the wealthy collar manufacturer of the same name, of Lycurgus, New York, recently charged with the killing of Miss Roberta Alden of Biltz, New York, at Big Bittern Lake in the Adirondacks on July 8th last, today returned an indictment charging murder in the first degree. Subsequent to the indictment, Griffiths, who in spite of almost overwhelming evidence has persisted in asserting that the alleged crime was an accident, and who, accompanied by his counsel, Alvin Belknap and Reuben Jephson of this city, was arraigned before Supreme Court Justice Oberwalzer, pleaded not guilty. He was remanded for trial, which was set for October 15th. Young Griffiths, who is only 22 years of age, and up to the day of his arrest a respected member of Lycurgus smart society, is alleged to have stunned and then drowned his working girl sweetheart, whom he had wronged and then planned to desert in favor of a richer girl. The lawyers in this case have been retained by his wealthy uncle of Lycurgus, who has hitherto remained aloof. But apart from this, it is locally asserted, no relative has come forward to aid in his defense. Esta forthwith made a hurried departure for her mother's home. Despite the directness and clarity of this, she was not willing to believe it was Clyde. Still, there was the damning force of geography and names, the rich Lycurgus Griffiths, the absence of his own relatives. As quickly as the local streetcar would carry her, she now presented herself at the combined lodging house and mission known as the Star of Hope in Bidwell Street, which was scarcely better than that formerly maintained in Kansas City. For while it provided a number of rooms for wayfarers at 25 cents a night and was supposed to be self-supporting, it entailed much work and hardly any more profit. Besides, by now, both Frank and Julia, who long before this had become irked by the drab world in which they found themselves, had earnestly sought to free themselves of it, leaving the burden of the mission work on their father and mother. Julia, now 19, was cashiering for a local downtown restaurant, and Frank, nearing 17, had but recently found work in a fruit and vegetable commission house. In fact, the only child about the place by day was little Russell, the illegitimate son of Esta, now between 3 and 4 years of age, and most reservedly fictionalized by his grandparents as an orphan whom they had adopted in Kansas City. He was a dark-haired child, in some ways resembling Clyde, who, even at this early age, as Clyde had been before him, was being instructed in those fundamental verities which had irritated Clyde in his own childhood. At the time that Esta, now a decidedly subdued and reserved wife, entered, Mrs. Griffiths was busy sweeping and dusting and making up beds. But on sight of her daughter at this unusual hour approaching, and with blanched cheeks signaling her to come inside the door of a vacant room, Mrs. Griffiths, who, because of years of difficulties of various kinds, was more or less accustomed to scenes such as this, now paused in wonder, the swiftly beclouding mist of apprehension shining in her eyes. What new misery or ill was this? For decidedly Esta's weak grey eyes and manner indicated distress, and in her hand was folded a paper, which she opened, and after giving her mother a most solicitous look, pointed to the item, toward which Mrs. Griffiths now directed her look. But what was this? Boy slayer of working girl sweetheart indicted, charged with the killing of Miss Roberta Alden at Big Bittern Lake in the Adirondacks on July 8th last. Returned indictment charging murder in the first degree. In spite of almost overwhelming circumstantial evidence. Pleaded not guilty. Remanded for trial. Set for October 15th. Stunned and drowned his working girl's sweetheart. No relative has come forward. It was thus that her eye and her mind automatically selected the most essential lines, and then as swiftly going over them again. Clyde Griffiths, nephew of the wealthy collar manufacturer of Lycurgus, New York. Clyde, her son! And only recently, but no, over a month ago, and they had been worrying a little as to that, she and Asa, because he had not... July 8th, and it was now August 11th. Then, yes, but not her son. Impossible. Clyde, the murderer of a girl who was his sweetheart? But he was not like that. He had written to her now how he was getting along, the head of a large department with a future, but of no girl. But now, and yet that other little girl there in Kansas City, merciful God! And the Griffiths of Lycurgus, her husband's brother, knowing of this and not writing. Ashamed, disgusted, no doubt, indifferent. But no, he had hired 2 lawyers. Yet the horror! Asa, her other children, what the papers would say, this mission. They would have to give it up and go somewhere else again. Yet was he guilty or not guilty? She must know that before judging or thinking. This paper said he had pleaded not guilty. Oh, that wretched, worldly, showy hotel in Kansas City, those other bad boys, those 2 years in which he had wandered here and there, not writing, passing as Harry Tennant. Doing what? Learning what? She paused, full of that intense misery and terror which no faith in the revealed and comforting verities of God and mercy and salvation which she was always proclaiming could for the moment fend against. Her boy, her Clyde, in jail, accused of murder. She must wire. She must write. She must go, maybe. But how to get the money? What to do when she got there? How to get the courage, the faith, to endure it? Yet again, neither Asa nor Frank nor Julia must know. Asa, with his protesting and yet somehow careworn faith, his weak eyes and weakening body. And must Frank and Julia, now just starting out in life, be saddled with this? Marked thus? Merciful God, would her troubles never end? She turned, her big, work-worn hands trembling slightly, shaking the paper she held, while Esta, who sympathized greatly with her mother these days because of all she had been compelled to endure, stood by. She looked so tired at times, and now to be racked by this. Yet, as she knew, her mother was the strongest in the family, so erect, so square-shouldered, defiant, a veritable soul pilot in her cross-grained, uniformed way. "Mama, I just can't believe it can be Clyde," was all Esta could say now. "It just can't be, can it?" But Mrs. Griffiths merely continued to stare at that ominous headline, then swiftly ran her gray-blue eyes over the room. Her broad face was blanched and dignified by an enormous strain and an enormous pain. Her erring, misguided, no doubt unfortunate son, with all his wild dreams of getting on and up, was in danger of death, of being electrocuted for a crime, for murder. He had killed someone, a poor working girl, the paper said. "Shh," she whispered, putting one finger to her lips as a sign. "He," indicating Asa, "must not know yet, anyhow. We must wire first, or write. You can have the answers come to you, maybe. I will give you the money. But I must sit down somewhere for a minute. I feel a little weak. I'll sit here. Let me have the Bible." On the small dresser was a Gideon Bible, which, sitting on the edge of the commonplace iron bed, she now opened instinctively at Psalms 3 and 4. Lord, how are they increased that trouble? Hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness. And then reading on silently, even placidly apparently, through 6, 8, 10, 13, 23, 91, while Esta stood by in silent amazement and misery. Oh, Mama, I just can't believe it. Oh, this is too terrible. But Mrs. Griffiths read on. It was as if, and in spite of all this, she had been able to retreat into some still, silent place, where, for the time being at least, no evil human ill could reach her. Then at last, quite calmly closing the book and rising, she went on. Now, we must think out what to say and who to send that telegram to. I mean, to Clyde, of course, at that place, wherever it is. Bridgeburg, she added, looking at the paper, and then interpolating from the Bible. By terrible things and righteousness wilt thou answer us, O God. Or maybe those two lawyers, their names are there. I'm afraid to wire Ace's brother, for fear he'll wire back to him. Then, thou art my bulwark and my strength, in thee I will trust. But I suppose they would give it to him if we sent it care of that judge or those lawyers, don't you think? But it would be better if we could send it to him direct, I suppose. He leadeth me by the still waters. Just say that I have read about him and still have faith and love for him, but he is to tell me the truth and what to do. If he needs money, we will have to see what we can do, I suppose. He restoreth my soul. And then, despite her sudden peace of the moment, she once more began wringing her large, rough hands. Oh, it can't be true. Oh, dear, no. After all, he is my son. We all love him and have faith. We must say that. God will deliver him. Watch and pray. Have faith. Under his wings shalt thou trust. She was so beside herself that she scarcely knew what she was saying. And Esta, at her side, was saying, Yes, Mamma. Oh, of course. Yes, I will. I know he'll get it all right. But she, too, was saying to herself, My God, what could be worse than this? To be accused of murder? But of course it can't be true. It can't be true. If he should hear! She was thinking of her husband. And after Russell, too, and Clyde's trouble there in Kansas City? Poor Mamma, she has so much trouble. Together, after a time, and avoiding Asa, who was in an adjoining room helping with the cleaning, the two made their way to the general mission room below, where was silence and many placards which proclaimed the charity, the wisdom, and the sustaining righteousness of God. End of Book 3, Chapter 17. Section 27 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 18. The telegram, worded in the spirit just described, was forthwith dispatched care of Belknap and Jephson, who immediately counseled Clyde what to reply, that all was well with him, that he had the best of advice, and would need no financial aid. Also, that until his lawyers advised it, it would be best if no member of the family troubled to appear, since everything that could possibly be done to aid him was already being done. At the same time, they wrote Mrs. Griffiths, assuring her of the interest in Clyde, and advising her to let matters rest as they were for the present. Despite the fact that the Griffiths were thus restrained from appearing in the East, neither Belknap nor Jephson were averse to some news of the existence, whereabouts, faith, and sympathy of Clyde's most immediate relatives creeping into the newspapers, since the latter were so persistent in referring to his isolation. And in this connection they were aided by the fact that his mother's telegram, on being received in Bridgeburg, was at once read by individuals who were particularly interested in the case, and by them whispered to the public and the press, and the result that in Denver the family was at once sought out and interviewed. And shortly after, there was circulated in all the papers, east and west, a more or less complete account of the present state of Clyde's family, the nature of the mission conducted by them, as well as their narrow and highly individualistic religious beliefs and actions, even the statement that often in his early youth Clyde had been taken into the streets to sing and pray, a revelation which shocked Lycurgus and Twelfth Lake society about as much as it did him. At the same time, Mrs. Griffiths, being an honest woman and wholeheartedly sincere in her faith and in the good of her work, did not hesitate to relate to reporter after reporter who called all the details of the missionary work of her husband and herself in Denver and elsewhere. Also that neither Clyde nor any of the other children had ever enjoyed the opportunities that come to most. However, Her boy, whatever the present charge might be, was not innately bad, and she could not believe that he was guilty of any such crime. It was all an unfortunate and accidental combination of circumstances which he would explain at the trial. However, whatever foolish thing he might have done, it was all to be attributed to an unfortunate accident which broke up the mission work in Kansas City a few years before, and compelled the removal of the family from there to Denver, leaving Clyde to make his way alone. And it was because of advice from her that he had written her husband's rich brother in Lycurgus, which led to his going there. A series of statements which caused Clyde in his cell to tingle with a kind of prideful misery and resentment, and forced him to write his mother and complain. Why need she always talk so much about the past and the work that she did and his father were connected with, when she knew that he had never liked it and resented going on the streets? Many people didn't see it as she and his father did, particularly his uncle and cousin and all those rich people he had come to know, and who were able to make their way in so different and much more brilliant fashion. And now, as he said to himself, Sondra would most certainly read this, all that he had hoped to conceal. Yet even in the face of all this, because of so much sincerity and force in his mother, he could not help but think of her with affection and respect, and because of her sure and unfailing love for him, with emotion. For in answer to his letter, she wrote that she was sorry if she had hurt his feelings or injured him in any way. But must not the truth be shown always? The ways of God were for the best, and surely no harm could spring from service in his cause. He must not ask her to lie. But if he said the word, she would so gladly attempt to raise the necessary money and come to his aid, sit in his cell and plan with him, holding his hands. But as Clyde so well knew, and thought at this time, and which caused him to decide that she must not come yet, demanding of him the truth, with those clear, steady blue eyes of hers looking into his own, he could not stand that now. For frowning directly above him, like a huge and basalt headland above a troubled and angry sea, was the trial itself, with all that it implied, the fierce assault of Mason which he could only confront, for the most part, with the lies framed for him by Jephson and Belknap. For, although he was constantly seeking to salve his conscience with the thought that at the last moment he had not had the courage to strike Roberta, nevertheless, this other story was so terribly difficult for him to present and defend, a fact which both Belknap and Jephson realized, and which caused the latter to appear most frequently at Clyde's cell door with the greeting, "Well, how's tricks today?" The peculiarly rusty and disheveled and indifferently tailored character of Jephson's suits, the worn and disarranged effect of his dark brown soft hat pulled low over his eyes, his long, bony, knotty hands, suggesting somehow an enormous tensile strength, and the hard, small blue eyes filled with a shrewd, determined cunning and courage, with which he was seeking to inoculate Clyde, and which somehow did inoculate him. Any more preachers round today? Any more country girls or Mason's boys? For during this time, because of the enormous interest aroused by the pitiable death of Roberta, as well as the evidence of her rich and beautiful rival, Clyde was being visited by every type of shallow, crime or sex-curious country bumpkin lawyer, doctor, merchant, yokel evangelist, or minister, all friends or acquaintances of one another, of the officials of the city, and who, standing before his cell door betimes, and at the most unexpected moments, and after surveying him with curious, or resentful, or horrified eyes, asked such questions as, "Do you pray, brother? Do you get right down on your knees and pray?" Clyde was reminded of his mother and father at such times. Had he made his peace with God? Did he actually deny that he had killed Roberta Alden? In the case of 3 country girls, "Would you mind telling us the name of the girl you are supposed to be in love with, and where she is now? We won't tell anyone. Will she appear at the trial?" Questions which Clyde could do no more than ignore, or if not, answer as equivocally, or evasively, or indifferently as possible. For although he was inclined to resent them, still, was he not being constantly instructed by both Belknap and Jephson that for the good of his own cause, he must try to appear genial and civil and optimistic? Then there came also newspaper men or women, accompanied by artists and photographers, to interview and make studies of him. But with these, for the most part, and on the advice of Belknap and Jephson, he refused to communicate, or said only what he was told to say. "You can talk all you want," suggested Jephson genially, "so long as you don't say anything. And the stiff upper lip, you know, and the smile that won't come off, see? Not failing to go over that list, are you?" He had provided Clyde with a long list of possible questions which no doubt would be asked him on the stand, and which he was to answer according to answers typewritten beneath them, or to suggest something better. They all related to the trip to Big Bittern, his reason for the extra hat, his change of heart. Why, when, where. That's your litany, you know. And then he might light a cigarette without ever offering one to Clyde, since for the sake of a reputation of sobriety he was not to smoke here. And for a time after each visit, Clyde finding himself believing that he could and would do exactly as Jephson had said, walk briskly and smartly into court, bear up against everyone, every eye, even that of Mason himself, forget that he was afraid of him, even when on the witness stand, forget all the terror of those many facts in Mason's possession, which he was to explain with this list of answers, forget Roberta and her last cry, and all the heartache and misery that went with the loss of Sondra and her bright world. Yet with the night having once more fallen, or the day dragging on with only the lean and bearded Kraut, or the sly and evasive Sissel, or both hanging about, or coming to the door to say, howdy, or to discuss something that had occurred in town, or to play chess or checkers, Clyde growing more and more moody, and deciding, maybe, that there was no real hope for him after all. For how alone he was, except for his attorneys, and mother, and brother, and sisters. Never a word from Sondra, of course. For along with her recovery to some extent from her original shock and horror, she was now thinking somewhat differently of him. That after all it was for love of her, perhaps, that he had slain Roberta, and made himself the pariah and victim that he now was. Yet, because of the immense prejudice and horror expressed by the world, she was by no means able to think of venturing to send him a word. Was he not a murderer? And in addition, that miserable Western family of his, pictured as street preachers, and he too, or as a singing and praying boy from a mission. Yet occasionally returning in thought, and this quite in spite of herself, to his eager, unreasoning, and seemingly consuming enthusiasm for her, how deeply he must have cared to venture upon so deadly a deed. And hence wondering whether at some time, once this case was less violently before the public eye, it might not be possible to communicate with him, in some guarded and unsigned way, just to let him know, perhaps, that because of his great love for her, she desired him to know that he was not entirely forgotten, yet as instantly deciding no, her parents, if they should learn, or guess, or the public, or her one-time associates. Not now. Oh, not now, at least. Maybe later if he were set free, or convicted, she couldn't tell. Yet suffering heartaches for the most part, as much as she detested and abhorred the horrible crime by which he had sought to win her. And in the interim, Clyde in his cell, walking to and fro, or looking out on the dull square through the heavily barred windows, or reading and rereading the newspapers, or nervously turning the pages of magazines or books furnished by his counsel, or playing chess and checkers, or eating his meals, which, by special arrangement on the part of Belknap and Jephson, made at the request of his uncle, consisted of better dishes than were usually furnished to the ordinary prisoner. Yet with the iterated and reiterated thought, based on the seemingly irreparable and irreconcilable loss of Sondra, as to whether it was possible for him to go on with this, make this, as he at times saw it, almost useless fight. At times, in the middle of the night or just before dawn, with all the prison silent, dreams, a ghastly picture of all that he most feared and that dispelled every trace of courage and drove him instantly to his feet, his heart pounding wildly, his eyes strained, a cold damp upon his face and hands. That chair, somewhere in the state penitentiary. He had read of it, how men died in it. And then he would walk up and down, thinking how, in case it did not come about as Jephson felt so sure that it would, in case he was convicted and a new trial refused, then might one be able to break out of a jail such as this, maybe, and run away? These old brick walls, how thick were they? But was it possible that with a hammer or a stone, or something that someone might bring him, his brother Frank, or his sister Julia, or Ratterer, or Hegland, if only he could get in communication with one of them, and get him or her to bring him something of the kind, if only he could get a saw to saw those bars, and then run as he should have in those woods up there that time. But how? And whither? End of Book 3, Chapter 18. Section 28 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 19. October 15th. With gray clouds and a sharp, almost January wind that herded the fallen leaves into piles, and then scurried them in crisp and windy gusts like flying birds here and there. And, in spite of the sense of struggle and tragedy in the minds of many, with an electric chair as the shadowy mental background to it all, a sense of holiday or festival, with hundreds of farmers, woodsmen, traders, entering in Fords and Buicks, farmer wives and husbands, daughters and sons, even infants in arms, and then idling about the public square long before the time for court to convene, or, as the hour neared, congregating before the county jail in the hope of obtaining a glimpse of Clyde, or before the courthouse door nearest the jail, which was to be the one entrance to the courtroom for the public in Clyde, and from which position they could see and assure entrance into the courtroom itself when the time came, and a flock of pigeons parading rather dismally along the cornices and gutters of the upper floor and roof of the ancient court. And with Mason and his staff, Burton Burley, Earl Newcomb, Zillah Saunders, and a young Bridgeburg law graduate by the name of Manigault, helping to arrange the order of evidence, as well as direct or instruct the various witnesses and veneer men who were already collecting in the antechamber of the now almost nationally known attorney for the people. And the cries outside of peanuts, popcorn, hot dogs, get the story of Clyde Griffiths with all the letters of Roberta Alden, only 25 cents. This being a set of duplicate copies of Roberta's letters, which had been stolen from Mason's office by an intimate of Burton Burley's, and by him sold to a penny dreadful publisher of Binghamton, who immediately issued them in pamphlet form together with an outline of the great plot and Roberta's and Clyde's pictures. And in the meantime, over in the reception or conference room of the jail, Alvin Belknap and Reuben Jeffson, side by side with Clyde, neatly arrayed in the very suit he had sought to sink forever in the waters of Lower 12th Lake, and with a new tie and shirt and shoes added in order to present him in his Lycurgus best. Jeffson, long and lean and shabbily dressed as usual, but with all of that iron and power that so impressed Clyde in every line of his figure and every movement or gesture of his body. Belknap, looking like an Albany beau, the one on whom was to fall the burden of the opening presentation of the case as well as the cross-examining, now saying, "Now, you're not going to get frightened or show any evidence of nervousness at anything that may be said or done at any time, are you, Clyde? We're to be with you, you know, all through the trial. You sit right between us. And you're going to smile and look unconcerned or interested, just as you wish, but never fearful, but not too bold or gay, you know, so that they'd feel that you're not taking this thing seriously. You understand. Just a pleasant, gentlemanly, and sympathetic manner all the time. And not frightened, for that will be certain to do us and you great harm. Since you're innocent, you have no real reason to be frightened, although you're sorry, of course. You understand all that, I know, by now." "Yes, sir, I understand," replied Clyde. "I will do just as you say. Besides, I never struck her intentionally, and that's the truth. So why should I be afraid?" And here he looked at Jeffson, on whom, for psychic reasons, he depended most. In fact, the words he had just spoken were the very words which Jeffson had so drilled him into the 2 months just past. And catching the look, Jeffson now drew closer, and fixing Clyde with his gimlet and yet encouraging and sustaining blue eyes, began, "You're not guilty. You're not guilty, Clyde, see? You understand that fully by now, and you must always believe and remember that, because it's true. You didn't intend to strike her, do you hear? You swear to that. You have sworn it to me and Belknap here, and we believe you. Now, it doesn't make the least bit of difference that because of the circumstances surrounding all this, we are not going to be able to make the average jury see this, or believe it just as you tell it. That's neither here nor there. I've told you that before. You know what the truth is, and so do we. But, in order to get justice for you, we've had to get up something else, a dummy or substitute for the real fact, which is that you didn't strike her intentionally, but which we cannot hope to make them see without disguising it in some way. You get that, don't you?" "Yes, sir," replied Clyde, always overawed and intrigued by this man. "And for that reason, as I've so often told you, we've invented this other story about a change of heart. It's not quite true as to time, but it is true that you did experience a change of heart there in the boat, and that's our justification. But they'd never believe that under all of the peculiar circumstances, so we're merely going to move that change of heart up a little, see? Make it before you ever went into the boat at all. And while we know it isn't true that way, still, neither is the charge that you intentionally struck her true, and they're not going to electrocute you for something that isn't true. Not with my consent, at least." He looked into Clyde's eyes for a moment more, and then added, "It's this way, Clyde. It's like having to pay for potatoes, or for suits of clothes, with corn or beans instead of money, when you have money to pay with, but when, because of the crazy notions on the part of someone, they won't believe that the money you have is genuine. so you've got to use the potatoes or beans. And beans is what we're going to give 'em. But the justification is that you're not guilty. You're not guilty. You've sworn to me that you didn't intend to strike her there at the last, whatever you might have been provoked to do at first. And that's enough for me. You're not guilty. And here, firmly and convincingly, which was the illusion in regard to his own attitude which he was determined to convey to Clyde, he laid hold of his coat lapels, and after looking fixedly into his somewhat strained and now nervous brown eyes, added, "And now, whenever you get to feeling weak or nervous, or if, when you go on the stand, you think Mason is getting the best of you, I want you to remember this. Just say to yourself, I'm not guilty, and they can't fairly convict me unless I really am. And if that don't pull you together, look at me. I'll be right there. All you have to do, if you feel yourself getting rattled, is to look at me, right into my eyes, just as I'm looking at you now, and then you'll know that I'm wanting you to brace up and do what I'm telling you to now. Swear to the things that we are asking you to swear to, however they may look like lies, and however you may feel about them. I'm not going to have you convicted for something you didn't do, just because you can't be allowed to swear to what is the truth. Not if I can help it. And now that's all." And here he slapped him genially and heartily on the back, while Clyde, strangely heartened, felt, for the time being at least, that certainly he could do as he was told, and would. And then Jephson, taking out his watch and looking first at Belknap, then out of the nearest window through which were to be seen the already assembled crowds, one about the courthouse steps, a second, including newspaper men and women, newspaper photographers and artists, gathered closely before the jail walk, and eagerly waiting to snap Clyde or anyone connected with this case, went on calmly with, "Well, it's about time, I guess. Looks as though all Cataraqui would like to get inside. We're going to have quite an audience." And turning to Clyde once more, he added, "Now, you don't want to let those people disturb you, Clyde. They're nothing but a lot of country people come to town to see a show." And then the two of them, Belknap and Jephson, going out, and Kraut and Sissel coming in to take personal charge of Clyde, while the two lawyers, passing amid whispers, crossed over to the court building in the square of brown grass beyond. And after them, and in less than 5 minutes, and preceded by Slack and Sissel, and followed by Kraut and Swank, yet protected on either side by 2 extra deputies in case there should be an outbreak or demonstration of any kind, Clyde himself, attempting to look as jaunty and nonchalant as possible, yet because of the many rough and strange faces about him, men in heavy raccoon coats and caps, and with thick whiskers, or in worn and faded and nondescript clothes such as characterized many of the farmers of this region, accompanied by their wives and children, and all staring so strangely and curiously, he felt not a little nervous, as though at any moment there might be a revolver shot, or someone might leap at him with a knife, the deputies with their hands on their guns lending not a little to the reality of this mood. Yet the cries of, "Here he comes! Here he comes! There he is! Would you believe that he could do a thing like that?" And then the cameras clicking and whirring, and his 2 protectors shouldering closer and closer to him while he shrank down within himself mentally. And then a flight of 5 brown stone steps leading up to an old courthouse door, and beyond that an inner flight of steps to a large, long, brown, high-ceilinged chamber, in which, to the right and left, and in the rear facing east, were tall, thin, round-topped windows, fitted with thin panes admitting a flood of light, and at the west end a raised platform with a highly ornamental, dark brown carved bench upon it, and behind it a portrait, and on either side, north and south, and at the rear, benches in rows, the space behind them packed with standing bodies, and all, apparently, as he entered, leaning and craning and examining him with a sharp, keen eye, while there went about a conversational buzz or burr. He could hear a general sp as he approached and passed through a gate to an open space beyond it, wherein, as he could see, were Belknap and Jephson at a table, and between them a vacant chair for him, and he could see and feel the eyes and faces on which he was not quite willing to look. But directly before him, at another table in the same square, but more directly below the raised platform at the west end, as he could see now, were Mason and several men whom he seemed to recollect, Earl Newcomb and Burton Burley, and yet another man whom he had never seen before, all 4 turning and gazing at him as he came. And about this inner group, an outer circle of men and women writers and sketch artists. And then, after a time, recalling Belknap's advice, he managed to straighten up, and with an air of studied ease and courage, which was belied to a certain extent by his strained, pale face and somewhat hazy stare, look at the writers and artists who were studying or sketching him, and even to whisper, "Quite a full house, eh?" But just then, and before he could say anything more, a resounding whack, whack from somewhere, and then a voice. "Order in the court? His Honor the court, everybody please rise." And as suddenly the whispering and stirring audience growing completely silent. And then, through a door to the south of the dais, a large, urbane, and florid, and smooth-faced man, who, in an ample black gown, walked swiftly to the large chair immediately behind the desk, and after looking steadily upon all before him, but without appearing to see any one of them, seated himself, whereupon everyone assembled in the courtroom sat down. And then to the left, yet below the judge at a smaller desk, a smaller and older individual standing and calling, "Oyez! Oyez! All persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the State of New York, County of Cataraqui, draw near and give attention. This court is now in session." And after that, this same individual, again rising and beginning, "The State of New York against Clyde Griffiths." Then Mason, rising and standing before his table, at once announced, "The people are ready." Whereupon Belknap arose, and in a courtly and affable manner, stated, "The defendant is ready." Then the same clerk reached into a square box that was before him, and drawing forth a piece of paper, called Simeon Dinsmore, whereupon a little, hunched and brown-suited man, with claw-like hands and a ferret-like face, immediately scuttled to the jury box and was seated. And once there he was approached by Mason, who, in a brisk manner, his flat-nosed face looking most aggressive and his strong voice reaching to the uttermost corners of the court, began to inquire as to his age, his business, whether he was single or married, how many children he had, whether he believed or did not believe in capital punishment. The latter question, as Clyde at once noted, seemed to stir in him something akin to resentment or suppressed emotion of some kind, for at once, and with emphasis, he answered, "I most certainly do. For some people." A reply which caused Mason to smile slightly, and Jephson to turn and look at Belknap, who mumbled sarcastically, "And they talk about the possibility of a fair trial here." But at the same time, Mason, feeling that this very honest, if all too convinced farmer, was a little too emphatic in his beliefs, saying, "With the consent of the court, the people will excuse the talesman." And Belknap, after an inquiring glance from the judge, nodding his agreement, at which the prospective juror was excused. And the clerk, immediately drawing out of the box a second slip of paper, and then calling, "Dudley Shearline?" Whereupon a thin, tall man of between 38 and 40, neatly dressed and somewhat meticulous and cautious in his manner, approached and took his place in the box, and Mason once more began to question him as he had the other. In the meantime, Clyde, in spite of both Belknap's and Jephson's preliminary precautions, was already feeling stiff and chill and bloodless, for decidedly, as he could feel, this audience was inimical, and amid this closely pressing throng, as he now thought, with an additional chill, there must be the father and mother, perhaps also the sisters and brothers of Roberta, and all looking at him, and hoping with all their hearts, as the newspapers during the past weeks informed him, that he would be made to suffer for this. And again, all those people of Lycurgus and Twelfth Lake, no one of whom had troubled to communicate with him in any way, assuming him to be absolutely guilty, of course, were any of those here? Jill, or Gertrude, or Tracy Trumbull, for instance? Or Winnette Fant, or her brother? She had been at that camp at Bear Lake the day he was arrested. His mind ran over all the social personages whom he had encountered during the last year, and who would now see him as he was, poor and commonplace and deserted, and on trial for such a crime as this. And after all his bluffing about his rich connections here and in the West. For now, of course, they would believe him as terrible as his original plot, without knowing or caring about his side of the story, his moods and fears, that predicament that he was in with Roberta, his love for Sondra and all that she had meant to him. They wouldn't understand that, and he was not going to be allowed to tell anything in regard to it, even if he were so minded. And yet, because of the advice of Belknap and Jephson, he must sit up and smile, or at least look pleasant and meet the gaze of everyone boldly and directly, and in consequence, turning, and for the moment feeling absolutely transfixed. For there, God, what a resemblance! To the left of him, on one of those wall benches, was a woman or girl who appeared to be the living image of Roberta. It was that sister of hers, Emily, of whom she had often spoken, but oh, what a shock! His heart almost stopped. It might even be Roberta, and transfixing him with what ghostly and yet real and savage and accusing eyes. And next to her, another girl, looking something like her too. And next to her, that old man, Roberta's father, that wrinkled old man whom he had encountered that day he had called at his farm door for information, now looking at him almost savagely, a gray and weary look that said so plainly, "You murderer! You murderer!" And beside him a mild and small and ill-looking woman of about 50, veiled and very shrunken and sunken-eyed, who at his glance dropped her own eyes and turned away, as if stricken with a great pain, not hate. Her mother, no doubt of it. Oh, what a situation was this! How unthinkably miserable! His heart fluttered. His hands trembled. So now, to stay himself, he looked down, first at the hands of Belknap and Jephson on the table before him, since each was toying with a pencil poised above the pad of paper before them, as they gazed at Mason and whoever was in that jury box before him, a foolish-looking fat man now. What a difference between Jephson's and Belknap's hands, the latter so short and soft and white, the former so long and brown and knotty and bony. And Belknap's pleasant and agreeable manner here in the court, his voice, "I think I will ask the juror to step down," as opposed to Mason's revolver-like, "Excused," or Jephson's slow and yet powerful, though whispered, "Better let him go, Alvin. Nothing in him for us." And then, all at once, Jephson saying to him, "Sit up! Sit up! Look around! Don't sag down like that. Look people in the eye. Smile naturally, Clyde, if you're going to smile at all. Just look 'em in the eye. They're not going to hurt you. They're just a lot of farmers out sightseeing." But Clyde, noting at once that several reporters and artists were studying and then sketching or writing of him, now flushed hotly and weakly, for he could feel their eager eyes and their eager words as clearly as he could hear their scratching pens. And all for the papers, his blanching face and trembling hands, they would have that down, and his mother in Denver and everybody else there in Lycurgus would see and read how he had looked at the Aldens, and they had looked at him, and then he had looked away again. Still, he must get himself better in hand, sit up once more and look about, or Jephson would be disgusted with him. And so once more he did his best to crush down his fear, to raise his eyes and then turn slightly and look about. But in doing so, there next to the wall, and to one side of that tall window, and just as he had feared, was Tracy Trumbull, who evidently, because of the law interest, or his curiosity and what not, no pity or sympathy for him, surely, had come up for this day anyhow, and was looking, not at him for the moment, thank goodness, but at Mason, who was asking the fat man some questions. And next to him Eddie Sells, with nearsighted eyes equipped with thick lenses of great distance power, and looking in Clyde's direction, yet without seeing him apparently, for he gave no sign. Oh, how trying all this! And 5 rows from them again, in another direction, Mr. and Mrs. Gilpin, whom Mason had found, of course. And what would they testify to now? His calling on Roberta in her room there? And how secret it had all been? That would be bad, of course. And of all people, Mr. and Mrs. George Newton! What were they going to put them on the stand for? To tell about Roberta's life before she got to going with him, maybe? And that Grace Marr, whom he had seen often, but met only once out there on Crum Lake, and whom Roberta had not liked any more. What would she have to say? She could tell how he had met Roberta, of course, but what else? And then, but no, it could not be. And yet it was, too, surely. That Orange Short, of whom he had asked concerning Glen. Gee, he was going to tell about that now, maybe, no doubt of it. How people seem to remember things, more than ever he would have dreamed they would have. And again, this side of that third window from the front, but beyond that dreaded group of the Aldens, that very large and whiskered man who looked something like an old-time Quaker turned bandit. Height was his name. He had met him at 3 Mile Bay, and again on that day on which he had been taken up to Big Bittern against his will. Oh yes, the coroner, he was. And beside him, that innkeeper up there who had made him sign the register that day. And next to him the boathouse keeper who had rented him the boat. And next to him, that tall, lank guide who had driven him and Roberta over from Gun Lodge, a brown and wiry and loutish man, who seemed to pierce him now with small, deep-set, animal-like eyes, and who most certainly was going to testify to all the details of that ride from Gun Lodge. Would his nervousness on that day, and his foolish qualms, be as clearly remembered by him as they were now by himself? And if so, how would that affect his plea of a change of heart? Would he not better talk all that over again with Jephson? But this man Mason, how hard he was, how energetic, and how he must have worked to get all of these people here to testify against him. And now here he was, exclaiming as he chanced to look at him, and as he had in at least the last dozen cases, yet with no perceptible result in so far as the jury box was concerned, acceptable to the people. But invariably, whenever he had done so, Jephson had merely turned slightly, but without looking, and had said, "Nothing in him for us, Alvin, as set as a bone." And then Belknap, courteous and bland, had challenged for cause, and usually succeeded in having his challenge sustained. But then, at last, and oh, how agreeably, the clerk of the court announcing in a clear, thin, rasping and aged voice a recess until 2 p.m., and Jephson smilingly turning to Clyde with, "Well, Clyde, that's the first round. Not so very much to it, do you think? And not very hard either, is it? Better go over there and get a good meal, though. It'll be just as long and dull this afternoon." And in the meantime, Kraut and Sissel, together with the extra deputies, pushing close and surrounding him, and then the crowding and swarming and exclaiming, "There he is! There he is! Here he comes! Here! Here!" And a large and meaty female pushing as close as possible and staring directly into his face, exclaiming as she did so, "Let me see him! I just want to get a good look at you, young man. I have 2 daughters of my own." But without one of all of those of Lycurgus or Twelfth Lake whom he had recognized in the public benches coming near him, and no glimpse of Sondra anywhere, of course, for as both Belknap and Jephson had repeatedly assured him, she would not appear. Her name was not even to be mentioned, if possible. The Griffiths, as well as the Finchleys, were opposed. End of Book 3, Chapter 19. Section 29 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 20. And then 5 entire days consumed by Mason and Belknap in selecting a jury. But at last the 12 men who were to try Clyde, sworn and seated. And such men, odd and grizzled, or tanned and wrinkled, farmers and country storekeepers, with here and there a Ford agent, a keeper of an inn at Tom Dixon's Lake, a salesman in Hamburger's dry goods store at Bridgeburg, and a peripatetic insurance agent residing in Purday, just north of Grass Lake. And with but one exception, all married. And with but one exception, all religious, if not moral, and all convinced of Clyde's guilt before ever they sat down, but still, because of their almost unanimous conception of themselves as fair and open-minded men, and because they were so interested to sit as jurors in this exciting case, convinced that they could pass fairly and impartially on the facts presented to them. And so, all rising and being sworn in. And at once, Mason rising and beginning, "Gentlemen of the jury." And Clyde, as well as Belknap and Jephson, now gazing at them, and wondering what the impression of Mason's opening charge was likely to be. For a more dynamic and electric prosecutor under these particular circumstances was not to be found. This was his opportunity. Were not the eyes of all the citizens of the United States upon him? He believed so. It was as if someone had suddenly exclaimed, "Lights! Camera!" "No doubt many of you have been wearied, as well as puzzled at times during the past week," he began, "by the exceeding care with which the lawyers in this case have passed upon the panels from which you 12 men have been chosen. It has been no light matter to find 12 men to whom all the marshaled facts in this astonishing cause could be submitted, and by them weighed with all the fairness and understanding which the law commands. For my part, the care which I have exercised, gentlemen, has been directed by but one motive, that the state shall have justice done. No malice, no preconceived notions of any kind. So late as July 9th last, I personally was not even aware of the existence of this defendant, nor of his victim, nor of the crime with which he is now charged. But, gentlemen, as shocked and unbelieving as I was, at first, upon hearing that a man of this age, training, and connections of the defendant here, could have placed himself in a position to be accused of such an offense, step by step I was compelled to alter and then dismiss forever from my mind my original doubts, and to conclude from the mass of evidence that was literally thrust upon me that it was my duty to prosecute this action on behalf of the people. But however that may be, let us proceed to the facts. There are 2 women in this action. One is dead. The other," and he now turned toward where Clyde sat, and here he pointed a finger in the direction of Belknap and Jephson, "by agreement between the prosecution and the defense is to be nameless here, since no good can come from inflicting unnecessary injury. In fact, the sole purpose which I now announce to you to be behind every word and every fact as it will be presented by the prosecution is that exact justice, according to the laws of this state and the crime with which this defendant is charged, shall be done. Exact justice, gentlemen, exact and fair. But if you do not act honestly and render a true verdict according to the evidence, the people of the state of New York and the people of the county of Cataraqui will have a grievance, and a serious one. For it is they who are looking to you for a true accounting of your reasoning and your final decision in this case." And here Mason paused, and then turning dramatically toward Clyde, and with his right index finger pointing toward him at times, continued, "The people of the state of New York charge," and he hung upon this one word as though he desired to give it the value of rolling thunder, "that the crime of murder in the 1st degree has been committed by the prisoner at the bar, Clyde Griffiths. They charge that he willfully, and with malice and cruelty and deception, murdered and then sought to conceal forever from the knowledge and justice of the world the body of Roberta Alden, the daughter of a farmer who has for years resided near the village of Biltz in Mimico County. They charge," and here Clyde, because of whispered advice from Jephson, was leaning back as comfortably as possible and gazing as imperturbably as possible upon the face of Mason, who was looking directly at him, "that this same Clyde Griffiths, before ever this crime was committed by him, plotted for weeks the plan and commission of it, and then, with malice, aforethought, and in cold blood, executed it. And in charging these things, the people of the state of New York expect to, and will, produce before you substantiations of every one of them. You will be given facts, and of these facts, you, not I, are to be the sole judge." And here he paused once more, and shifting to a different physical position while the eager audience crowded and leaned forward, hungry and thirsty for every word he should utter, he now lifted one arm, and dramatically pushing back his curly hair, resumed, "Gentlemen, it will not take me long to picture, nor will you fail to perceive for yourselves, as this case proceeds, the type of girl this was, whose life was so cruelly blotted out beneath the waters of Big Bittern. All the 20 years of her life," and Mason knew well that she was 23 and 2 years older than Clyde, "no person who ever knew her ever said one word in criticism of her character, and no evidence to that effect, I am positive, will be introduced in this trial. Somewhat over a year ago, on July 19th, she went to the city of Lycurgus, in order that by working with her own hands she might help her family." And here the sobs of her parents and sisters and brothers were heard throughout the courtroom. "Gentlemen," went on Mason, and from this point carrying on the picture of Roberta's life, from the time she first left home to join Grace Marr, until, having met Clyde on Crumb Lake and fallen out with her friend and patrons, the Newtons, because of him, she accepted his dictum that she live alone, amid strange people, concealing the suspicious truth of this from her parents, and then finally succumbing to his wiles, the letter she had written him from Biltz detailing every single progressive step in this story. And from there, in the same meticulous process, he proceeded to Clyde, his interest in the affairs of Lycurgus society and the rich and beautiful Miss X, who, because of a purely innocent and kindly, if infatuated, indication on her part that he might hope to aspire to her hand, had unwittingly evoked in him a passion which had been the cause of the sudden change in his attitude and emotions toward Roberta, resulting, as Mason insisted he would show, in the plot that had resulted in Roberta's death. "But who is this individual?" he suddenly and most dramatically exclaimed at this point, "against whom I charge all these things? There he sits. Is he the son of wastrel parents, a product of the slums, one who had been denied every opportunity for a proper or honorable conception of the values and duties of a decent and respectable life? Is he? On the contrary. His father is of the same strain that has given Lycurgus one of its largest and most constructive industries, the Griffiths Collar and Shirt Company. He was poor, yes, no doubt of that, but not more so than Roberta Alden, and her character appears not to have been affected by her poverty. His parents in Kansas City, Denver, and before that Chicago and Grand Rapids, Michigan, appear to have been unordained ministers of the proselytizing and mission-conducting type. People who, from all I can gather, are really sincerely religious and right-principled in every sense. But this, their oldest son, and the one who might have been expected to be deeply influenced by them, early turned from their world and took to a more garish life. He became a bellboy in the celebrated Kansas City hotel, the Green Davidson. And now he proceeded to explain that Clyde had ever been a Rolling Stone, one who, by reason of some quirk of temperament, perhaps, preferred to wander here and there. Later, as he now explained, he had been given an important position as head of a department in the well-known factory of his uncle at Lycurgus, and then gradually he was introduced into the circles in which his uncle and his children were familiar, and his salary was such that he could afford to keep a room in one of the better residences of the city, while the girl he had slain lived in a mean room on a back street. And yet, he continued, how much has been made here of the alleged youth of this defendant? Here he permitted himself a scornful smile. He has been called by his counsel and others in the newspaper a boy, over and over again. He is not a boy, he is a bearded man. He has had more social and educational advantages than any one of you in the jury box. He has traveled. In hotels and clubs and the society with which he was so intimately connected in Lycurgus, he has been in contact with decent, respectable, and even able and distinguished people. Why, as a matter of fact, at the time of his arrest 2 months ago, he was part of as smart a society and summer resort group as this region boasts. Remember that. His mind is a mature, not an immature one. It is fully developed and balanced perfectly. Gentlemen, as the state will soon proceed to prove, he went on, it was no more than 4 months after his arrival in Lycurgus that this dead girl came to work for the defendant in the department of which he was the head. And it was not more than 2 months after that before he had induced her to move from the respectable and religious home which she had chosen in Lycurgus to one concerning which she knew nothing, and the principal advantage of which, as he saw it, was that it offered secrecy and seclusion, and freedom for observation, for that vile purpose which already he entertained in regard to her. There was a rule of the Griffiths Company, as we will later show in this trial, which explains much, and that was that no superior officer or head of any department was permitted to have anything to do with any girls working under him, or for the factory, in or out of the factory. It was not conducive to either the morals or the honor of those working for this great company, and they would not allow it. And shortly after coming there, this man had been instructed as to that rule. But did that deter him? Did the so recent and favorable consideration of his uncle in any way deter him? Not in the least. Secrecy. Secrecy from the very beginning. Seduction. Seduction. The secret and intended and immoral and illegal and socially unwarranted and condemned use of her body outside the regenerative and ennobling pale of matrimony. That was his purpose, gentlemen. But was it generally known by anyone in Lycurgus or anywhere else that such a relationship as this existed between him and Roberta Alden? Not a soul. Not a soul, as far as I have been able to ascertain, was ever so much as partially aware of his relationship until after the girl was dead. Not a soul. Think of that. Gentlemen of the jury, and here his voice took on an almost reverential tone, Roberta Alden loved this defendant with all the strength of her soul. She loved him with that love which is the crowning mystery of the human brain and the human heart, that transcends in its strength and its weakness all fear of shame or punishment from even the immortal throne above. She was a true and human and decent and kindly girl, a passionate and loving girl, and she loved as only a generous and trusting and self-sacrificing soul can love. And loving so, in the end, she gave to him all that any woman can give the man she loves. Friends, this thing has happened millions of times in this world of ours, and it will happen millions and millions of times in the days to come. It is not new, and it will never be old. But in January or February last, this girl, who is now dead in her grave, was compelled to come to this defendant, Clyde Griffiths, and tell him that she was about to become a mother. We shall prove to you that then and later she begged him to go away with her and make her his wife. But did he? Would he? Oh, no! For by that time a change had come over the dreams and the affections of Clyde Griffiths. He had had time to discover that the name of Griffiths in Lycurgus was one that would open the doors of Lycurgus exclusive circles, that the man who was no one in Kansas City or Chicago was very much of a person here, and that it would bring him in contact with girls of education and means, girls who moved far from the sphere to which Roberta Alden belonged. Not only that, but he had found one girl to whom, because of her beauty, wealth, position, he had become enormously attached, and beside her the little farm and factory girl in the pathetically shabby and secret room to which he had assigned her looked poor indeed, good enough to betray but not good enough to marry, and he would not. Here he paused, but only for a moment, and went on. But at no point have I been able to find the least modification or cessation of any of these social activities on his part which so entranced him. On the contrary, from January to July 5th last, and after, yes, even after she was finally compelled to say to him that unless he could take her away and marry her, she would have to appeal to the sense of justice in the community in which they moved, and after she was cold and dead under the waters of Big Bittern, dances, lawn fêtes, automobile parties, dinners, gay trips to 12th Lake and Bear Lake, and without a thought, seemingly, that her great moral and social need should modify his conduct in any way. And here he paused and gazed in the direction of Belknap and Jephson, who, in turn, were not sufficiently disturbed or concerned to do more than smile, first at him and then at each other, although Clyde, terrorized by the force and the vehemence of it all, was chiefly concerned to note how much of an exaggeration and unfairness was in all this. But even as he was thinking so, Mason was continuing with, "But by this time, gentlemen, as I have indicated, Roberta Alden had become insistent that Griffiths make her his wife, and this he promised to do. Yet, as all the evidence here will show, he never intended to do anything of the kind. On the contrary, when her condition became such that he could no longer endure her pleas, or the danger which her presence in Lycurgus unquestionably spelled for him, he induced her to go home to her father's house, with the suggestion, apparently, that she prepare herself by making some necessary clothes, against the day when he would come for her and remove her to some distant city where they would not be known, yet where as his wife she could bring her child honorably into the world. And according to her letters to him, as I will show, that was to have been in 3 weeks from the time she departed for her home in Builds. But did he come for her, as he had promised? No, he never did. Eventually, and solely because there was no other way out, he permitted her to come to him, on July 6th last, exactly 2 days before her death. But not before. But wait! In the meantime, or from June 5th to July 6th, he allowed her to brood in that little, lonely farmhouse on the outskirts of Builds in Mimico County, with the neighbors coming in to watch and help her make some clothes, which even then she did not dare announce as her bridal trousseau, and she suspected and feared that this defendant would fail her, for daily, and sometimes twice daily, she wrote him, telling him of her fears and asking him to assure her by letter or word in some form that he would come and take her away. But did he do that? Never by letter. Never. Oh no, gentlemen. Oh no. On the contrary, some telephone messages, things that could not be so easily traced or understood, and these so few and brief that she herself complained bitterly of his lack of interest and consideration for her at this time, so much so that at the end of 5 weeks, growing desperate, she wrote, and here Mason picked from a collection of letters on the table behind him a particular letter, and read, "This is to tell you that unless I hear from you either by telephone or letter before noon Friday, I will come to Lycurgus, and the world will know how you have treated me." Those are the words, gentlemen, that this poor girl was at last compelled to write. But did Clyde Griffiths want the world to know how he had treated her? Of course not. And there and then began to form a plan by which he could escape exposure and seal Roberta Alden's lips forever. And gentlemen, the state will prove that he did so close her mouth. At this point Mason produced a map of the Adirondacks which he had made for the purpose, and on which in red ink were traced the movements of Clyde up to and after her death, up to the time of his arrest at Big Bear. Also, in doing this, he paused to tell the jury of Clyde's well-conceived plan of hiding his identity, the various false registrations, the 2 hats. Here also he explained that on the train between Fonda and Utica, as again between Utica and Grass Lake he had not ridden in the same car with Roberta. And then he announced, "Don't forget, gentlemen, that although he had previously indicated to Roberta that this was to be their wedding journey, he did not want anybody to know that he was with his prospective bride. No, not even after they had reached Big Bittern, for he was seeking, not to marry, but to find a wilderness in which to snuff out the life of this girl of whom he had tired. But did that prevent him, 24 and 48 hours before that time, from holding her in his arms and repeating the promises he had no intention of keeping? Did it? I will show you the registers of the 2 hotels in which they stayed, and where, because of their assumed approaching marriage, they occupied a single room together. Yet the only reason it was 48 instead of 24 hours was that he had made a mistake in regard to the solitude of Grass Lake. Finding it brisk with life, the center of a summer religious colony, he decided to leave and go to Big Bittern, which was more lonely. And so you have the astounding and bitter spectacle, gentlemen, of a supposedly innocent and highly misunderstood young man dragging this weary and heartsick girl from place to place in order to find a lake deserted enough in which to drown her, and with her but 4 months from motherhood. And then, having arrived at last at one lake lonely enough, putting her in a boat and taking her out from the inn, where he had again falsely registered as Mr. Clifford Golden and wife, to her death. The poor little thing imagined that she was going for a brief outing before that marriage of which he talked, and which was to seal and sanctify it. To seal and sanctify it! To seal and sanctify, as closing waters seal and sanctify, but in no other way. No other way. And with him walking, whole and sly, as a wolf from its kill, to freedom, to marriage, to social and material and affectionate bliss and superiority and ease, while she slept still and nameless in her watery grave. But, oh, gentlemen, the ways of nature, or of God, and the providence that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we may, it is man who proposes, but God who disposes. The defendant is still wondering, I am sure, as to how I know that she thought she was still going to be married after leaving the inn at Big Bittern, and I have no doubt that he still has some comforting thoughts to the effect that I cannot really and truly know it. But how shrewd and deep must be that mind that would foresee and forestall all the accidents and chances of life. For, as he sits there now, secure in the faith that his counsel may be able to extract him safely from this, and at this Clyde sat bolt upright, his hair tingling, and his hands concealed beneath the table, trembling slightly. He does not know that that girl, while in her room in the Grass Lake Inn, had written her mother a letter, in which she had not had time to mail, and which was in the pocket of her coat, left behind because of the heat of the day, and because she imagined she was coming back, of course, and which is here now, upon this table. At this, Clyde's teeth fairly chattered. He shook as with a chill. To be sure, she had left her coat behind, and Belknap and Jephson also sat up, wondering what this could be. How fatally, if at all, could it mar or make impossible the plan of defense which they had evolved? They could only wait and see. But in that letter, went on Mason, she tells why she was up there. To be married, no less. And at this point Jephson and Belknap, as well as Clyde, heaved an enormous sigh of relief. It was directly in the field of their plan. And within a day or two, continued Mason, thinking still that he was literally riddling Clyde with fear. But Griffiths, or Graham, of Albany or Syracuse, or anywhere, knew better. He knew he was not coming back, and he took all of his belongings with him in that boat. And all afternoon long, from noon until evening, he searched for a spot on that lonely lake, a spot not easily observed from any point of the shore, as we will show. And as evening fell, he found it, and walking south through the woods afterwards, with a new straw hat upon his head, a clean dry bag in his hand, he imagined himself to be secure. Clifford Golden was no more. Carl Graham was no more. Drowned at the bottom of Big Bittern, along with Roberta Alden. But Clyde Griffiths was alive and free, and on his way to 12th Lake, to the society he so loved. Gentlemen, Clyde Griffiths killed Roberta Alden before he put her in that lake. He beat her on the head and face, and he believed no eye saw him. But as her last death cry rang out over the water of Big Bittern, there was a witness, and before the prosecution has closed its case, that witness will be here to tell you the story. Mason had no eyewitness, but he could not resist this opportunity to throw so disrupting a thought into the opposition camp. And decidedly, the result was all that he expected, and more. For Clyde, who up to this time, and particularly since the thunderbolt of the letter, had been seeking to face it all with an imperturbable look of patient innocence, now stiffened and then wilted. A witness! And here to testify! God! Then he, whoever he was, lurking on the lone shore of the lake, had seen the unintended blow, had heard her cries, had seen that he had not sought to aid her, had seen him swim to shore and steal away, maybe had watched him in the woods as he changed his clothes. God! His hands now gripped the sides of his chair, and his head went back with a jerk as if from a powerful blow, for that meant death, his sure execution. God! No hope now! His head drooped, and he looked as though he might lapse into a state of coma. As to Belknap, Mason's revelation at first caused him to drop the pencil with which he was making notes, then next to stare in a puzzled and dumbfounded way, since they had no evidence wherewith to forfend against such a smash as this, but as instantly recalling how completely off his guard he must look, recovering. Could it be that Clyde might have been lying to them after all? That he had killed her intentionally, and before this unseen witness? If so, it might be necessary for them to withdraw from such a hopeless and unpopular case after all. As for Jephson, he was for the moment stunned and flattened, and through his stern and not easily shakeable brain raced such thoughts as, was there really a witness? Had Clyde lied? Then the die was cast, for had he not already admitted to them that he had struck Roberta, and the witness must have seen that? And so the end of any plea of a change of heart. Who would believe that after testimony such as this? But because of the sheer contentiousness and determination of his nature, he would not permit himself to be completely baffled by this smashing announcement. Instead, he turned, and after surveying the flustered and yet self-chastising Belknap and Clyde, commented, "I don't believe it. He's lying, I think, or bluffing. At any rate, we'll wait and see. It's a long time between now and our side of the story. Look at all those witnesses there. And we can cross-question them by the week if we want to, until he's out of office. Plenty of time to do a lot of things. Find out about this witness in the meantime. And besides, there's suicide or there's the actual thing that happened. We can let Clyde swear to what did happen, a cataleptic trance, no courage to do it, and it's not likely anybody can see that at 500 feet. And he smiled grimly. At the same time, he added, but not for Clyde's ears, we might be able to get him off with 20 years at the worst, don't you think? End of Book 3, Chapter 20. Section 30 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 21. And then witnesses, 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 to the number of 127, and their testimony, particularly that of the doctors, 3 guides, the woman who heard Roberta's last cry, all repeatedly objected to by Jephson and Belknap, for upon such weakness and demonstrable error as they could point out depended the plausibility of Clyde's daring defense. And all of this carrying the case well into November, and after Mason had been overwhelmingly elected into the judgeship which he had so craved. And because of the very vigor and strife of the trial, the general public from coast to coast taking more and more interest. And obviously, as the days passed and the newspaper writers at the trial saw it, Clyde was guilty. Yet he, because of the repeated commands of Jephson, facing each witness who assailed him with calm and even daring. Your name? Titus Alden. You are the father of Roberta Alden? Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Alden, just tell the jury how and under what circumstances it was that your daughter Roberta happened to go to Lycurgus. Objected to. Irrelevant, immaterial, incompetent, snapped Belknap. I'll connect it up, put in Mason, looking up at the judge, who ruled that Titus might answer subject to a motion to strike out his testimony if not connected up. She went there to get work, replied Titus. And why did she go there to get work? Again, objection, and the old man allowed to proceed after the legal formalities had been complied with. Well, the farm we have over there near Bilt's hasn't ever paid so very well, and it's been necessary for the children to help out, and Bobby being the oldest, moved to strike out. Strike it out. Bobby was the pet name you gave your daughter Roberta, was it? Objected to, etc., etc., exception. Yes, sir. Bobby was what we called her sometimes around there. Just Bobby. and Clyde listening intently and enduring without flinching the stern and accusing stare of this brooding Priam of the farm, wondering at the revelation of his former sweetheart's pet name. He had nicknamed her Bert. She had never told him that at home she was called Bobby. And amid a fusillade of objections and arguments and rulings, Alden continuing, under the leading of Mason, to recite how she had decided to go to Lycurgus after receipt of a letter from Grace Marr and stop with Mr. and Mrs. Newton, and after securing work with the Griffiths Company, how little the family had seen of her until June 5th last, when she had returned to the farm for a rest and in order to make some clothes. No announcement of any plans for marriage? None. But she had written a number of long letters, to whom he did not know at the time, and she had been depressed and sick. Twice he had seen her crying, although he had said nothing, knowing that she did not want to be noticed. There had been a few telephone calls from Lycurgus, the last on July 4th or 5th, the day before she left, he was quite sure. And what did she have with her when she left? Her bag and her little trunk. And would you recognize the bag that she carried if you saw it? Yes, sir. Is this the bag? A deputy assistant district attorney carrying forward a bag and placing it on a small stand. And Alden, after looking at it and wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, announcing, Yes, sir. And then, most dramatically, as Mason intended in connection with every point in this trial, a deputy assistant carrying in a small trunk, and Titus Alden and his wife and daughters and sons all crying at the sight of it. And after being identified by him as Roberta's, the bag and then the trunk were opened in turn, and the dresses made by Roberta, some underclothing, shoes, hats, the toilet set given her by Clyde, pictures of her mother and father and sister and brothers, an old family cookbook, some spoons and forks and knives and salt and pepper sets, all given her by her grandmother and treasured by her for her married life, held up and identified in turn. All this over Belknap's objection and on Mason's promise to connect it up, which, however, he was unable to do, and the evidence was accordingly ordered struck out, but its pathetic significance by that time deeply impressed on the minds and hearts of the jurymen, and Belknap's criticism of Mason's tactics merely resulting in that gentleman bellowing, in an infuriated manner, "Who's conducting this prosecution anyhow?" To which Belknap replied, "The Republican candidate for county judge in this county, I believe," thus evoking a wave of laughter, which caused Mason to fairly shout, "Your Honor, I protest. This is an unethical and illegal attempt to inject into this case a political issue which has nothing to do with it. It is slyly and maliciously intended to convey to this jury that because I am the Republican nominee for judge of the county, it is impossible for me to properly and fairly conduct the prosecution of this case, and I now demand an apology, and will have it before I proceed one step further in this case." Whereupon Justice Oberwalzer, feeling that a very serious breach of court etiquette had occurred, proceeded to summon Belknap and Mason before him, and after listening to placid and polite interpretations of what was meant and what was not meant, finally ordered, on pain of contempt, that neither of them again refer to the political situation in any way. Nevertheless, Belknap and Jeffson congratulating themselves that in this fashion their mood in regard to Mason's candidacy and his use of this case to further it had effectively gotten before the jury and the court. But more and more witnesses! Grace Marr now taking the stand, and in a glib and voluble outpouring describing how and where she had first met Roberta, how pure and clean and religious a girl she was, but after meeting Clyde on Crum Lake, a great change had come over her. She was more secretive and evasive, and given to furnishing all sorts of false excuses for new and strange adventures. For instance, going out nights and staying late, and claiming to be places over Saturday and Sunday where she wasn't, until finally, because of criticism which she, Grace Marr, had ventured to make, she had suddenly left, without giving any address. But there was a man, and that man was Clyde Griffiths. For having followed Roberta to her room one evening in September or October of the year before, she had observed her and Clyde in the distance, near the Gilpin home. They were standing under some trees, and he had his arm around her. And thereafter Belknap, at Jeffson's suggestion, taking her and by the slyest type of questioning, trying to discover whether, before coming to Lycurgus, Roberta was as religious and conventional as Miss Marr would have it. But Miss Marr, faded and irritable, insisting that up to the day of her meeting with Clyde on Crum Lake, Roberta had been the soul of truth and purity, in so far as she knew. and next the Newtons, swearing to much the same thing. And then the Gilpins, wife and husband and daughters, each swearing to what she or he alone saw or heard. Mrs. Gilpin as to the approximate day of Roberta's moving into her home, with one small trunk and bag, the identical trunk and bag identified by Titus, and thereafter seeming to live very much alone, until she, feeling sorry for her, had suggested one type of contact and another, but Roberta invariably refusing. But later, along in late November, although she had never had the heart to say anything about it because of her sweetness and general sobriety, she and her 2 daughters had become aware of the fact that occasionally, after 11 o'clock, it had seemed as though Roberta must be entertaining someone in her room, but just whom she could not say. And again, at this point, on cross-examination, Belknap trying to extract any admissions or impressions which would tend to make it look as though Roberta was a little less reserved and puritanical than all the witnesses had thus far painted her, but failing. Mrs. Gilpin, as well as her husband, was plainly fond of her, and only under pressure from Mason and later Belknap testified to Clyde's late visits. And then the elder daughter, Stella, testifying that during the latter part of October or the 1st of November, shortly after Roberta had taken the room, she had passed her and a man, whom she was now able to identify as Clyde, standing less than 100 feet from the house, and noticing that they were evidently quarreling, she had paused to listen. She was not able to distinguish every word of the conversation, but upon leading questions from Mason was able to recall that Roberta had protested that she could not let him come into her room. It would not look right. And he had finally turned upon his heel, leaving Roberta standing with outstretched arms as if imploring him to return. And throughout all this, Clyde staring in amazement, for he had in those days, in fact throughout his entire contact with Roberta, imagined himself unobserved, and decidedly this confirmed much of what Mason had charged in his opening address, that he had willfully and with full knowledge of the nature of the offense persuaded Roberta to do what plainly she had not wanted to do, a form of testimony that was likely to prejudice the judge as well as the jury and all these conventional people of this rural county. And Belknap, realizing this, trying to confuse this Stella in her identification of Clyde, but only succeeding in eliciting information that sometime in November or the early part of December, shortly after the incident, she had seen Clyde arrive, a box of some kind under his arm, and knock at Roberta's door and enter, and was then positive that he was the same young man she had seen that moonlight night, quarreling with Roberta. And next, Wiggum, and after him Liggett, testifying as to the dates of arrival of Clyde at the factory, as well as Roberta, and as to the rule regarding department heads and female help, and, in so far as they could see, the impeccable surface conduct of both Clyde and Roberta, neither seeming to look at the other or at anyone else, for that matter. That was Liggett testifying. And after them again, others. Mrs. Peyton to testify as to the character of his room and his social activities in so far as she was able to observe them. Mrs. Alden to testify that at Christmas the year before, Roberta had confessed to her that her superior at the factory, Clyde Griffiths, the nephew of the owner, was paying attention to her, but that it had to be kept secret for the time being. Frank Harriet, Harley Baggett, Tracy Trumbull, and Eddie Sells to testify that during December last, Clyde had been invited here and there and had attended various social gatherings in Lycurgus. John Lambert, a druggist of Schenectady, testifying that sometime in January he had been applied to by a youth, whom he now identified as the defendant, for some medicine which would bring about a miscarriage. Or in short to testify that in late January, Clyde had asked him if he knew of a doctor who could aid a young married woman, according to Clyde's story, the wife of an employee of Griffiths and Company, who was too poor to afford a child, and whose husband, according to Clyde, had asked him for this information. And next, Dr. Glenn, testifying to Roberta's visit, having previously recalled her from pictures published in the papers, but adding that professionally he had been unwilling to do anything for her. And then C.B. Wilcox, a farmer neighbor of the Aldens, testifying to having been in the washroom back of the kitchen on or about June 29th or 30th, on which occasion Roberta, having been called over the long-distance telephone from Lycurgus by a man who gave his name as Baker, he had heard her say to him, "But Clyde, I can't wait that long. You know I can't, and I won't." And her voice had sounded excited and distressed. Mr. Wilcox was positive as to the name Clyde. And Ethel Wilcox, a daughter of this same C.B., short and fat and with a lisp, who swore on 3 preceding occasions Having received long-distance requests for Roberta, she had proceeded to get her, and each time the call was from Lycurgus from a man named Baker. Also, on one occasion, she had heard her refer to the caller as Clyde, and once she had heard her say that under no circumstances would she wait that long, although what she meant by that she did not know. And next, Roger Bean, a rural free delivery letter carrier, who testified that between June 7th or 8th to July 4th or 5th, he had received no less than 15 letters from Roberta herself or the mailbox at the crossroads of the Alden farm, and that he was positive that most of the letters were addressed to Clyde Griffiths, care of General Delivery, Lycurgus. And next, Amos Showalter, General Delivery Clerk at Lycurgus, who swore that to the best of his recollection, from or between June 7th or 8th and July 4th or 5th, Clyde, whom he knew by name, had inquired for and received not less than 15 or 16 letters. And after him, R.T. Biggin, an oil station manager of Lycurgus, who swore that on the morning of July 6th, at about 8 o'clock, having gone to Fielding Avenue, which was on the extreme west of the city, leading on the northern end to a stop on the Lycurgus and Fonda electric line, he had seen Clyde, dressed in a gray suit and wearing a straw hat, and carrying a brown suitcase, to one side of which was strapped a yellow camera tripod and something else, an umbrella it might have been. And knowing in which direction Clyde lived, he had wondered at his walking, when at Central Avenue, not so far from his home, he could have boarded the Fonda Lycurgus car. And Belknap, in his cross-examination, inquiring of this witness how, being 175 feet distant, he could swear that it was a tripod that he saw, and Biggins insisting that it was. It was bright yellow wood, and had brass clops and 3 legs. And then, after him, John W. Trocher, station master at Fonda, who testified that on the morning of July 6th last, he recalled it clearly because of certain other things which he listed, he had sold Roberta Alden a ticket to Utica. He recalled Miss Alden because of having noted her several times during the preceding winter. She looked quite tired, almost sick, and carried a brown bag, something like the brown bag there and then exhibited to him. Also, he recalled the defendant, who also carried a bag. He did not see him notice or talk to the girl. And next, Quincy B. Dale, conductor of the particular train that ran from Fonda to Utica. He had noticed, and now recalled, Clyde in one car toward the rear. He also noticed, and from photographs later published, had recalled Roberta. She gave him a friendly smile, and he had said that such a bag as she was carrying seemed rather heavy for her, and that he would have one of the brakemen carry it for her out of Utica, for which she thanked him. He had seen her descend at Utica and disappear into the depot. He had not noticed Clyde there. And then the identification of Roberta's trunk as having been left in the baggage room at the station house at Utica for a number of days. And after that, the guest page of the Renfrew House of Utica for July 6th last, identified by Jerry K. Kernosian, general manager of said hotel, which showed an entry, Clifford Golden and wife. And the same then and there compared by the handwriting experts with 2 other registration pages from the Grass Lake and Big Bittern Inns, and sworn to as being identically the same handwriting. And these compared with the card in Roberta's suitcase, and all received in evidence and carefully examined by each juror in turn, and by Belknap and Jeffson, who, however, had seen all but the card before. And once more a protest on the part of Belknap as to the unwarranted and illegal and shameful withholding of evidence on the part of the district attorney, and a long and bitter wrangle as to that, serving, in fact, to bring to a close the 10th day of the trial. End of Book 3, Chapter 21. Section 31 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 22. And then, on the 11th day, Frank W. Schaefer, clerk of the Renfrew House in Utica, recalling the actual arrival of Clyde and Roberta and their actions. Also, Clyde's registering for both as Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden of Syracuse. And then Wallace Vanderhoff, one of the clerks of the Star Haberdashery in Utica, with a story of Clyde's actions and general appearance at the time of buying a straw hat. And then the conductor of the train running between Utica and Grass Lake, and then the proprietor of the Grass Lake house, and Blanche Pettingill, a waitress, who swore that at dinner she had overheard Clyde arguing with Roberta as to the impossibility of getting a marriage license there, that it would be better to wait until they reached some other place the next day, a bit of particularly damaging testimony, since it predated by a day the proposed confession which Clyde was supposed to have made by Roberta, but which Jephson and Belknap agreed between themselves might easily have had some preliminary phases. And after her the conductor of the train that carried them to Gun Lodge, and after him the guide and the driver of the bus, with his story of Clyde's queer talk about many people being over there, and leaving Roberta's bag while he took his own, saying they would be back. And then the proprietor of the inn at Big Bittern, the boat-keeper, the 3 men in the woods, their testimony very damaging to Clyde's case, since they pictured his terror on encountering them. And then the story of the finding of the boat and Roberta's body, and the eventual arrival of Height and his finding of the letter in Roberta's coat, a score of witnesses testifying to all this. And next, the boat captain, the farm girl, the Cranston chauffeur, the arrival of Clyde at the Cranstons, and at last, every step accounted for and sworn to, his arrival at Bear Lake, the pursuit and his capture, to say nothing of the various phases of his arrest, what he said, this being most damaging indeed, since it painted Clyde as false, evasive, and terrified. But unquestionably, the severest and most damaging testimony related to the camera and the tripod, the circumstances surrounding the finding of them, and on the weight of this Mason was counting for a conviction. His one aim first was to convict Clyde of lying as to his possession of either a tripod or a camera, and in order to do that, he first introduced Earl Newcomb, who swore that on a certain day, when he, Mason, and Height, and all the others connected with the case, were taking Clyde over the area in which the crime had been committed, he and a certain native, one Bill Swartz, who was afterwards put on the stand, while poking about under some fallen logs and bushes, had come across the tripod, hidden under a log. Also, under the leadership of Mason, although over the objections of both Belknap and Jephson, which were invariably overruled, he proceeded to add that Clyde, on being asked whether he had a camera or this tripod, had denied any knowledge of it, on hearing which Belknap and Jephson actually shouted their disapproval. Immediately following, though eventually ordered stricken from the records by Justice Oberwalzer, there was introduced a paper signed by Height, Burley, Slack, Kraut, Swank, Sissel, Bill Swartz, Rufus Forster, county surveyor, and Newcomb, which set forth that Clyde, on being shown the tripod and asked whether he had one, vehemently and repeatedly denied that he had. But in order to drive the import of this home, Mason immediately adding, "Very well, your honor, but I have other witnesses who will swear to everything that is in that paper and more," and at once calling, "Joseph Fraser? Joseph Fraser?" and then placing on the stand a dealer in sporting goods, cameras, etc., who proceeded to swear that some time between May 15th and June 1st, the defendant, Clyde Griffiths, whom he knew by sight and name, had applied to him for a camera of a certain size, with a tripod attached, and that the defendant had finally selected a Sank, 3½ by 5½, for which he had made arrangements to pay in installments. And after due examination and consulting certain stock numbers with which the camera and the tripod in his own book were marked, Mr. Fraser, identifying first the camera now shown him, and immediately after that the yellow tripod as the one they had sold Clyde. And Clyde sitting up aghast. Then they had found the camera, as well as the tripod after all, and after he had protested so that he had no camera with him. What would that jury and the judge and this audience think of his lying about that? Would they be as likely to believe his story of a change of heart after this proof that he had lied about a meaningless camera? Better to have confessed in the first place. But even as he was so thinking, Mason calling Simeon Dodge, a young woodsman and driver, who testified that on Saturday, the 16th of July, accompanied by John Pole, who had lifted Roberta's body out of the water, he had, at the request of the district attorney, repeatedly dived into the exact spot where her body was found, and finally succeeded in bringing up a camera, and then the camera itself identified by Dodge. Immediately after this, all the testimony in regard to the hitherto as yet unmentioned films found in the camera at the time of its recovery, since developed, and now received in evidence, 4 views which showed a person looking more like Roberta than anyone else, together with 2, which clearly enough represented Clyde. Belknap was not able to refute or exclude them. Then Floyd Thurston, one of the guests at the Cranston Lodge at Sharon on June 18th, the occasion of Clyde's first visit there, placed on the stand to testify that on occasion, Clyde had made a number of pictures with a camera about the size and description of the one shown him, but failing to identify it as the particular one, his testimony being stricken out. After him again, Edna Patterson, a chambermaid in the Grass Lake Inn, who, as she swore, on entering the room which Clyde and Roberta occupied on the night of July 7th, had seen Clyde with a camera in his hand, which was of the size and color, as far as she could recall, of the one then and there before her. She had also at the same time seen a tripod. And Clyde, in his curious and meditative and half-hypnotized state, recalling well enough the entrance of this girl into that room, and marveling in suffering because of the unbreakable chain of facts that could thus be built up by witnesses from such varying and unconnected and unexpected places, and so long after, too. After her, but on different days, and with Belknap and Jephson contending every inch of the way as to the admissibility of all this, the testimony of the 5 doctors whom Mason had called in at the time Roberta's body was first brought to Bridgeburg, and who in turn swore that the wounds, both on the face and head, were sufficient, considering Roberta's physical condition, to stun her, and because of the condition of the dead girl's lungs, which had been tested by attempting to float them in water, averring that at the time her body had first entered the water, she must have still been alive, although not necessarily conscious. But as to the nature of the instrument used to make these wounds, they would not venture to guess, other than to say it must have been blunt, and no grilling on the part of either Belknap or Jephson could bring them to admit that the blows could have been of such a light character as not to stun or render unconscious. The chief injury appeared to be on the top of the skull, deep enough to have caused a blood clot, photographs of all of which were put to evidence. At this psychological point, when both audience and jury were most painfully and effectively stirred, a number of photographs of Roberta's face, made at the time that Haight, the doctors, and the Lutz brothers had her in charge, were introduced. Then the dimensions of the bruises on the right side of the face were shown to correspond exactly in size with 2 sides of the camera. Immediately after that, Burton Burley placed on the stand to swear how he had discovered the 2 strands of hair which corresponded with the hair on Roberta's head, or so Mason tried to show, caught between the lens and the lid. And then, after hours and hours, Belknap, infuriated and yet made nervous by this type of evidence and seeking to riddle it with sarcasm, finally pulling a light hair out of his head and asking whether the jurors and Burley could venture to tell if one single hair from anyone's head could be an indication of the general color of a person's hair, and if not, whether they were ready to believe that this particular hair was from Roberta's head or not. Mason then calling a Mrs. Rutger Donahue, who proceeded, in the calmest and most placid fashion, to tell how on the evening of July 8th last, between 5:30 and 6, she and her husband immediately after setting up a tent above Moon Cove had started out to row and fish, when being about a half-mile offshore and perhaps a quarter of a mile above the woods or northern fringe of land which enclosed Moon Cove, she had heard a cry. "Between 5:30 and 6 in the afternoon, you say?" "Yes, sir." "And on what date again?" "July 8th. And where were you exactly at that time?" Where were you, personally?" "I was crossing what I have since learned was South Bay in a rowboat with my husband." "Yes, now tell us what happened next." "When we reached the middle of the bay, I heard a cry." "What was it like?" "It was penetrating, like the cry of someone in pain or in danger. It was sharp, a haunting cry." Here a motion to strike out, with the result that the last phrase was so ordered, stricken out. "Where did it come from?" "From a distance, from within or beyond the woods." "Did you know at the time that there was another bay or cove there, below that strip of woods?" "No, sir." "Well, what did you think then? That it might have come from within the woods below where you were?" Objected to, and objection sustained. "And now tell us, was it a man's or a woman's cry? What kind of cry was it?" "It was a woman's cry, and something like, 'Oh, oh,' or 'Oh, my.' Very piercing and clear, but distant, of course. A double scream, such as one might make when in pain." "You are sure you could not be mistaken as to the kind of cry it was? Male or female?" "No, sir, I am positive. It was a woman's. It was pitched too high for a man's voice or a boy's. It could not have been anything but a woman's." "I see. And now tell us, Mrs. Donahue, you see this dot on the map showing where the body of Roberta Alden was found?" "Yes, sir." "And you see this other dot over those trees showing approximately where your boat was?" "Yes, sir." "Do you think that the voice came from where this dot in Moon Cove is?" Objected to, sustained. "And was that cry repeated?" "No, sir. I waited, and I called my husband's attention to it, too, and we waited but didn't hear it again." Then Belknap, eager to prove that it might have been a terrified, and yet not a pained or injured cry, taking her and going all over the ground again, and finding that neither she nor her husband, who was also put on the stand, could be shaken in any way. Neither, they insisted, could the deep and sad effect of this woman's voice be eradicated from their minds. It had haunted both, and once in their camp again they had talked about it. Because it was dusk, he did not wish to go seeking after the spot from which it came, because she felt that some woman or girl might have been slain in those woods. She did not want to stay any longer, and the next morning early on they had moved to a different lake. Thomas Barrett, another Adirondack guide, connected with a camp at Dams Lake, swore that at the time referred to by Mrs. Donahue, he was walking along the shore toward Big Bittern Inn, and had seen not only a man and woman offshore and about the position described, but farther back, toward the south shore of this bay, had noted the tent of these campers. Also that from no point outside Moon Cove, unless near the entrance, could one observe any boat within the cove. The entrance was narrow, and any view from the lake proper completely blocked, and there were other witnesses to prove this. At this psychological moment, as the afternoon sun was already beginning to wane in the tall, narrow courtroom, and as carefully planned by him beforehand, Mason's reading of all Roberta's letters, one by one, in a most simple and non-declamatory fashion, yet with all the sympathy and emotion which their first perusal had stirred in him, they had made him cry. He began with letter number 1, dated June 8th, only 3 days after her departure from Lycurgus, and on through them all down to letters 14, 15, 16, and 17, in which, in piecemeal or by important references here and there, she related her whole contact with Clyde down to his plan to come for her in 3 weeks, then in a month, then on July 8th or 9th, and then the sudden threat from her which precipitated the sudden decision to meet her at Fonda. And as Mason read them, almost movingly, the moist eyes and the handkerchiefs and the coughs in the audience and among the jurors attested their import. "You said I was not to worry or think so much about how I feel, and have a good time. That's all right for you to say, when you're in Lycurgus and surrounded by your friends and invited everywhere. It's hard for me to talk over there at Wilcox's with somebody always in earshot, and with you constantly reminding me that I mustn't say this or that. But I had so much to ask, and no chance there. And all that you would say was that everything was all right. But you didn't say positively that you were coming on the 27th, because of something I couldn't quite make out. There was so much buzzing on the wire. You might not be able to start until later. But that can't be, Clyde. My parents are leaving for Hamilton, where my uncle lives, on the 3rd, and Tom and Emily are going to my sister's on the same day. But I can't and won't go there again. I can't stay here all alone. So you must. You really must come, as you agreed. I can't wait any longer than that, Clyde, in the condition that I'm in, and so you just must come and take me away. Oh, please, please, I beg of you, not to torture me with any more delays now." And again, "Clyde, I came home because I thought I could trust you. You told me so solemnly before I left that if I would, you would come and get me, in 3 weeks at the most, that it would not take you longer than that to get ready, have enough money for the time we would be together, or until you could get something to do somewhere else. But yesterday, although the 3rd of July will be nearly a month since I left, you were not at all sure at first that you could come by then, and when I told you my parents are surely leaving for Hamilton to be gone for 10 days. Of course, afterwards, you said you would come, but you said it as though you were just trying to quiet me. It has been troubling me awfully ever since. For I tell you, Clyde, I am sick. Very. I feel faint nearly all the time. And besides, I am so worried as to what I shall do if you don't come that I am nearly out of my mind. Clyde, I know that you don't care for me any more like you did, and that you are wishing things could be different. And yet, what am I to do? I know you'll say that it has been all as much my fault as yours. And the world, if it knew, might think so too. But how often did I beg you not to make me do what I did not want to do, and which I was afraid, even then I would regret, although I loved you too much to let you go, if you still insisted on having your way. Clyde, if I could only die, that would solve all this. And I have prayed and prayed that I would lately. Yes, I have. For life does not mean as much to me now as when I first met you and you loved me. Oh, those happy days. If only things were different. If only I were out of your way. It would all be so much better for me and for all of us. But I can't now, Clyde, without a penny and no way to save the name of our child except this. Yet if it weren't for the terrible pain and disgrace it would bring to my mother and father and all my family, I would be willing to end it all in another way. I truly would. And again, "Oh, Clyde, Clyde, life is so different today than what it was last year. Think, then we were going to Crum and those other lakes over near Fonda and Gloversville and Little Falls, but now, only just now some boy and girl friends of Tom's and Emily's came by to get them to go after strawberries, and when I saw them go and knew I couldn't, and that I couldn't be like that any more ever, I cried and cried ever so long. And finally, I have been bidding goodbye to some places today. There are so many nooks, dear, and all of them so dear to me. I have lived here all my life, you know. First there was the spring house with its great masses of green moss, and in passing it I said goodbye to it, for I won't be coming to it soon again, maybe never. And then the old apple tree where we had our playhouse years ago, Emily and Tom and Gifford and I. Then the Believe, a cute little house in the orchard where we sometimes played. Oh, Clyde, you can't realize what all this means to me. I feel as though I shall never see my home again after I leave here this time. And Mamma, poor dear Mamma, how I do love her, and how sorry I am to have deceived her so. She is never cross, and she always helps me so much. Sometimes I think if I could tell her, but I can't. She has had trouble enough, and I couldn't break her heart like that. No, if I go away and come back sometime, either married or dead, it doesn't make so much difference now. She will never know, and I will not have caused her any pain, and that means so much more than life itself to me. So goodbye, Clyde, until I do meet you as you telephoned, and forgive me all the trouble that I have caused you. Your sorrowful, Roberta." And at points in the reading, Mason himself crying, and at their conclusion, turning, weary and yet triumphant, a most complete and indestructible case, as he saw it, having been presented, and exclaiming, "The people rest." And at that moment Mrs. Alden, in court with her husband and Emily, and overwrought, not only by the long strain of the trial, but this particular evidence, uttering a whimpering yet clear cry, and then falling forward in a faint. And Clyde, in his own overwrought condition, hearing her cry and seeing her fall, jumping up, the restraining hand of Jephson instantly upon him, while bailiffs and others assisted her and Titus, who was beside her, from the court-room. And the audience, almost, if not quite, as moved and incensed against Clyde by that development, as though, then and there, he had committed some additional crime. But then, that excitement having passed, and it being quite dark, and the hands of the court clock pointing to 5, and all the court weary, Justice Oberwalter signifying his intention of adjourning for the night. And at once all the newspaper men and feature writers and artists rising and whispering to each other that on the morrow the defense would start, and wondering as to who and where the witnesses were, also whether Clyde would be permitted to go on the stand in his own defense in the face of this amazing mass of evidence against him, or whether his lawyers would content themselves with some specious argument as to mental and moral weakness, which might end in prison for life, not less. And Clyde, hissed and cursed as he had left the court, wondering if, on the morrow, as they had planned this long time since, he would have the courage to rise and go on the stand, wondering if there were not some way, in case no one was looking, he was not handcuffed as he went to and from the jail, maybe tomorrow night when all were rising, the crowds moving and these deputies coming toward him, if he could only run or walk easily and quietly, and yet quickly, and seemingly unintentionally, to that stair and then down and out, to wherever it went, that small side door to the main stairs, which before this he had seen from the jail. If he could only get to some woods somewhere, and then walk and walk, or run and run, maybe, without stopping and without eating, for days, maybe, until, he had gotten away. Anywhere. It was a chance, of course. He might be shot, or tracked with dogs and men, but still it was a chance, wasn't it? For this way he had no chance at all. No one anywhere, after all this, was going to believe him not guilty, and he did not want to die that way. No, not that way. And so another miserable, black and weary night, and then another miserable, gray, and wintry morning. End of Book 3, Chapter 22. Section 32 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 23. By 8 o'clock the next morning, the great city papers were on the stands with the sprawling headlines, which informed everyone in no uncertain terms. Prosecution in Griffiths' case closes with impressive deluge of testimony. Motive as well as method hammered home. Destructive marks on face and head shown to correspond with one side of camera. Mother of dead girl faints at close of dramatic reading of her letters. And the architectonic way in which Mason had built his case, together with his striking and dramatic presentation of it, was sufficient to stir in Belknap and Jephson, as well as Clyde, the momentary conviction that they had been completely routed, that by no conceivable device could they possibly convince this jury now that Clyde was not a quadruple-dyed villain, and all congratulating Mason on the masterly way he had presented his case. And Clyde, greatly reduced and saddened by the realization that his mother would be reading all that had transpired the day before. He must ask Jephson to please wire her so that she would not believe it, and Frank and Julia and Esta. No doubt Sondra reading all this too, today, yet through all these days, all these black nights, not one word. A reference now and then in the papers to a Miss X, but at no time a single correct picture of her. That was what a family with money could do for you. And on this very day his defense would begin, and he would have to go forward as the only witness of any import. Yet asking himself, how could he? The crowd, its temper, the nervous strain of its unbelief and hatred by now. And after Belknap was through with him, then Mason. It was all right for Belknap and Jephson. They were in no danger of being tortured, as he was certain of being tortured. Yet in the face of all of this, and after an hour spent with Jephson and Belknap in his cell, finding himself back in the courtroom under the persistent gaze of this nondescript jury and the tensely interested audience, and now Belknap rising before the jury, and after solemnly contemplating each one of them, beginning. Gentlemen, somewhat over 3 weeks ago we were told by the district attorney that because of the evidence he was about to present, he would insist that you jurors must find the prisoner at the bar guilty of the crime of which he stands indicted. It has been a long and tedious procedure since then. The foolish and inexperienced, yet in every case innocent and unintentional, acts of a boy of 15 or 16 have been gone into before you gentlemen, as though they were the deeds of a hardened criminal, and plainly with the intention of prejudicing you against this defendant, who, with the exception of one misinterpreted accident in Kansas City, the most brutally and savagely misinterpreted accident it has ever been my professional misfortune to encounter, can be said to have lived as clean and energetic and blameless and innocent a life as any boy of his years anywhere. You have heard him called a man, a bearded man, a criminal and a crime-soaked product of the darkest vomiting of hell. And yet he is but 21, and there he sits. And I venture to say that if by some magic of the spoken word, I could at this moment strip from your eye the substance of all the cruel thoughts and emotions which have been attributed to him by a clamorous and mistaken, and I might say, if I had not been warned not to do so, politically biased prosecution, you could no more see him in the light that you do than you could rise out of that box and fly through those windows. Gentlemen of the jury, I have no doubt that you, as well as the district attorney and even the audience, have wondered how, under the downpour of such linked and at times almost venomous testimony, I or my colleague or this defendant could have remained as calm and collected as we have. And here he waved with grave ceremoniousness in the direction of his partner, who was still waiting his own hour. Yet, as you have seen, we have not only maintained but enjoyed the serenity of those who not only feel but know that they have the right and just end of any legal contest. You recall, of course, the words of the Avon bard, "Thrice armed is he who hath his quarrel just." In fact, we know, as the prosecution in this case unfortunately does not, the peculiarly strange and unexpected circumstances by which this dramatic and most unfortunate death came about. And before we are through, you shall see for yourselves. In the meantime, let me tell you, gentlemen, that since this case opened, I have believed that even apart from the light we propose to throw on this disheartening tragedy, you gentlemen are not at all sure that a brutal or bestial crime can be laid upon the shoulders of this defendant. You cannot be, for after all, love is love, and the ways of passion and the destroying emotion of love in either sex are not those of the ordinary criminal. Only remember, we were once all boys, and those of you who are grown women were girls, and know well, oh, how very well, the fevers and aches of youth that have nothing to do with a later practical life. Judge not, lest ye be judged, and with whatsoever measure ye meet, it will be measured unto ye again. We admit the existence and charm and potent love spell of the mysterious Miss X and her letters, which we have not been able to introduce here, and their effect on the defendant. We admit his love for this Miss X, and we propose to show by witnesses of our own, as well as by analyzing some of the testimony that has been offered here, that perhaps the sly and lecherous overtures with which this defendant is supposed to have lured the lovely soul, now so sadly and yet so purely accidentally blotted out, as we shall show, from the straight and narrow path of morality, were perhaps no more sly nor lecherous than the proceedings of any youth who finds the girl of his choice surrounded by those who see life only in the terms of the strictest and narrowest moral regime. And gentlemen, as your own county district attorney has told you, Roberta Alden loved Clyde Griffiths. At the very opening of this relationship, which has since proved to be a tragedy, this dead girl was deeply and irrevocably in love with him, just as at the time he imagined that he was in love with her. And people who are deeply and earnestly in love with each other are not much concerned with the opinions of others in regard to themselves. They are in love, and that is sufficient. But, gentlemen, I am not going to dwell on that phase of the question so much as on this explanation which we are about to offer. Why did Clyde Griffiths go to Fonda, or to Utica, or to Grass Lake, or to Big Bittern at all? Do you think we have any reason, or any desire, to deny or discolor in any way the fact of his having done so, or with Roberta Alden either? Or why, after the suddenness and seeming strangeness and mystery of her death, he should have chosen to walk away as he did? If you seriously think so, for one fraction of a moment, you are the most hopelessly deluded and mistaken dozen jurymen it has been our privilege to argue before in all our 27 years' contact with juries. Gentlemen, I have said to you that Clyde Griffiths is not guilty, and he is not. You may think, perhaps, that we ourselves must be believing in his guilt, but you are wrong. The peculiarity, the strangeness of life, is such that oftentimes a man may be accused of something that he did not do, and yet every circumstance surrounding him at the time seems to indicate that he did do it. There have been many very pathetic and very terrible instances of miscarriages of justice through circumstantial evidence alone. Be sure, be very sure, that no such mistaken judgment based on any local or religious or moral theory of conduct or bias, because of presumed irrefutable evidence, is permitted to prejudice you, so that without meaning to, and with the best and highest-minded intentions, you yourself see a crime, or the intention to commit a crime, when no such crime, or any such intention, ever truly or legally existed, or lodged in the mind or acts of this defendant. Oh, be sure. Be very, very sure. And here he paused to rest, and seemed to give himself over to deep and even melancholy thought, while Clyde, heartened by this shrewd and defiant beginning, was inclined to take more courage. But now Belknap was talking again, and he must listen, not lose a word of all this that was so heartening. When Roberta Alden's body was taken out of the water at Big Bittern, gentlemen, it was examined by a physician. He declared at the time that the girl had been drowned. He will be here and testify, and the defendant shall have the benefit of that testimony, and you must render it to him. You were told by the district attorney that Roberta Alden and Clyde Griffiths were engaged to be married, and that she left her home at Biltz and went forth with him on July 6th last on her wedding journey. Now, gentlemen, it is so easy to slightly distort a certain set of circumstances. "Were engaged to be married" was how the district attorney emphasized the incidents leading up to the departure on July 6th. As a matter of fact, not one iota of any direct evidence exists which shows that Clyde Griffiths was ever formally engaged to Roberta Alden, or that, except for some passages in her letters, he agreed to marry her. And those passages, gentlemen, plainly indicate that it was only under the stress of moral and material worry, due to her condition, for which he was responsible, of course, but which, nevertheless, was with the consent of both, a boy of 21 and a girl of 23, that he agreed to marry her. Is that, I ask you, an open and proper engagement? The kind of an engagement you think of when you think of one at all? Mind you, I am not seeking to flout or belittle or reflect in any way on this poor dead girl. I am simply stating, as a matter of fact and of law, that this boy was not formally engaged to this dead girl. He had not given her his word beforehand that he would marry her. Never. There is no proof. You must give him the benefit of that. And only because of her condition, for which we admit he was responsible, he came forward with an agreement to marry her, in case, and here he paused and rested on the phrase, she was not willing to release him. and since she was not willing to release him, as her various letters read here show, that agreement, on pain of a public exposure in Lycurgus, becomes, in the eyes and words of the district attorney, an engagement, and not only that, but a sacred engagement, which no one but a scoundrel and a thief and a murderer would attempt to sever. But, gentlemen, many engagements, more open and sacred in the eyes of the law and of religion, have been broken. Thousands of men and thousands of women have seen their hearts change, their vows and faith and trust flouted, and have even carried their wounds into the secret places of their souls, or gone forth, and gladly, to death at their own hands because of them. As the district attorney said in his address, it is not new and it will never be old. Never. But it is such a case as this last, I warn you, that you are now contemplating and are about to pass upon, a girl who is the victim of such a change of mood. But that is not a legal, however great a moral or social crime it may be. And it is only a curious and almost unbelievably tight and yet utterly misleading set of circumstances in connection with the death of this girl that chances to bring this defendant before you at this time. I swear it. I truly know it to be so. And it can and will be fully explained to your entire satisfaction before this case is closed. However, in connection with this last statement, there is another which must be made as a preface to all that is to follow. Gentlemen of the jury, the individual who is on trial here for his life is a mental as well as a moral coward. No more and no less. Not a downright, hard-hearted criminal by any means. Not unlike many men in critical situations, he is a victim of a mental and moral fear complex. Why, no one as yet has been quite able to explain. We all have one secret bugbear or fear, and it is these two qualities, and no others, that have placed him in the dangerous position in which he now finds himself. It was cowardice, gentlemen. Fear of a rule of the factory of which his uncle is the owner, as well as fear of his own word given to the officials above him, that caused him first to conceal the fact that he was interested in the pretty country girl who had come to work for him, and later to conceal the fact that he was going with her. Yet no statutory crime of any kind here. You could not possibly try a man for that, whatever privately you might think. And it was cowardice, mental and moral, gentlemen, which prevented him, after he became convinced that he could no longer endure a relationship which had once seemed so beautiful, from saying outright that he could not and would not continue with her, let alone marry her. Yet will you slay a man because he is the victim of fear? And again, after all, if a man has once and truly decided that he cannot and will not endure a given woman, or a woman a man, that to live with her could only prove torturesome, what would you have that person do? Marry her? To what end? That they may hate and despise and torture each other forever after? Can you truly say that you agree with that as a rule, or a method, or a law? Yet, as the defense sees it, a truly intelligent and fair enough thing, under the circumstances, was done in this instance. An offer, but without marriage, and alas, without avail, was made. A suggestion for a separate life, with him working to support her while she dwelt elsewhere. Her own letters, read only yesterday in this court, indicate something of the kind. But the so often tragic insistence upon what in so many cases were best left undone. And then that last, long, argumentative trip to Utica, Grass Lake, and Big Bittern, and all to no purpose, yet with no intention to kill or betray unto death, not the slightest, and we will show you why. Gentlemen, once more I insist that it was cowardice, mental and moral, and not any plot or plan for any crime of any kind, that made Clyde Griffiths travel with Roberta Alden under various aliases to all the places I have just mentioned, that made him write Mr. and Mrs. Carl Graham, Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden, mental and moral fear of the great social mistake as well as sin that he had committed in pursuing and eventually allowing himself to fall into this unhallowed relationship with her, mental and moral fear or cowardice of what was to follow. And again, it was mental and moral cowardice that prevented him there at Big Bittern, once the waters of the lake had so accidentally closed around her, from returning to Big Bittern Inn and making public her death. Mental and moral cowardice, and nothing more and nothing less. He was thinking of his wealthy relatives in Lycurgus, their rule which his presence here on the lake with this girl would show to have broken, of the suffering and shame and rage of her parents. And besides, there was Miss X, the brightest star in the brightest constellation of all his dreams. We admit all that, and we are completely willing to concede that he was, or must have been, thinking of all of these things. The prosecution charges, and we admit that such is the fact, that he had been so completely ensnared by this Miss X, and she by him, that he was willing and eager to forsake his first love who had given herself to him, for one who, because of her beauty and her wealth, seemed so much more desirable, even as to Roberta Alden he seemed more desirable than others. And if she erred as to him, and plainly she did, might he not have erred eventually, in his infatuated following of one who, in the ultimate, who can say, might not have cared so much for him? At any rate, one of his strongest fear thoughts at this time, as he himself has confessed to us, his counsel, was that if this Miss X learned that he had been up there with this other girl, of whom she had not even so much as heard, well then, it would mean the end of her regard for him. I know that as you gentlemen view such things, such conduct has no excuse for being. One may be the victim of an internal conflict between two illicit moods, yet nevertheless, as the law and the church see it, guilty of sin and crime. But the truth, none the less, is that they do exist in the human heart, law or no law, religion or no religion, and in scores of cases they motivate the actions of the victims, and we admit that they motivated the actions of Clyde Griffiths. But did he kill Roberta Alden? No. And again, no. Or did he plot in any way, half-heartedly or otherwise, to drag her up there under the guise of various aliases, and then, because she would not set him free, drown her? Ridiculous! Impossible! Insane! His plan was completely and entirely different. But, gentlemen, and here he suddenly paused as though a new or overlooked thought had just come to him, perhaps you would be better satisfied with my argument and the final judgment you are to render if you were to have the testimony of one eyewitness at least of Roberta Alden's death, one who, instead of just hearing a voice, was actually present, and who saw and hence knows how she met her death. He now looked at Jephson as much as to say, "Now, Reuben, at last, here we are." And Reuben, turning to Clyde, easily and yet with iron in his every motion, whispered, "Well, here we are, Clyde. It's up to you now. Only I'm going along with you, see? I've decided to examine you myself. I've drilled and drilled you, and I guess you won't have any trouble in telling me, will you?" He beamed on Clyde genially and encouragingly, and Clyde, because of Belknap's strong plea, as well as this newest and best development in connection with Jephson, now stood up, and with almost a jaunty air, and one out of all proportion to his mood of but 4 hours before, now whispered, "Gee, I'm glad you're going to do it. I'll be all right now, I think." But in the meantime, the audience, hearing that an actual eyewitness was to be produced, and not by the prosecution but the defense, was at once upon its feet, craning and stirring, and Justice Oberwalzer, irritated to an exceptional degree by the informality characteristic of this trial, was now rapping with his gavel, while the clerk cried loudly, "Order! Order! Unless everybody is seated, all spectators will be dismissed. The deputies will please see that all are seated." And then a hushed and strained silence falling, as Belknap called, "Clyde Griffiths, take the witness chair." And the audience, seeing to its astonishment Clyde, accompanied by Reuben Jephson, making his way forward, straining and whispering in spite of all the gruff commands of the judge and bailiffs, and even Belknap, as he saw Jephson approaching, being a little astonished, since it was he who, according to the original plan, was to have led Clyde through his testimony. But now Jephson drawing near to him as Clyde was being seated and sworn, merely whispering, "Leave him to me, Alvin. I think it's best. He looks a little too strained and shaky to suit me, but I feel sure I can pull him through." And then the audience, noting the change and whispering in regard to it, and Clyde, his large nervous eyes turning here and there, thinking, "Well, I'm on the witness stand at last, and now everybody's watching me, of course. I must look very calm, like I didn't care so very much, because I didn't really kill her. That's right, I didn't." Yet his skin blue, and the lids of his eyes red and puffy, and his hands trembling slightly in spite of himself. And Jephson, his long, tensile, and dynamic body like that of a swaying birch, turning toward him, and looking fixedly into Clyde's brown eyes with his blue ones, beginning, "Now, Clyde, the first thing we want to do is make sure that the jury and everyone else hears our questions and answers. And next, when you're all set, you're going to begin with your life as you remember it. Where you were born, where you came from, what your father did and your mother, too, and finally, what you did and why, from the time you went to work until now. I may interrupt you with a few questions now and then, but in the main I'm going to let you tell it, because I know you can tell it better than anyone." Yet in order to reassure Clyde, and to make him know each moment that he was there, a wall, a bulwark, between him and the eager, straining, unbelieving and hating crowd, he now drew nearer, at times so close as to put one foot on the witness stand, or if not that, to lean forward and lay a hand on the arm of the chair in which Clyde sat, and all the while saying, "Yes, yes, and then what? And then?" And invariably at the strong and tonic or protective sound of his voice, Clyde stirring as with a bolstering force, and finding himself able, and without shaking or quavering, to tell the short but straitened story of his youth. "I was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan. My parents were conducting a mission there at that time, and used to hold open-air meetings." End of Book 3, Chapter 23. Section 33 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 24. Clyde's testimony proceeded to the point where the family had removed from Quincy, Illinois, a place resorted to on account of some Salvation Army work offered his father and mother, to Kansas City, where from his 12th to his 15th year he had browsed about trying to find something to do, while still resenting the combination of school and religious work expected of him. "Were you up with your classes in the public schools?" "No, sir, we had moved too much." "In what grade were you when you were 12 years old?" "Well, I should have been in the 7th, but I was only in the 6th. That's why I didn't like it." "And how about the religious work of your parents?" "Well, it was all right, only I never did like going out at nights on the street corners." And so on, through 5 and 10-cent store, soda, and newspaper carrier jobs, until at last he was a bellhop at the Green Davidson, the finest hotel in Kansas City, as he informed them. "But now, Clyde," proceeded Jeffson, who, fearful lest Mason on the cross-examination, and in connection with Clyde's credibility as a witness, should delve into the matter of the wrecked car and the slain child in Kansas City, and so mar the effect of the story he was about now to tell, was determined to be beforehand in this. Decidedly, by questioning him properly, he could explain and soften all that, whereas if left to Mason it could be tortured into something exceedingly dark indeed. And so now he continued. "And how long did you work there?" "A little over a year." "And why did you leave?" "Well, it was on account of an accident." "What kind of an accident?" And here Clyde, previously prepared and drilled as to all this, plunged into the details which led up to and included the death of the little girl and his flight, which Mason, true enough, had been meaning to bring up. But now, as he listened to all this, he merely shook his head and grunted ironically. "He'd better go into all that," he commented. And Jeffson, sensing the import of what he was doing, how most likely he was, as he would have phrased it, spiking one of Mr. Mason's best guns, continued with, "How old were you then, Clyde, did you say?" "Between 17 and 18. "And do you mean to tell me," he continued, after he had finished with all of the questions he could think of in connection with all this, "that you didn't know that you might have gone back there, since you were not the one who took the car, and after explaining it all, been paroled in the custody of your parents?" "Object!" shouted Mason. "There's no evidence here to show that he could have returned to Kansas City and been paroled in the custody of his parents." "Objection sustained," boomed the judge from his high throne. "The defense will please confine itself a little more closely to the letter of the testimony." "Exception," noted Belknap from his seat. "No, sir, I didn't know that," replied Clyde just the same. "Anyhow, was that the reason after you got away that you changed your name to Tenet, as you told me?" continued Jeffson. "Yes, sir." "By the way, just where did you get that name of Tenet, Clyde?" "It was the name of a boy I used to play with in Quincy." "Was he a good boy?" "Object!" called Mason from his chair. "Incompetent, immaterial, irrelevant." "Oh, he might have associated with a good boy in spite of what you would like to have the jury believe, and in that sense it is very relevant," sneered Jeffson. "Objection sustained," boomed Justice Oberwalzer. "But didn't it occur to you at the time that he might object, or that you might be doing him an injustice in using his name to cover the identity of a fellow who was running away?" "No, sir. I thought there were lots of tenants." An indulgent smile might have been expected at this point, but so antagonistic and bitter was the general public toward Clyde that such levity was out of the question in this courtroom. "Now, listen, Clyde," continued Jeffson, having, as he had just seen, failed to soften the mood of the throng. "You cared for your mother, did you? Or didn't you?" Objection and argument finally ending in the question being allowed. "Yes, sir. Certainly I cared for her," replied Clyde, but after a slight hesitancy which was noticeable, a tightening of the throat and a swelling and sinking of the chest as he exhaled and inhaled. "Much?" "Yes, sir. Much." He didn't venture to look at anyone now. "Hadn't she always done as much as she could for you in her way?" "Yes, sir." "Well then, Clyde, how was it, after all that, and even though that dreadful accident had occurred, you could run away and stay away so long, without so much as one word to tell her that you were by no means as guilty as you seemed, and that she shouldn't worry, because you were working and trying to be a good boy again?" "But I did write her, only I didn't sign my name." "I see. Anything else?" "Yes, sir, I sent her a little money, $10 once." "But you didn't think of going back at all?" "No, sir, I was afraid if I went back they might arrest me." "In other words," and here Jeffson emphasized this with great clearness, "you were a moral and mental coward, as Mr. Belknap, my colleague, said." "I object to this interpretation of this defendant's testimony for the benefit of the jury," interrupted Mason. "This defendant's testimony really needs no interpretation. It is very plain and honest, as anyone can see," quickly interrupted Jeffson. "Objection sustained," called the judge. "Proceed. Proceed." "And it was because you were a moral and mental coward, as I see it, Clyde. Not that I am condemning you for anything that you cannot help. After all, you didn't make yourself, did you?" But this was too much, and the judge here cautioned him to use more discretion in framing his future questions. "Then you went about in Alton, Peoria, Bloomington, Milwaukee, and Chicago, hiding away in small rooms and back streets, and working as a dishwasher or soda fountain man, or a driver, and changing your name to Tenant when you really might have gone back to Kansas City and resumed your old place?" continued Jeffson. "I object! I object!" yelled Mason. "There is no evidence here to show that he could have gone there and resumed his old place." "Objection sustained," ruled Oberwalzer, although at the time in Jeffson's pocket was a letter from Francis X. Squires, formerly captain of the bellboys of the Green Davidson at the time Clyde was there, in which he explained that apart from the one incident in connection with the purloined automobile, he knew nothing derogatory to Clyde, and that always previously he had found him prompt, honest, willing, alert, and well-mannered. Also, at the time the accident occurred, he himself had been satisfied that Clyde could have been little else than one of those led, and that if he had returned and properly explained matters, he would have been reinstated. It was irrelevant. Thereafter followed Clyde's story of how, having fled from the difficulties threatening him in Kansas City, and having wandered here and there for 2 years, he had finally obtained a place in Chicago as a driver, and later as a bellboy at the Union League, and also how, while still employed at the first of these places, he had written his mother, and later at her request was about to write his uncle, when, accidentally meeting him at the Union League, he was invited by him to come to Lycurgus, and thereupon, in their natural order, followed all of the details of how he had gone to work, been promoted and instructed by his cousin and the foreman as to the various rules, and then later how he had met Roberta, and still later Miss X. But in between came all the details as to how and why he had courted Roberta Alden, and how and why, having once secured her love, he felt and thought himself content, but how the arrival of Miss X and her overpowering fascination for him had served completely to change all his notions in regard to Roberta, and although he still admired her, caused him to feel that never again as before could he desire to marry her. But Jeffson, anxious to divert the attention of the jury from the fact that Clyde was so very fickle, a fact too trying to be so speedily introduced into the case, at once interposed with, "Clyde, you really loved Roberta Alden at first, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." Well then, you must have known, or at least you gathered from her actions from the first, didn't you, that she was a perfectly good and innocent and religious girl?" "Yes, sir, that's how I felt about her," replied Clyde, repeating what he had been told to say. "Well then, just roughly now, without going into detail, do you suppose you could explain to yourself and this jury how and why and where and when those changes came about which led to that relationship which we all of us," and here he looked boldly and wisely and coldly out over the audience and then afterwards upon the jurors, "deplore? How was it, if you thought so highly of her at first, that you could so soon afterwards descend to this evil relationship? Didn't you know that all men, and all women also, view it as wrong, and outside of marriage unforgivable, a statutory crime?" The boldness and ironic sting of this was sufficient to cause at first a hush, later a slight nervous tremor on the part of the audience, which, Mason as well as Justice Oberwalzer noting, caused both to frown apprehensively. Why, this brazen young cynic! How dared he, via innuendo and in the guise of serious questioning, intrude such a thought as this, which by implication at least picked at the very foundations of society, religious and moral? At the same time, there he was, standing boldly and leoninely. All the while Clyde replied, "Yes, sir, I suppose I did, certainly, but I didn't try to seduce her at first or at any time, really. I was in love with her." "You were in love with her?" "Yes, sir." "Very much?" "Very much." "And was she as much in love with you at that time?" "Yes, sir, she was." "From the very first?" "From the very first." "She told you so?" "Yes, sir." "At the time she left the Newtons, you have heard all the testimony here in regard to that. Did you induce or seek to induce her in any way, by any trick or agreement, to leave there?" "No, sir, I didn't. She wanted to leave there of her own accord. She wanted me to help her find a place." "She wanted you to help her find a place?" "Yes, sir." "And just why?" "Because she didn't know the city very well, and she thought maybe I could tell her where there was a nice room she could get, one that she could afford." "And did you tell her about the room she took at the Gilpins?" "No, sir, I didn't. I never told her about any room. She found it herself." This was the exact answer he had memorized. "But why didn't you help her?" "Because I was busy, days and most evenings. And besides, I thought she knew better what she wanted than I did. The kind of people and all." "Did you personally ever see the Gilpin place before she went there?" "No, sir." "Ever have any discussion with her before she moved there as to the kind of a room she was to take, its position as regards to entrance, exit, privacy, or anything of that sort?" "No, sir, I never did." "Never insisted, for instance, that she take a certain type of room which you could slip in and out of at night or by day without being seen?" "I never did. Besides, no one could very well slip in or out of that house without being seen." "And why not?" "Because the door to her room was right next to the door to the general front entrance, where everybody went in and out, and anybody that was around could see." That was another answer he had memorized. "But you slipped in and out, didn't you?" "Well, yes, sir. That is, we both decided from the first that the less we were seen together anywhere, the better." "On account of that factory rule?" "Yes, sir, on account of that factory rule." And then the story of his various difficulties with Roberta due to Miss X coming into his life. Now, Clyde, we will have to go into the matter of this Miss X a little. Because of an agreement between the defense and the prosecution, which you gentlemen of the jury fully understand, we can only touch on this incidentally, since it all concerns an entirely innocent person, whose real name can be of no service here anyhow. But some of the facts must be touched upon, although we will deal with them as light as possible, as much for the sake of the innocent living as the worthy dead. And I am sure Miss Alden would have it so if she were alive. But now, in regard to Miss X," he continued, turning to Clyde, "is it already agreed by both sides that you met her in Lycurgus some time in November or December of last year? That is correct, is it not?" "Yes, sir, that is correct," replied Clyde, sadly. "And that at once you fell very much in love with her?" "Yes, sir, that's true." "She was rich?" Yes, sir. Beautiful? I believe it is admitted by all that she is, he said to the court in general, without requiring or anticipating a reply from Clyde. Yet the latter, so thoroughly drilled had he been, now replied, Yes, sir. Had you, too, yourself and Miss Alden, I mean, at that time when you first met Miss X, already established that illicit relationship referred to? Yes, sir. Well, now, in view of all that, but no, one moment, there is something else I want to ask you first. Now, let me see. At the time that you first met this Miss X, you were still in love with Roberta Alden, were you? Or were you not? I was still in love with her, yes, sir. You had not, up to that time at least, in any way become weary of her? Or had you? No, sir, I had not. Her love and her companionship were just as precious and delightful to you as ever? Yes, sir, they were. And as Clyde said that, he was thinking back, and it seemed to him that what he had just said was really true. It was true that just before meeting Sondra, he was actually at the zenith of content and delight with Roberta. And what, if any, were your plans for your future with Miss Alden, before you met this Miss X? You must have thought at times of that, didn't you? Well, not exactly. And as he said this, he licked his lips in sheer nervousness. You see, I never had any real plan to do anything. That is, to do anything that wasn't quite right with her. And neither did she, of course. We just drifted, kinda, from the first. It was being alone there so much, maybe. She hadn't taken up with anybody yet, and I hadn't either. And then there was that rule that kept me from taking her about anywhere. And once we were together, of course we just went on without thinking very much about it, I suppose. Either of us. You just drifted because nothing had happened as yet, and you didn't suppose anything would. Is that the way? No, sir. I mean, yes, sir. That's the way it was. Clyde was very eager to get these much rehearsed and very important answers just right. But you must have thought of something. One or both of you? You were 21 and she was 23. Yes, sir. I suppose we did. I suppose I did think of something now and then. And what was it that you thought? Can you recollect? Well, yes, sir, I suppose I can. That is, I know that I did think at times that if things went well all right, and I made a little more money and she got a place somewhere else, that I would begin taking her out openly, and then afterwards, maybe, if she and I kept on caring for each other as we did, then marry her, maybe. You actually thought of marrying her then, did you? Yes, sir. I know I did in this way that I've said, of course. But that was before you met this Miss X? Yes, sir, that was before that. Beautifully done, observed Mason, sarcastically, under his breath to State Senator Redmond. Excellent stage play, replied Redmond in a stage whisper. But did you ever tell her in so many words? Continued Jeffson. Well, no, sir, I don't recall that I did. Not just in so many words. You either told her or you didn't tell her. Now, which was it? Well, neither, quite. I used to tell her that I loved her and that I never wanted her to leave me and that I hoped she never would. But not that you wanted to marry her. No, sir, not that I wanted to marry her. Well, all right. And she, what did she say? That she would never leave me, replied Clyde, heavily and fearsomely, thinking as he did so of Roberta's last cries and her eyes bent on him, and he took from his pocket a handkerchief and began to wipe his moist, cold face and hands. Well staged, murmured Mason, softly and cynically. Pretty shrewd, commented Redmond lightly. But tell me, went on Jeffson, softly and coldly, feeling as you did about Miss Alden, how was it that upon meeting this Miss X you could change so quickly? Are you so fickle that you don't know your own mind from day to day? Well, I didn't think so up to that time. No, sir. Had you ever had a strong and binding love affair at any time in your life before you met Miss Alden? No, sir. But did you consider this one with Miss Alden strong and binding? A true love affair? Up to the time you met this Miss X? Yes, sir, I did. And afterwards, then what? Well, afterwards, it wasn't quite like that anymore." "You mean to say that on sight of Miss X, after encountering her once or twice, you ceased to care for Miss Alden entirely?" "Well, no, sir, it wasn't quite like that," volunteered Clyde, swiftly and earnestly. "I did continue to care for her some, quite a lot, really, but before I knew it I had completely lost my head over Miss yes, this Miss X, we know. You fell madly and unreasonably in love with her. Was that the way of it?" "Yes, sir." "And then?" "Well, and then I just couldn't care for Miss Alden so much any more." A thin film of moisture covered Clyde's forehead and cheeks as he spoke. I see, went on Jeffson, oratorically and loudly, having the jury and audience in mind. "A case of the Arabian Nights, of the ensorcelled and the ensorceller." "I don't think I know what you mean," said Clyde. "A case of being bewitched, my poor boy, by beauty, love, wealth, by things that we sometimes think we want very, very much and cannot ever have. That is what I mean, and that is what much of the love in the world amounts to." "Yes, sir," replied Clyde, quite innocently, concluding rightly that this was a mere show of rhetoric on Jeffson's part. "But what I want to know is, how was it that loving Miss Alden as much as you say you did, and having reached that relationship which should have been sanctioned by marriage, how was it that you could have felt so little bound or obligated to her as to entertain the idea of casting her over for this Miss X? Now, just how was that? I would like to know, and so would this jury, I am sure. Where was your sense of gratitude, your sense of moral obligation? Do you mean to say that you have none? We want to know." This was really cross-examination, an attack on his own witness, yet Jeffson was within his rights, and Mason did not interfere. "Well," and here Clyde hesitated and stumbled, quite as if he had not been instructed as to all this beforehand, and seemed to and did truly finger about in his own mind or reason for some thought that would help him to explain all this. For although it was true that he had memorized the answer, now that he was confronted by the actual question here in court, as well as the old problem that had so confused and troubled him in Lycurgus, he could scarcely think clearly of all he had been told to say, but instead twisted and turned, and finally came out with, "The fact is, I didn't think about those things at all very much. I couldn't after I saw her. I tried to at times, but I couldn't. I only wanted her, and I didn't want Miss Alden any more. I knew I wasn't doing right, exactly, and I felt sorry for Roberta, but just the same, I didn't seem to be able to do anything much about it. I could only think of Miss X, and I couldn't think of Roberta as I had before, no matter how hard I tried." "Do you mean to say that you didn't suffer in your own conscience on account of this?" "Yes, sir, I suffered," replied Clyde. "I knew I wasn't doing right, and it made me worry a lot about her and myself, but just the same, I didn't seem to be able to do any better." He was repeating words that Jeffson had written out for him, although at the time he first read them he had felt them to be fairly true. He had suffered some. "And then?" "Well, then she began to complain because I didn't go round to see her as much as before." "In other words, you began to neglect her?" "Yes, sir, some, but not entirely, no, sir." "Well, when you found you were so infatuated with this Miss X, what did you do? Did you go and tell Miss Alden that you were no longer in love with her, but in love with someone else?" "No, I didn't. Not then." "Why not then? Did you think it fair and honorable to be telling two girls at once that you cared for them?" "No, sir, but it wasn't quite like that either. You see, at the time I was just getting acquainted with Miss X, and I wasn't telling her anything. She wouldn't let me. But I knew then, just the same, that I couldn't care for Miss Alden any more." "But what about the claim Miss Alden had on you? Didn't you feel that that was enough, or should be, to prevent you from running after some other girl?" "Yes, sir." "Well, why did you then?" "I couldn't resist her." "Miss X, you mean?" "Yes, sir." "And so you continued to run after her until you had made her care for you?" "No, sir, that wasn't the way at all." "Well, then, what was the way?" "I just met her here and there and got crazy about her." "I see. But still, you didn't go and tell Miss Alden that you couldn't care for her any longer?" "No, sir, not then." "And why not?" Because I thought it would hurt her, and I didn't want to do that. Oh, I see. You didn't have the moral or mental courage to do it, then. I don't know about the moral or mental courage, replied Clyde, a little hurt and irritated by this description of himself. But I felt sorry for her just the same. She used to cry, and I didn't have the heart to tell her anything. I see. Well, let it stand that way if you want to. But now answer me one other thing. That relationship between you two. What about that, after you knew that you didn't care for her anymore? Did that continue? Well, no, sir, not so very long, anyhow, replied Clyde, most nervously and shamefacedly. He was thinking of all the people before him now, of his mother, Sondra, of all the people throughout the entire United States, who would read and so know. And on first being shown these questions weeks and weeks before, he had wanted to know of Jeffson what the use of all that was. And Jeffson had replied, educational effect. The quicker and harder we can shock him with some of the real facts of life around here, the easier it is going to be for you to get a little more sane consideration of what your problem was. But don't you worry your head over that now. When the time comes, just answer him and leave the rest to us. We know what we're doing. And so now, Clyde added, you see, after meeting Miss X, I couldn't care for her so much that way anymore, and so I tried not to go around her so much anymore. But anyhow, it wasn't so very long after that before she got in trouble, and then, well, I see. And when was that? About? Along in the latter part of January last year. And once that happened, then what? Did you or did you not feel that it was your duty under the circumstances to marry her? Well, no, not the way things were then. That is, if I could get her out of it, I mean. And why not? What do you mean by as things were then? Well, you see, it was just as I told you. I wasn't caring for her anymore, and since I hadn't promised to marry her, and she knew it, I thought it would be fair enough if I helped her out of it, and then told her that I didn't care for her as I once did. But couldn't you help her out of it? No, sir, but I tried. You went to that druggist who testified here? Yes, sir. To anybody else? Yes, sir, to 7 others before I could get anything at all. But what you got didn't help? No, sir. Did you go to that young haberdasher who testified here as he said? Yes, sir. And did he give you the name of any particular doctor? Well, yes, but I wouldn't care to say which one. All right, you needn't. But did you send Miss Alden to any doctor? Yes, sir. Did she go alone, or did you go with her? I went with her, that is, to the door. Why only to the door? Well, we talked it over, and she thought as I did, that it might be better that way. I didn't have any too much money at the time. I thought he might be willing to help her for less if she went by herself than if we both went together. I'll be damned if he isn't stealing most of my thunder, thought Mason to himself at this point. He's forestalling most of the things I intended to riddle him with. And he sat up, worried. Burley and Redmond and Earl Newcomb all now saw clearly what Jeffson was attempting to do. I see. And it wasn't by any chance because you were afraid that your uncle or Miss X might hear of it? Oh, yes, that is, we both thought of that and talked about it. She understood how things were with me down there. But not about Miss X. No, not about Miss X. And why not? Well, because I didn't think I could very well tell her just then. It would have made her feel too bad. I wanted to wait until she was all right again. And then tell her and leave her. Is that what you mean? Well, yes, if I still couldn't care for her any more. Yes, sir. But not if she was in trouble. Well, no, sir, not if she was in trouble. But you see, at that time I was expecting to be able to get her out of that. I see. But didn't her condition affect your whole attitude toward her? Cause you to want to straighten the whole thing out by giving up this Miss X and marrying Miss Alden? Well, no, sir, not then exactly. That is, not at that time. How do you mean, not at that time? Well, I did come to feel that way later, as I told you, but not then. That was afterwards, after we started on our trip to the Adirondacks. And why not then? I've said why. I was too crazy about Miss X to think of anything but her. You couldn't change even then. No, sir. I felt sorry, but I couldn't. I see. But never mind that now. I will come to that later. Just now, I want to have you explain to the jury, if you can, just what it was about this Miss X, as contrasted with Miss Alden, that made her seem so very much more desirable in your eyes. Just what characteristics of manner, or face, or mind, or position, or whatever it was that so enticed you. Or do you know? This was a question which both Belknap and Jephson, in various ways and for various reasons, psychic, legal, personal, had asked Clyde before, and with varying results. At first, he could not and would not discuss her at all, fearing that whatever he said would be seized upon and used in his trial with the newspapers, along with her name. But later, when because of the silence of the newspapers everywhere in regard to her true name, it became plain that she was not to be featured, he permitted himself to talk more freely about her. But now here on the stand, he grew once more nervous and reticent. Well, you see, it's hard to say. She was very beautiful to me, much more so than Roberta, but not only that, she was different from anyone I had ever known, more independent, and everybody paid so much attention to what she did and what she said. She seemed to know more than anyone else I ever knew. Then she dressed awfully well, and was very rich and in society, and her name and pictures were always in the paper. I used to read about her every day when I didn't see her, and that seemed to keep her before me a lot. She was daring, too, not so simple or trusting as Miss Alden was, and at first it was hard for me to believe that she was becoming so interested in me. It got so that I couldn't think of anyone or anything else, and I didn't want Roberta any more. I just couldn't, with Miss X always before me. Well, it looks to me as if you might have been in love, or hypnotized at that, insinuated Jephson at the conclusion of this statement, the tail of his right eye upon the jury. If that isn't a picture of pretty much all gone, I guess I don't know one when I see it. But with the audience and the jury as stony-faced as before, as he could see. But immediately thereafter, the swift and troubled waters of the alleged plot, which was the stern trail to which all of this was leading. Well now, Clyde, from there on, just what happened? Tell us now as near as you can recall. Don't shade it or try to make yourself look any better or any worse. She is dead, and you may be, eventually, if these 12 gentlemen here finally so decide. And at this an icy chill seemed to permeate the entire courtroom as well as Clyde. But the truth for the peace of your own soul is the best. And here Jephson thought of Mason. Let him counteract that if he can. Yes, sir, said Clyde simply. Well then, after she got in trouble and you couldn't help her, then what? What was it you did? How did you act? By the way, one moment. What was your salary at that time? $25 a week, confessed Clyde. No other source of income? I didn't quite hear. Was there any other source from which you were obtaining any money at that time in any way? No, sir. And how much was your room? $7 a week? And your board? Oh, from 5 to 6. Any other expenses? Yes, sir, my clothes and laundry. You had to stand your share of whatever social doings were on foot, didn't you? Objected to as leading, called Mason. Objection sustained, replied Justice Oberwalzer. Any other expenses that you can think of? Well, there were car fares and train fares, and then I had to share in whatever social expenses there were. Exactly, cried Mason with great irritation. I wish you would quit leading this parrot here. I wish the honorable district attorney would mind his own business, snorted Jephson, as much for Clyde's benefit as for his own. He wished to break down his fear of Mason. I'm examining this defendant, and as for parrots, we've seen quite a number of them around here in the last few weeks, and coached to the throat like schoolboys. That's a malicious lie, shouted Mason. I object and demand an apology. The apology is to me and this defendant, if your honor pleases, and will be exacted quickly if your honor will only adjourn this court for a few minutes. And then stepping directly in front of Mason, he added, and I will be able to obtain it without any judicial aid. Whereupon Mason, thinking he was about to be attacked, squared off, the while assistants and deputy sheriffs, the stenographers and writers, and the clerk of the court himself gathered round and seized the two lawyers, while Justice Oberwalzer pounded violently on his desk with his gavel. Gentlemen! Gentlemen! You are both in contempt of court, both of you! You will apologize to the court and to each other, or I'll declare a mistrial and commit you both for 10 days and have you fined $500 each." With this he leaned down and frowned on both. And at once Jeffson replied, most suavely and ingratiatingly, "Under the circumstances, Your Honor, I apologize to you and to the attorney for the people and to this jury. The attack on this defendant by the district attorney seemed too unfair and uncalled for. That was all." "Never mind that," continued Oberwalzer. "Under the circumstances, Your Honor, I apologize to you and to the counsel for the defense. I was a little hasty, perhaps. And to this defendant also," sneered Mason, after first looking into Justice Oberwalzer's angry and uncompromising eyes, and then into Clyde's, who instantly recoiled and turned away. "Proceed," growled Oberwalzer sullenly. "Now, Clyde," resumed Jeffson anew, as calm as though he had just lit and thrown away a match, "you say your salary was $25, and you had these various expenses. Had you, up to this time, been able to put aside any money for a rainy day?" "No, sir, not much. Not any, really." "Well, then, supposing some doctor to whom Miss Alden had applied had been willing to assist her and wanted, say, $100 or so, were you ready to furnish that?" "No, sir, not right off, that is." "Did she have any money of her own that you know of?" "None that I know of. No, sir." "Well, how did you intend to help her, then?" "Well, I thought if either she or I found anyone, and he would wait and let me pay for it on time, that I could save and pay it that way, maybe." "I see. You were perfectly willing to do that, were you?" "Yes, sir, I was." "You told her so, did you?" "Yes, sir, she knew that." "Well, when neither you nor she could find anyone to help her, then what? What did you do next?" "Well, then she wanted me to marry her." "Right away?" "Yes, sir, right away." "And what did you say to that?" "I told her I just couldn't then. I didn't have any money to get married on. And besides, if I did and didn't go away somewhere, at least until the baby was born, everybody would find out, and I couldn't have stayed there anyhow, and she couldn't either." "And why not?" "Well, there were my relatives. They wouldn't have wanted to keep me any more, or her either, I guess." "I see. They wouldn't have considered you fit for the work you were doing, or her either. Is that it?" "I thought so, anyhow," replied Clyde. "And then what?" "Well, even if I had wanted to go away with her and marry her, I didn't have enough money to do that, and she didn't either. I would have had to give up my place and gone and found another somewhere before I could let her come. Besides that, I didn't know any place where I could go and earn as much as I did there." "How about hotel work? Couldn't you have gone back to that?" "Well, maybe, if I had had an introduction of some kind, but I didn't want to go back to that." "And why not?" "Well, I didn't like it so much any more. Not that kind of life." "But you didn't mean that you didn't want to do anything at all, did you? That wasn't your attitude, was it?" "Oh, no, sir, that wasn't it. I told her right away if she would go away for a while she had her baby, and let me stay on there in Lycurgus, that I would try to live on less so I could give her all I could save until she was all right again." "But not marry her?" "No, sir, I didn't feel that I could do that then." "And what did she say to that?" "She wouldn't do it. She said she couldn't and wouldn't go through with it unless I would marry her." "I see. Then and there?" "Well, yes, pretty soon, anyhow. She was willing to wait a little while, but she wouldn't go away unless I would marry her." "And did you tell her that you didn't care for her any more?" "Well, nearly. Yes, sir." "What do you mean by nearly?" "Well, that I didn't want to. Besides, she knew I didn't care for her any more. She said so herself." "To you, at that time?" "Yes, sir, lots of times." "Well, yes, that's true. It was in all of those letters of hers that were read here. But when she refused so flatly, what did you do then?" "Well, I didn't know what to do, but I thought maybe if I could get her to go up to her home for a while I tried and saved what I could, maybe, once she was up there and saw how much I didn't want to marry her—" Clyde paused and fumbled at his lips. This lying was hard. "Yes, go on. And remember, the truth, however ashamed of it you may be, is better than any lie." "And maybe when she was a little more frightened and not so determined—" "Weren't you frightened too?" Yes, sir, I was. Well, go on. That then, well, maybe if I offered her all that I had been able to save up to then, you see, I thought maybe I might be able to borrow some from someone too, that she might be willing to go away and not make me marry her. Just live somewhere and let me help her. I see. But she wouldn't agree to that? Well, no. Not to my not marrying her, no. But to going up there for a month, yes. I couldn't get her to say that she would let me off. But did you, at that or any other time before or subsequent to that, say that you would come up there and marry her? No, sir, I never did. Just what did you say then? I said that, as soon as I could get the money, stuttered Clyde at this point, so nervous and shamed was he, I would come for her in about a month, and we could go away somewhere until she was out of that. But you did not tell her that you would marry her. No, sir, I did not. But she wanted you to, of course. Yes, sir. Had you any notion that she could force you so to do at that time? Marry her against your will, I mean? No, sir, I didn't, not if I could help it. My plan was to wait as long as I could and save all the money I could, and then when the time came, just refuse, and give her all the money that I had, and help her all I could from then on. But you know, proceeded Jeffson, most suavely and diplomatically at this point, there are various references in these letters here which Miss Alden wrote you, and he reached over and from the district attorney's table picked up the original letters of Roberta and laid them solemnly in his hand, to a plan which you two had in connection with this trip, or at least that she seemed to think you had. Now, exactly what was that plan? She distinctly refers to it, if I recall all right, as our plan. I know that, replied Clyde, since for 2 months now, he, along with Belknap and Jeffson, had discussed this particular question. But the only plan I know of, and here he did his best to look frank and be convincing, was the one that I offered over and over. And what was that? Why, that she go away and take a room somewhere, and let me help her, and come over and see her once in a while. Well, no, you're wrong there, returned Jeffson slyly. That isn't and couldn't be the plan she had in mind. She says in one of these letters that she knows it will be hard on you to have to go away and stay so long, or until she is out of this thing, but that it can't be helped. Yes, I know, replied Clyde, quickly and exactly as he had been told to do. But that was her plan, not mine. She kept saying to me most of the time that that was what she wanted me to do, and that I would have to do it. She told me that over the telephone several times, and I may have said all right, not meaning that I agreed with her entirely, but that I wanted to talk with her about it some more later. I see. And so that's what you think, that she meant one thing and you meant another. Well, I know I never agreed to her plan, exactly. That is, I never did any more than just ask her to wait and not do anything until I could get money enough together to come up there and talk to her some more and get her to go away, the way I suggested. But if she wouldn't accede to your plan, then what? Well, then I was going to tell her about Miss X and beg her to let me go. And if she still wouldn't? Well, then I thought I might run away, but I didn't like to think about that very much. You know, Clyde, of course, that some here are of the opinion that there was a plot on your part which originated in your mind about this time to conceal your identity and hers, and lure her up there to one of those lone lakes in the Adirondacks, and slay her or drown her in cold blood, in order that you might be free to marry this Miss X. Any truth to that? Tell this jury. Yes or no, which is it? No, I never did plot to kill her or anyone, protested Clyde, quite dramatically, and clutching at the arms of his chair and seeking to be as emphatic as possible, since he had been instructed so to do. At the same time, he arose in his seat and sought to look stern and convincing, although in his heart and mind was the crying knowledge that he had so plotted, and this it was that most weakened him at this moment, most painfully and horribly weakened him. The eyes of all these people, the eyes of the judge and jury, and Mason, and all the men and women of the press. And once more his brow was wet and cold, and he licked his thin lips nervously, and swallowed with difficulty because his throat was dry. And then it was piecemeal, and beginning with the series of letters written by Roberta to Clyde after she reached her home, and ending with the one demanding that he come for her, or she would return to Lycurgus and expose him, Jephson took up the various phases of the alleged plot and crime, and now did his best to minimize and finally dispel all that had been testified to so far. Clyde's suspicious actions in not writing Roberta. Well, he was afraid of complications in connection with his relatives, his work, everything. And the same with arranging to meet her in Fonda. He had no plan as to any trip with her anywhere in particular at the time. He only thought vaguely of meeting her somewhere, anywhere, and possibly persuading her to leave him. But July arriving and his plan still so indefinite, the first thing that occurred to him was that they might go off to some inexpensive resort somewhere. It was Roberta who in Utica had suggested some of the lakes north of there. It was there in the hotel, not at the railway station, that he had secured some maps and folders. A fatal contention in one sense, for Mason had one folder with a Lycurgus house stamp on the cover, which Clyde had not noticed at the time. And as he was so testifying, Mason was thinking of this. In regard to leaving Lycurgus by a back street, well, there had been a desire to conceal his departure with Roberta, of course, but only to protect her name and his from notoriety. And so with riding in separate cars, registering as Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Golden, and so on indefinitely throughout the entire list of shifty concealments and evasions. In regard to the two hats, well, the one hat was soiled, and seeing one that he liked, he bought it. Then when he lost the hat in the accident, he naturally put on the other. To be sure, he had owned and carried a camera, and it was true that he had it at the Cranstons on his first visit there on the 18th of June. The only reason he denied having it at first was because he was afraid of being identified with this purely accidental death of Roberta in a way that would be difficult to explain. He had been falsely charged with her murder immediately upon his arrest in the woods, and he was fearful of his entire connection with this ill-fated trip, and not having any lawyer or anyone to say a word for him, he thought it best to say nothing, and so for the time being had denied everything, although at once, on being provided counsel, he had confided to his attorneys the true facts of the case. And so, too, with the missing suit, which, because it was wet and muddy, he had done up in a bundle in the woods, and after reaching the Cranstons had deposited it behind some stones there, intending to return and secure it and have it dry cleaned. But on being introduced to Mr. Belknap and Mr. Jephson, he at once told both, and they had secured it and had it cleaned for him. But now, Clyde, in regard to your plans and your being out on that lake in the first place, let's hear about that now. And then, quite as Jephson had outlined it to Belknap, came the story of how he and Roberta had reached Utica, and afterwards Grass Lake, and yet no plan. He intended, if worst came to worst, to tell her of his great love for Miss X, and appeal to her sympathy and understanding, to set him free at the same time that he offered to do anything that he could for her. If she refused, he intended to defy her and leave Lycurgus, if necessary, and give up everything. But when I saw her at Fonda, and later in Utica, looking as tired and worried as she was, and here Clyde was endeavoring to give the ring of sincerity to words carefully supplied him, and sort of helpless, I began to feel sorry for her again. Yes, and then what? Well, I wasn't quite so sure whether, in case she refused to let me off, I could go through with leaving her. Well, what did you decide then? Not anything just then. I listened to what she had to say, and I tried to tell her how hard it was going to be for me to do anything much, even if I did go away with her. I only had $50. Yes. And then she began to cry, and I decided I couldn't talk to her any more about it there. She was too run down and nervous. So I asked her if there wasn't any place she would like to go to for a day or two to brace herself up a little, went on Clyde. Only here, on account of the blackness of the lie he was telling, he twisted and swallowed in the weak, stigmatic way that was his, whenever he was attempting something which was beyond him, any untruth or a feat of skill, and then added, and she said yes, maybe to one of those lakes up in the Adirondacks. It didn't make much difference which one, if we could afford it. And when I told her, mostly because of the way she was feeling, that I thought we could, then you really only went up there on her account? Yes, sir, only on account of her. I see. Go on. Well, then she said if I would go downstairs or somewhere to get some folders, we might be able to find a place up there somewhere where it wasn't so expensive. And did you? Yes, sir. Well, and then what? Well, we looked them over and we finally hit on Grass Lake. Who did? The two of you, or she? Well, she took one folder and I took another, and in hers she found an ad about an inn up there where 2 people could stay for $21 a week, or $5 a day for the 2, and I thought that we couldn't do much better than that for one day. Was one day all you intended to stay? No, sir, not if she wanted to stay longer. My idea at first was that we might stay 1 or 2 days or 3. I couldn't tell. Whatever time it took me to talk things out with her and make her understand and see where I stood. I see. And then? Well, then we went up to Grass Lake the next morning. In separate cars still? Yes, sir, in separate cars. And when you got there? Why, we registered. How? Clifford Graham and wife. Still afraid someone would know who you were? Yes, sir. Did you try to disguise your handwriting in any way? Yes, sir, a little. But just why did you always use your own initials? C.G. Well, I thought that the initials on my bag should be the same as the initials on the register, and still not be my name either. I see. Clever in one sense, not so clever in another. Just half clever, which is the worst of all. At this, Mason half rose in his seat as though to object, but evidently changing his mind, sank slowly back again. And once more Jephson's right eye swiftly and inquiringly swept to the jury on his right. Well, did you finally explain to her that you wanted to be done with it all as you had planned? Or did you not? I wanted to talk to her about it just after we got there, if I could, the next morning anyhow, but just as soon as we got off up there and got settled, she kept saying to me that if I would only marry her then, that she would not want to stay married long, that she was so sick and worried and felt so bad, that all she wanted to do was to get through and give the baby a name, and after that she would go away and let me go my way, too. And then? Well, and then we went out on the lake. Which lake, Clyde? Why, Grass Lake. We went out for a row after we got there. Right away? In the afternoon? Yes, sir. She wanted to go, and then while we were out there rowing around... He paused. Yes, go on. She got to crying again, and she seemed so much up against it and looked so sick and so worried that I decided that after all she was right and I was wrong, that it wouldn't be right, on account of the baby and all, not to marry her, and so I thought I had better do it. I see. A change of heart. And did you tell her that, then and there? No, sir. And why not? Weren't you satisfied with all the trouble you had caused her so far? Yes, sir. But you see, just as I was going to talk to her at that time, I got to thinking of all the things I had been thinking before I came up. What, for instance? Why, Miss X and my life in Lycurgus, and what we'd be up against in case we did go away this way. Yes. And, well, and then I couldn't just tell her then. Not that day, anyhow. Well, when did you tell her then? Well, I told her not to cry any more, that I thought maybe it would be all right if she gave me 24 hours more to think things all out, that maybe we'd be able to settle on something. And then? Well, then she said after a while that she didn't care for Grass Lake. She wished we would go away from there. She did? Yes. And then we got out the maps again, and I asked a fellow at the hotel there if he knew about the lakes up there. And he said of all the lakes around there, Big Bittern was the most beautiful. I had seen it once, and I told Roberta about it and what the man said, and then she asked why didn't we go there. And is that why you went there? Yes, sir. No other reason? No, sir, none, except that it was back or south, and we were going that way anyhow. I see. And that was Thursday, July 8th? Yes, sir. Well now, Clyde, as you have seen, it has been charged here that you took Miss Alden to and out on that lake with the sole and premeditated intent of killing her, murdering her, finding some unobserved and quiet spot, and then first striking her with your camera, or an oar, or club, or stone, maybe, and then drowning her. Now, what have you to say to that? Is that true, or isn't it? No, sir, it's not true, returned Clyde, clearly and emphatically. I never went there of my own accord in the first place, and I only went there because she didn't like Grass Lake. And here, because he had been sinking down in his chair, he pulled himself up and looked at the jury and the audience with what measure of strength and conviction he could summon, as previously he had been told to do. At the same time, he added, and I wanted to please her in any way that I could so that she might be a little more cheerful. Were you still as sorry for her on this Thursday as you had been the day before? Yes, sir. More, I think. And had you definitely made up your mind by then as to what you wanted to do? Yes, sir. Well, and just what was that? Well, I had decided to play as fair as I could. I had been thinking about it all night, and I realized how badly she would feel, and I too, if I didn't do the right thing by her, because she had said 3 or 4 times that if I didn't, she would kill herself. And I made up my mind that morning that whatever else happened that day, I was going to straighten the whole thing out. This was at Grass Lake. You were still in the hotel on Thursday morning? Yes, sir. And you were going to tell her just what? Well, that I knew that I hadn't treated her quite right and that I was sorry. Besides, that her offer was fair enough, and that if after what I was going to tell her she still wanted me, I would go away with her and marry her. But that I had to tell her first the real reason for my changing as I had. That I had been and still was in love with another girl, and that I couldn't help it. That probably whether I married her or not— Miss Alden, you mean? Yes, sir. That I would always go on loving this other girl, because I just couldn't get her out of my mind. But just the same, if that didn't make any difference to her, that I would marry her, even if I couldn't love her any more, as I once did. That was all. But what about Miss X? Well, I had thought about her, too, but I thought she was better off and could stand it easier. Besides, I thought perhaps Roberta would let me go, and we could just go on being friends, and I would help her all I could. Had you decided just where you would marry her? No, sir, but I knew there were plenty of towns below Big Bittern and Grass Lake. But were you going to do that without one single word to Miss X beforehand? Well, no, sir, not exactly. I figured that if Roberta wouldn't let me off, but didn't mind my leaving her for a few days, I would go down to where Miss X lived and tell her, and then come back. But if she objected to that, why, then I was going to write Miss X a letter and explain how it was, and then go on and get married to Roberta. I see. But, Clyde, among other bits of testimony here, there was that letter found in Miss Alden's coat pocket, the one written on Grass Lake Inn stationery and addressed to her mother, in which she told her that she was about to be married. Had you already told her up there at Grass Lake that morning that you were going to marry her for sure? No, sir. Not exactly, but I did say on getting up that day that it was the deciding day for us, and that she was going to be able to decide for herself whether she wanted me to marry her or not. Oh, I see. So that's it, smiled Jeffson, as though greatly relieved. And Mason and Newcomb and Burley and State Senator Redmond, all listening with the profoundest attention, now exclaimed, sotto voce and almost in unison, "Of all the bunk!" Well, now we come to the trip itself. You have heard the testimony here, and the dark motive and plotting that has been attributed to every move in connection with it. Now, I want you to tell it in your own way. It has been testified here that you took both bags, yours and hers, up there with you, but that you left hers at Gun Lodge when you got there, and took your own out on the lake in that boat with you. Now, just why did you do that? Please speak so that all of the jurymen can hear you. Well, the reason for that was— and here once more his throat became so dry that he could scarcely speak. We didn't know whether we could get any lunch at Big Bittern, so we decided to take some things along with us from Grass Lake. Her bag was packed full of things, but there was room in mine. Besides, it had my camera with the tripod outside. So I decided to leave hers and take mine. You decided? Well, I asked her what she thought, and she said she thought that was best. Where was it you asked her that? On the train coming down. And did you know then that you were coming back to Gun Lodge after going out on the lake? Yes, sir, I did. We had to. There was no other road. They told us that at Grass Lake. And in riding over to Big Bittern, do you recall the testimony of the driver who told you over, that you were very nervous, and that you asked him whether there were many people over there that day? I recall it, yes, sir, but I wasn't nervous at all. I may have asked about the people, but I can't see anything wrong with that. It seems to me that anyone might ask that. And so it seems to me, echoed Jeffson. Then what happened after you registered at Big Bittern Inn and got into the boat and went out on the lake with Miss Alden? Were you or she especially preoccupied or nervous or in any state different from that of any ordinary person who goes out on the lake to row? Were you particularly happy or particularly gloomy or what? Well, I don't think I was especially gloomy. No, sir. I was thinking of all I was going to tell her, of course, and of what was before me either way she decided. I wasn't exactly gay, I guess, but I thought it would be all right whichever way things went. I had decided that I was willing to marry her. And how about her? Was she quite cheerful? Well, yes, sir. She seemed to feel much happier for some reason. And what did you talk about? Oh, about the lake first. How beautiful it was and where we would have our lunch when we were ready for it. And then we rode along the west shore looking for water lilies. She was so happy that I hated to bring up anything just then, and so we just kept on rowing until about 2, when we stopped for lunch. And just where was that? Just get up and trace on the map with that pointer there, just where you did go and how long you stopped and for what. And so Clyde, pointer in hand and standing before the large map of the lake and region which particularly concerned this tragedy, now tracing in detail the long row along the shore, a group of trees, which, after having lunch, they had rowed to see, a beautiful bed of water lilies which they had lingered over, each point at which they had stopped, until reaching Moon Cove at about 5 in the afternoon, they had been so enchanted by its beauty that they had merely sat and gazed, as he said. Afterwards, in order that he might take some pictures, they had gone ashore in the woods nearby, he all the while preparing himself to tell Roberta of Miss X and ask her for her final decision. And then, having left the bag on shore for a few moments, while they rowed out and took some snapshots in the boat, they had drifted in the calm of the water and the stillness and beauty, until finally he had gathered sufficient courage to tell her what was in his heart. And at first, as he now said, Roberta seemed greatly startled and depressed, and began crying a little, saying that perhaps it was best for her not to live any longer, she felt so miserable. But afterwards, when he had impressed on her the fact that he was really sorry and perfectly willing to make amends, she had suddenly changed and begun to grow more cheerful, and then of a sudden, in a burst of tenderness and gratefulness, he could not say exactly, she had jumped up and tried to come to him. Her arms were outstretched, and she moved as if to throw herself at his feet or into his lap. But just then her foot or her dress had caught and she had stumbled. And he, camera in hand, a last-minute decision or legal precaution on the part of Jephson, had risen instinctively to try and catch her and stop her fall. Perhaps, he would not be able to say here, her face or hand had struck the camera. At any rate, the next moment, before he quite understood how it all had happened, and without time for thought or action, on his part or hers, both were in the water, and the boat, which had overturned, seemed to have struck Roberta, for she seemed to be stunned. I called her to try to get to the boat. It was moving away, to take hold of it, but she didn't seem to hear me or understand what I meant. I was afraid to go too near her at first, because she was striking out in every direction, and before I could swim 10 strokes forward, her head had gone down once, and come up, and then gone down again for a second time. By then the boat had floated all of 30 or 40 feet away, and I knew that I couldn't get her into that. And then I decided that if I wanted to save myself, I had better swim ashore. And once there, as he now narrated, it suddenly occurred to him how peculiar and suspicious were all the circumstances surrounding his present position. He suddenly realized, as he now said, how bad the whole thing looked from the beginning. The false registering, the fact his bag was there, hers not. Besides, to return now meant that he would have to explain it and it would become generally known, and everything connected with his life would go. Miss X, his work, his social position, all. Whereas if he said nothing, and here it was, and for the first time, as he now swore, that this thought occurred to him, it might be assumed that he too had drowned. In view of this fact, and that any physical help he might now give her would not restore her to life, and that acknowledgment would mean only trouble for him and shame for her, he decided to say nothing. And so, to remove all traces, he had taken off his clothes and wrung them out and wrapped them for packing as best he could. Next, having left the tripod on shore with his bag, he decided to hide that, and did. His first straw hat, the one without the lining, but about which absent lining he now declared he knew nothing, had been lost with the overturning of the boat, and so now he had put the extra one he had with him, although he had a cap which he also might have worn. He usually carried an extra hat on a trip, because so often, it seemed, something happened to one. Then he had ventured to walk south through the woods toward a railroad which he thought cut through the woods in that direction. He had not known of any automobile road through there then, and as for making for the Cranstons so directly, he confessed quite simply that he would naturally have gone there. They were his friends, and he wanted to get off somewhere where he could think about this terrible thing that had descended upon him so suddenly out of a clear sky. And then, having testified to so much, and no more appearing to occur either to Jephson or himself, the former, after a pause, now turned and said, most distinctly and yet somehow quietly, "Now, Clyde, you have taken a solemn oath before this jury, this judge, all these people here, and above all your God, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You realize what that means, don't you?" "Yes, sir, I do." "You swear before God that you did not strike Roberta Alden in that boat?" "I swear I did not." "Or throw her into that lake?" "I swear it, I did not." "Or willfully or willingly in any way attempt to upset that boat, or in any other fashion bring about the death that she suffered?" "I swear it!" cried Clyde, emphatically and emotionally. "You swear that it was an accident, unpremeditated and undesigned by you?" "I do," lied Clyde, who felt that in fighting for his life he was telling a part of the truth, for that accident was unpremeditated and undesigned. It had not been as he had planned, and he could swear to that. And then Jephson, running one of his large strong hands over his face, and looking blandly and nonchalantly around upon the court and jury, the while he compressed his thin lips into a long and meaningful line, announced, "The prosecution may take the witness." End of Book 3, Chapter 24.